show us the edge. Yes. The chip on the shoulders, the fight and the passion that comes from within. Whoa. Try to win on every level. Yeah. Expectations high. Gotta show them you can fly. Play harder, better, smarter. Baby, put the league on notice. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah, yeah. Whoa, done seen the walk of shame enough. Wanna see the walk of winning, time to come up and bring out the outlook. Don't every play, every possession. How bad you want it, love, you want it all. This ain't a blood of love, built for something greater. Attacking all obstacles, coming for the ring, my precious. You got to do the will, the heart, the fire. Show them the proof, show them the it shall be done. Show me the edge, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah.
You're listening to the Pelicans Postgame Report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
Conversation like you did after the Memphis game about closing games when you have a double-digit lead. You come on the road and you get a response like you've had tonight. What does this say about this team and where it goes?
It just confirms how much they care. They care about each other. They care about getting on the floor and giving it all they have. And look, we know Cleveland, they were down guys, and they fought hard. They're well coached. They executed on both ends of the floor, so give them credit. They're a scrappy team, and they're going to be really good. But it was important for us to come out tonight and execute on both ends of the floor from the start, and we're proud our guys did that.
Season high for Trey in scoring and in threes. How do you evaluate the job he did tonight in your starting lineup?
He should have had 40. No, I'm just playing. No, he was great. I joked with him in the locker room that he missed a few, but it's what Trey brings to this team. He can space the floor. He's confident. He's also starting to put the ball on the floor a little bit more, shot fake, drive, go finish, and he's finding his teammates as well. So he's a weapon for us for sure.
Did you see a different type of synergy? They've always been good together, but a different type of connection tonight between BI and Trey, or is it simply time on task, perhaps?
No, I think they've always had that. The more that we get time together with those guys on the floor, the better we'll get as a team. And it's good to see Trey step on the floor and have the game that he did. But I thought BI set the tone early for us.
The effort you got out of Herb and JB, two guys who came in here, obviously sickness is going all the way around. Didn't seem like they let their foot off the gas for one moment.
Those two guys are tough. They're tough as nails. It's hard to keep them off the basketball floor. And we know that they were dealing with a bit of sickness, illness, but they pushed through for us tonight. And, once again, we needed their effort on both sides of the floor.
Have you been shouting?
Yeah, I've been shouting a little bit, screaming, shouting, so.
All right, for all things Pelicans, now tuned into
one, Molly, and they kept telling me, "Hey, Big Perk." Okay.
All right, there we go. We shut that dumb Perkins up. But shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in this live, man. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. By all means, feel free to share the show on your social media feed. We up in this thing, Pelican Postgame Report representing. We had to kind of move the show from yesterday to today because of scheduling conflict. We was dealing with some stuff, with the Saints, and you know how that goes when they kind of play on the same day. But anyway, shout out to the fam, man. Pelicans get the dub 123-104, kind of bouncing back from the Memphis Grizzlies loss. A lot of people, certain players were out. Some people played under illness, and the Pelicans came through Trey Murphy did a wonderful job in the game. Pelicans had a much better performance against the Cavaliers, who were also missing a ton of their best talent in this game. So you still beat who you got to beat to keep pushing this thing through as they improved to 17-12. So I'm Big Q. We got DC and Lexxah in the building. Shout out to the fam. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream. DC, Lexxah, welcome on in. Y'all watched this matchup between Cleveland. Lex, I'm gonna start with you. You was able to be down in the game, and you kind of seen it firsthand. Kind of share with the family members, if you please, your experience and what you've seen from the Pels and the Cavs.
It was a good game. It was a good game. Trey obviously had it going on. Yeah, it was just nice to see everybody up close. I mean, the court looks miniature with all them on it, but I mean, it was a really good game. I think really the biggest thing was closing out on their shooters. That was getting on my nerves, watching that. But yeah, and I think it allowed me to see like just sometimes there's too much dribbling and not enough like swinging the ball from strong side to weak side, and the timing of that, being, on time, obviously. But yeah, I think that was the biggest thing. Like sometimes there's just because while they're doing like dribbling on the other side, it's like you have a dude over on the other side who's wide open. You know what I'm saying? So I think that was just the biggest thing, just the, swing the ball around and getting it down low when like Jonas was calling for the ball. I think that was the biggest thing as well.
All right, thank you, Lex. DC, chime in, bro. You watched this game, man, and seen Bi out there doing this thing. Trey Murphy just a sharpshooter of epic proportion. Watching the game, you heard Larry talk about his rehab, and I was really excited to hear that from him as well. As the Pelicans, are thriving and pushing through. So, what's your thoughts on the Cavaliers game, bro?
One more week, Larry said, bro. One more week, he said he'd be back. But man, I like what I saw. They went out there with an undermanned Cleveland Cavaliers team, missing Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell as he was sick right before the game, and we lost Zion due to that. So I guess his illness that he had the other game must still be bothering him. But with the guys out there, man, it just put more pressure, I think, on coach. You got to find Trey at least 30 minutes a night, 28. You got to find ways to get him out there. As far as him being a starter, you're hearing a lot more noise from that. I don't think that's the way to go with our current construction, but he definitely showed what he's capable of. And when Trey is out there, man, I mean, we seem to win games when he plays like that. We're almost unbeatable. But you got to put things into perspective. It is the Cleveland Cavaliers that were undermanned, and we haven't seen those performances against a lot of the better teams. So I like what I saw from Trey. I was thinking the same thing in my head, and I told my partner that with what Coach said. And I'm just hearing the interview. First time I say, man, Trey could have had 40 points if he wanted. If he wanted 40, he could have got 40. Like he was Cadillacing and kind of taking it easy a lot more in that in the second half. It's ultra impressive in the first half. But the 2-man game with him and Bi, man, I thought about Lex and how she was saying him and Zion don't have a 2-man game, and just seeing the synergy of him and Bi playing together, man, I thought was awesome. Like they kind of just knew where each other wanted to be and just was working. The ball was moving, the energy and effort was right. The guys went out there and they rebounded from the Memphis loss. So this is the type of performance I would have looked for or wanted to see from them. You got a Cleveland team that don't really have everything going. Don't let them build up confidence early. Don't play with your food. Separate yourselves, put them out of the game, and just slow walk that one down. till the whistle blows and it's over, and that's what they did.
Yeah, that was. I really think that the way the Saints performed in the, I'm thinking the Saints, the Pelicans performed in the matchup, man, to get back on track despite everything that occurred. I think they played well. And then, we're gonna talk about some of the other stuff because I kept getting people sending me links. I think DC sent me some stuff, and some other people sent me some stuff about what's going on. And I've been kind of watching what's going on with the Pelicans in the Zion Williamson contract. We'll discuss that later on. I'll play a video or two. Actually, a video from, I guess you could say, we just showed a piece of it right before it about what they're saying about Zion Williamson. But I got an article and things. We're going to go over that, plus some trade rumors involving, Jarrett, with the Cleveland Cavaliers. We'll talk about that in this broadcast as well. So anyway, let's get into
Zion won out of New Orleans, Big Q, with all that gumbo down there. You about to play Kendrick Perkins?
No, I'm not playing. It's just, with Pelicans went on that win streak, man. You didn't hear not high or tell from ESPN. They were quiet as church mouse. And then
no, we gonna cut Zion when we get to that part of his contract where we can release him from 3 years. We just gonna cut him, Q.
He needs to start punching down, man. They don't do this to nobody except for him. No, but they don't play with nobody else like that. He needs to start punching down, man. He needs to get more aggressive with these people to keep him off his back, as opposed to just playing it quiet and they just attack him like this, man. That's just, you got to get on the offensive some kind of way, because these people don't play with nobody else like that. They don't play with nobody else like that. He just doesn't do. I don't know who his team is, man, or whatever they are, what they're doing, but they need to switch philosophies and do something else. I'm just telling you like it is. When you out here and you doing things and you on social media, you got to defend yourself against stuff like this, and you can't have people attacking you like this, and you just standing there like whatever they can say without a grown man. No, you shut that down, man. With your play, with your actions, with your team. I mean, it's just ridiculous, man. We run more offense and defense for Zion than he do for his team or whoever he paying. We up here defending this dude. We here going up against the Shaquilles and the Baldwin Stephen A. Smiths and the dumbass Kendrick Perkins, who just in JJ Reddit attention seeking tail, who wants to climb into these people's laps. We the one defending this dude.
Wait, he won't climb in their laps?
They want to climb up in their laps. That's right. JJ Reddit. This has been for years since he's been down here. We've been defending this man. We do more. He need to start cutting the check for us for real, because we doing more defending of his name and his character than these goddamn people, whoever they are around him. And it pisses me off, because I'm not going to have some son of a gun sitting up here every day or when he get the chance to start punching down on me. No, I'm coming back at you. They don't play with nobody else like that except for this dude, man.
Big Q, can I ask you a question, brother?
No, sir. I'm about to get into the team statistics, DC, if you don't mind, sir.
Well, I'm gonna ask anyway, goddamn it. Don't you think maybe Zion is from that train of thought? I know he was listening to Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt, right? And then we seen him coming out listening to Biggie, and he made sure to point all that out in the media, right? DC, and you know one thing?
Hold on, DC. Biggie said no mercy, brother.
No. Wait. You're right. But you know one thing, though, right? Jay-Z and Biggie never went out, other than that one time Jay-Z kind of went at Nas. That ain't end well either. But they didn't attack their enemies head on, man. They waited. They would not feed into the press to give them clicks or to build up their career. They would kind of do it through their actions. And then when everything else is said and done and the bricks are laid, then they might come out and say some names or drop some sneak disses. To me, it seemed like Zion going with that train of thought, man. So looking forward to seeing what he does on the court. He always says he's going to let his game speak for him. So I understand what you're saying. I don't think you're wrong, but I don't think we're going to ever see that. I think he just seems to be the type of guy that lets his play do the talking.
Well, go ahead, Lex. I know you wanted to chime in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what DC was saying, that's the best way to handle it. Like, you got to understand, there's a lot going on social media. So to defend yourself against all these people, Like it's just fueling what they have going on so they can have more narratives and form new narratives and bring up old narratives and just so on. Like that's why I think that's why Zion doesn't do a lot of interviews, like side interview, like with Taylor Rooks or um what is the Fab Five dude, um Jalen Rose. Just side interviews like that. The only interview he did on the side was with Gilbert Arenas. That's the only one that he's done. But there's a reason why he doesn't do a lot of those things. I mean, he did one with JJ Redick, and look what JJ Redick has done since then on his podcast, actually.
But that's what I'm saying, Lex. I'm not just talking about people, just regular folks on social media. I'm talking there's an apparatus. It's companies that's using that's ESPN. It's an agenda for them to get views off attack.
Yeah, it's clickbait. I mean, the thing is, Zion, like compared to anything else, he's an easy target to use as clickbait to get attention. And it's sad because it's almost like ambush marketing. Here we have, this stream going on, and we're able to really talk about the team, talk about Zion, and do in depth because we know intimately what's going on. But then you also have other channels that really don't know a whole lot. And they're using Zion this, Zion that, and it's kind of infiltrating a little bit as far as it's hard to decipher, especially if you're a casual fan, from what's true and what's not. And I think, the thing is, they know that. They know that. I mean, people do that stuff all the time. It's the same thing with products, the same thing with movies, anything. People want to ambush because, oh, this is hot. Let's talk. Look, we're not a fan of the team or a fan of Zion, but hey, let's talk about them. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, they use that. I mean, it's something that's been used for a long time. But I mean, as far as the people that really count, the people that with mainstream media attacking them, they use that as fuel. That just really helps what they have going on. And it's funny because they always, especially with Stephen A, always seem to try to take the high road, like they really know what they're talking about. And it's like, dude, it's awful the way that they do it and try to turn it around, turn it against you or anything. Just like when Zion was saying, if it comes in the response to Shaq and Barkley, if it's coming from a good place, then thank you. But if not, everyone is entitled to their opinion. And I can't do anything about that. A lot of people took that part. And the thing is, I'm glad Ernie came back and said something, because he was like, well, look, he did say that if it's coming from a good place, thank you. That's a good thing, right? But
Shaq shot all that down, Lex. Shaq
yeah, that's
stepped
what
up
I'm saying.
and he said, no, that ain't what he's supposed to say. He don't have that look in his eyes. He don't want it. He's supposed to be mad at me and da 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 da.
Well,
So,
not everybody has the same response.
But if he did that, then they're gonna say something too.
Exactly.
To that. No matter what he does, he's wrong.
I don't know. Shaq may be different.
I'm saying Lex, hold on. I'm saying that's Shaquille O'Neal. Hold on now. Because Shaq O'Neal is right. We follow Shaq O'Neal's career, and him and Zion were phenoms. They did their thing. And he was underweight. He was lazy at times. He did do a lot of stuff.
Phenom, Big Q.
Hold on, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm just saying, bro. Listen, he has some credit. He has some credence to what he's saying. He really does. But he's speaking of killer instinct. He's speaking of
being a bully.
He's
real.
No, Lex, listen, I'm saying he's you got to understand where guys like that are coming from. When he's talking about Barkley, big dumbass, and Shaq, these guys are coming from a
Just
position.
had to add that in there.
I got to throw that up in there. You know, I wouldn't be me if it wasn't. If I didn't. But listen, that's what I'm saying. When you deal with these guys, you can't take their resumes away from them. These guys are Hall of Fame players. Now, we do know they're meteor members now, and depending on what apparatus you come from, because ESPN, and I'm going to talk about them. I've been doing shows on ESPN, catching them a line. We've exposed ESPN on this channel all the time for what they're doing. It's not hard to tell with them. When they have a sorry news cycle, they rip out the let's go after Zion card, see what's going on with him. But don't say nothing about none of the positive things that he do contribute when he does contribute.
Almost like we not 7-3 in the last 10 games. Huh?
Exactly. So that's the point, is that's how they do, because they're not a sports company. They're an entertainment company ran by Disney. They're not no sporting company. They're all about ratings. That's all they don't give a damn about all that other stuff. They want the ratings. They're an entertainment company. But in terms of what Shaq's saying, this is a Hall of Famer saying, listen, I'm giving Zion the game. I'm telling him the truth of what he needs to get to 28-8 or 28-10 or whatever the numbers that he throws out there, and says what Zion could be. And he's speaking in terms of him having more killer instinct and him upping his levels, different stuff like that. Now, when Kendrick Perkins gets out there and says that he doesn't love the game of basketball, that he loves what the game of basketball does for him.
Hold on now, Big Q. I said he
not-
loved po' boys and gumbo. I ain't say that.
It's
not
just
true, man.
but that's what I'm saying. You got ESPN. They don't play with nobody else like this.
I feel like a lot of things that they say about him, it's more so like for ESPN, like with Shaq and Barkley, when you get past, their personalities, because obviously they're going to be them. But I do understand where they're coming from. And the thing is, I know with Shaq, because he did say some things, the same thing with Donovan Mitchell. And he actually did that like live with him. He put him on the spot and criticized him like, yeah, you're not good enough. And like he said something harsh to him like that after they won a game. So I totally get it. But I think with Shaq, I mean, definitely it's like, hey, Zion, we don't say anything. We don't criticize about people we don't like or we don't care about, or we just like, we actually like your game. We want you to do more. And they do say that as far as with coaches and players, like when a coach stops talking to you, that's when there's a problem. When a coach is in your ear, getting on you, yelling at you in your face and all that stuff, yeah, that's when, hey, they want you to be great. So I understand that whole concept. And I feel like that's what they're doing. As far as Perk, Stephen A., Shannon, whoever's with Perk and all that stuff, I don't feel like they come from a genuine place. And that's one thing that Kenny, that's one thing after Ernie said that statement to Shaq, that's one thing that he said, because I feel the same way as Kenny. Zion does not know who's coming from a good place, like who's really trying to help him. Because just because people are saying the right thing does not mean that they're coming from a good place, if that makes sense. And the thing is, it's hard to decipher that because everybody has criticism. Just like after that Lakers game, do you know how many people jumped on Zion? I mean, it was like attack Zion, pick on Zion. Then that article came out. It's like all hell came down. The wrath of the world. You know what I'm saying? And the whole team played bad, but it was like, we don't care about the rest of the team. This is about Zion. It's always been about him. So I don't know. I look at everything and it's like you don't know who's really trying to help and who's not.
It's simple. None of them are trying to help. It's clearly about producing content. It's about getting a narrative that fits the most views for the moment. We had a game where BI scored 6 or 8 points, and the story was Zion was out of shape. They didn't even talk about BI because BI is not.
Yeah, they ain't talking about Willie.
Huh?
Really bad coaching job. They didn't even mention.
They don't mention none of that. Because they're not as known around the world is
Well,
Zion Williamson. You have to
Zion,
understand one thing about Zion. He has been he was the most famous 16-year-old
Yeah.
probably ever
Yeah, he
at
said
a point in time in history.
he's been getting criticism since he was 16. He said that.
Because he's been the most famous 16-year-old walking the planet since that time. Drake is retweeting you wearing your jerseys and shit. It
yeah,
changes everything. So he's known around the world the way a Steph or LeBron and all these other people are.
yeah,
And as long as you have that, no matter what he says in the media is wrong. So until he learns how to use the media in the way we see a LeBron do, and other savvy athletes who know how to do it to their benefit, his best response is to not respond until he knows how to strategically use it to his best advantage. Because no matter if he went at Shaq and let's say he went dominantly and said whatever he said and all of that, we would love it, right? That would be cool. They would turn that into a story against him too. And
yeah.
the people
Everything's
who are sensitive would be biting at that story. So it's like no matter what he does, he's in a lose-lose situation, especially as long as his game ain't doing the talking for him. If Zion goes out there and he performs at an MVP level, he wins the MVP, he does this, that, or the third, then he's allowed to talk. He can say something. But until we've done something, he's done something and we've done something, or he's achieved something that a small percentage of players have done, he's in a lose-lose situation. And that's the bottom line of what it is and what it's gonna be. We gotta win, and he gotta win some shit, then he could talk.
All right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man. I got to give it to y'all, man. Lex and DC dropping some good points there. You got to win some stuff. They shut them the hell up, and we seen something like that. LeBron hype train was pretty enormous too, coming out, and a lot of praise was heaped on him very early, and he ultimately did rise up to, and granted, how many first round draft pick guys crumbled under such pressure? I mean, you have a few that are elite that rise through it, but when you talk about guys like what's the kid from Toronto, Bennett, and all these, I mean,
yeah.
they collapsed.
He
Could
he
not.
he shouldn't have been. The thing is, being the number one pick, like if your talent does not meet that number one pick, because the team is supposed to be built around you. If you're chosen number one, that's what that means, typically. So if your talent or your skill set does not match that number one spot, you're gonna be crucified. Because and really, I feel like Bennett, he was set up. You know what I'm saying? He was set up the moment he was chosen number one. And like it was just downhill from there because he wasn't gonna live up to the number one pick. He didn't have that type of talent. That's why it was such a shock when Cleveland chose him at number one. Just horrible. But Zion, man, Zion is the last person who's had the hype of a LeBron. And that's why he's getting all this. I mean, because they want Zion to be, I mean, LeBron's on his way out the door. They're looking for that new face. And, according to the hype in which Zion came in with, it's supposed to be him. So
Yes, indeed. I mean, we just have to keep like y'all astutely mentioned, man. And DC said it too. We just got to win some shit. So I mean, we just got to that shuts it all up. Just keep winning, and just keep improving, and that's what it comes down to. So he definitely is taking a beating in the press. That's for certain, especially when the Pelicans. That Lakers game was just atrocious, and then ESPN and all these guys jumped on the guy's back and. Stephen A. I just want to knock I mean, listen, Stephen A. Smith must have the best security in the world to talk like he talk, and somebody don't stand in his face and dress him down, man. About some of the stuff that he be saying about some of these people, it's just really ridiculous. But anyway, his eventually, karma does come back around, baby. All right, so anyway, let's get back to this, man. We're gonna go over some news stories here. Of course, we talking about the Pelicans took care of business against the Cavs, 123-104. They improved. Well, they are spanning ahead now next for a matchup on Saturday against the Houston Rockets back in the Smoothie King Center. And of course, the Rockets are 13-12. We've always seemed to have little problems with the Rockets, man. They're a scrappy team. They got a lot of talent, man. But once again, the Pelicans are back at home. It's on a Saturday, 6 p.m. We got the Houston Rockets coming in here. The matchup indicator said the Pelicans going to take care of business against this squad. So let's delve into the preview of the matchup against the Houston Rockets. We start off, DC, with you.
He's on mute.
DC, you unmute yourself, sir. You all right? DC? All right. Lex, until he pops back in, you won't start us off.
Sure. Yeah, they are a scrappy team. One thing that I do want to point out is that which really helps the Rockets is that they have champions on their team. A champion in Van Vliet, obviously with the Raptors, Jeff Green, who just won a championship with the Denver Nuggets. So that's one thing that's really helped change the, I guess, culture of the Rockets. It's not just Ime Udoka. You know, there's something unique about having a champion that's a part of your squad that when you add a champion to your team. So I did want to point that out, but they know how to win. They know how to win. They are scrappy. We can get this team in the end season. One of the end season games, it was close. Again, because I know you remember that I said the coaching was an issue. We actually could have won that game, but they put Dylan Brooks on Brandon, and they kept running the same play, and it kept failing. And Zion was put down in the corner, and he never touched the ball again. That can't happen. First of all, definitely got to come out with energy. Pound the ball down low. I'm pretty sure Zion's probably going to be playing. He's had a few days to kind of get well
He's
off of
questionable, Lex.
huh?
They got
He's
him listed as questionable, so he's upgraded from doubtful.
Oh, okay. Well, hopefully he's plays, but we still got Jonas down there. Got to pound the ball on the inside. Really put pressure down there. I know they have Schengen, who's been playing well down there, but again, that's one of the strengths of this team. We still have not trained the league. That we're proven to the league that hey, we can consistently shoot from the outside. I mean, we're hopeful that the shooting, because it is improving and getting better. But one of our biggest strength is the inside. So we just got to continue to keep knocking down the shots from behind the arc, and get consistent behind there before we truly have some respect from there. But yeah, just energy, and got to match their intensity. Put them on their heels, play with pace. Play really good defense and get this W. The Rockets have actually fallen off. What's their record right now? I think I just saw their record.
At 13-12.
Yeah, so
2-10 on the road, by the way.
Okay, yeah, because they started off well, winning games and that everything, and then they kind of fell off. I don't know why. I don't think they had any major injuries, but yeah, I mean we should be able to get this team. Our ceiling is way higher than theirs, personally. So we should get this W.
The
Decent.
Rockets a team we definitely should get. Hold on, I gotta step away for a second.
All right. Okay, let's so I mean, Lex, I agree with you. This is I think the Pels should be able to get this dub, man, against this team, man. I know they like I said, they have the issues and whatnot, but they're scrappy. And they are a team that's coached by Ime Udoka. We know he's trying to get their squad together. We know Fred Van Vliet's there. They have an interesting. Let me pull up their depth chart here. But I think this is Pels all the way, man. We should be able to get this. Van Vliet Green is another guy that just gets buckets. Dylan Brooks was doing what he usually does. But this is like a testament of the Pelicans and how they've been playing. And I know we've been kind of the whole Zion Williams thing floats over them, and you see how it impacts the team. But you seen this last matchup that we just had with how Bi was playing, and here you had Trey Murphy. How Trey Murphy and Bi were playing off of each other. You seen Valanciunas doing his thing. You seen them flowing, and I just wish that we can kind of get more of a consistent combo thing between our best players on the floor. You know what I'm saying? Like we see some of these other really talented players in the league. When you talk about two guys that really flows together for their squads, whether it's a Boston or whomever, I just want to be able to see eventually once we get them on the floor and everybody get together, we see that synergy between our top two big guns flowing out there and doing their thing. Now we've seen some small fragments of it during the recent weeks of games with the Pelicans, where you see what Zion and Bi doing. And then CJ contributes, and Valanciunas, they finally got Val going, and all this kind of stuff. So let's get what do you think about that added piece of the game between getting those guys going and flowing off of each other so that we can take this thing to the next level here?
Well, I think to get everything going and flowing, the number one thing you got to get them out there on the court. That's been a problem. Lineups have changed a lot, with injuries, and now everybody's getting sick and all of these things. The second thing would be rotations. Then also the plays that they're calling for them, or the sets that they're putting guys in to try to get them in the best positions to succeed. It's still a work in progress, trying to figure everything out. We look at this team, we remember having these players for a long stretch of time, but we really got to put in perspective. I've said this more than once. CJ, Zion, Bi, JV, and Herb, they haven't played as many games together as we would like to think. I don't know the official number, but I know to start the season it was like 11. And then you've had Zion missing some games. You've had CJ out of some games. Bi hasn't really missed any games. JV has been there, and Herb.
He
But
did at the beginning.
how many? He was just probably a couple though, right?
No, it was like 3, either 3 or 4.
Okay. Well, he didn't miss some time. So realistically, these guys probably only played 20-something games together. So I think as they get more time out there together, they're going to get the continuity. But to be able to beat the Houston Rockets, Houston is a team they don't turn over the ball, Q. They're 9th in turnovers. So, and we're up there. We're probably 9th in deflections, right? And I don't remember where we are in turnovers. But the Houston Rockets also don't force turnovers. They're 24th in forcing turnovers. So you got that going to your advantage. But you're looking at the number 2 team in points allowed per game. They're also number 4 in rebounds, defensive rebounds. So we definitely got to crash the boards, because if they can do it on the defensive end, you can do it on the offensive end. And we've had some games where the offensive rebounding has started to show its ugly head again. They also don't allow a lot of assists. They're second in allowing assists. The Rockets are a defensive team, man. And I think this will be a good test for us, especially if everybody's in the lineup. This is one of those games where you can start the to build something on and keep, or no, well, not keep because we lost to Memphis, but to start another win streak. And having those guys out there playing together, having Willie Green adjust the rotations, kind of figure out what works and what doesn't work when we're doing the substitutions. Trey Murphy needs to be a big part of that, and having him with the addition of having everybody, I think that will also make that starting lineup better, especially after our first sub and he comes in and whoever goes out. So I'm just looking forward to seeing them getting more minutes out there together, man. And I think that will definitely turn that aspect around and get guys on the same page.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, man. I would love to see that for the Pelicans, to see eventually that starts, that part of the game happens. And I'm pretty sure, like we said, this has been quite this year alone, man. A lot of the stuff the Pelicans have went through early on, man, is just interesting, man. But it's a lot of pressure on the team, man, to perform, to take it to the next level. And Willie Green has to get better at what he does. And like you said, this is Willie, and he's in his third year of being here with the team. So he is a young coach that has to improve his play calling, his adjustments. All that has to improve if the Pelicans are going to be a serious contender in this thing, man. So, I mean, Lex, I know you kind of drop a lot of game on us about Willie and what you think that he should be doing. But in
Yeah.
the end, man, it's really he's growing with the team, and I do see some improvement. But people are right here when they talk about Willie needing to improve in his adjustments and in these games, man. So yes, indeed, man. So I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it has to improve, man. And they got a tight ass
Yeah.
this gun.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be mean or anything. The thing is that you can't be in the same place you were last year and the year before. Like there needs to be some type of difference, some type of growth. You have these off seasons. It's not like the Pels are making the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about past years. So it's like, or you're going extremely far. So you have time. You have time to understand your personnel and understand what positions and work for your team and what doesn't work. And obviously rotations and things, you get reps and knowing when to call timeouts, you get reps with those things during the games. Well, you had 82 games, at least times 82 times 2. That's not enough reps, and then, as far as with the plays and things, just getting creative. I don't know how many times we've heard, hey, we just give the ball to Zion and move out the way. I don't like that. That's awful. I heard that so many times from the players and from Willie Green. Like, don't you want to call a play? You know what I'm saying? And not just, give the ball to your star and just like, yeah, do whatever you do. That's kind of weird, because obviously teams are going to adjust. That's your job, because you're looking outside in. You want to help your player, your star to do what they do best. Not just, hey, here's the ball, just go out there and do it. You want things to be easy as much as possible. And that's one thing I've said many a times is that the team, it seems like they find the most difficult shots. They never get easy shots. Like, why can't we get easy layups or easy, or give players enough time to be open to knock down a shot or something? Too many times it's too difficult to get a shot off or to get a layup. And then I'm looking at the opponent team, and that's all they doing is, like a layup line sometimes. And I know Antonio Daniels, he's even said, like, all right, now you see this? Look at what Bi's looking at. Look at what Zion is looking at. Now, see, they're not looking at, the other team's not looking at that on the other end. And he's right. They're not looking at the same situation. And it's time to ask ourselves, okay, why is it that what the Pels are looking at is stressful and just difficult? And then on the other end, for the other team, what they're looking at, it's easy. It's being dissected. So
I got
You
one
know.
simple answer for you, Lex.
Okay. Are you don't talk about the signs in the gym? Okay, because
No, I actually was gonna give you a real answer.
okay, all right. I just want to make sure because
But they
I was
do need
ready.
to
I'm
play with
like,
mindfulness, compassion,
they
and
better not
joy.
come with that.
They definitely need to do that. But one thing I noticed about the Pels, as far as like your layup line thing, and me and Big Q actually was talking about this, and I'm sure there's a few other topics we probably touch on going on this in the show. We do not have a legitimate rim protector, and a lot of other teams do. And what that does is that changes the way you play defense, because a lot of guys they got to play and guard guys. We have to prevent people from getting to the rim, and we got to do that as much as possible. Which, when they don't get to the rim, creates a lot of other easy shots, right? We see guys always scrambling, trying to run somebody off the 3-point line and the big, long 8-foot leap they got to do, right? Because they can't allow people to get to the paint. So it's like, it's almost, I'm looking at the jog game and thinking, like, what the hell is going on? Like, why are y'all not doubling and or whatever far as him? Is because of that. We don't have a legitimate rim protector. JV is solid in my opinion. He's not horrible, but he's very slow footed, not athletic, and a lot of guys can still be able to score on him. A lot of other teams, when they crowd Zion or Bi, they have somebody. They got a Jared Jackson Jr. back there. That if you do make it past that, or we kick it to some other players and they're able to get out there on the perimeter, and then we go to the layup line, you still got to deal with that rim protector. So everything looks tough if you're playing a team that's good defensively. So I think that's the one weakness that we have outside of adjustments and some of our coaching issues and stuff we complain about with Willie. Because as far as talent, we have everything. We just need a rim protector, and I think that would change our defensive looks a lot. But as far as us being able to do what we got to do on the opposite end, you killed that part.
Yeah, I agree to a certain extent. Um, but the thing is, if you think about it, if we get a rim protector, what's the opportunity cost? What are we losing? Because if we
Well,
get a rim protector, then we're not gonna get the other dynamics or other skills coming from a big man. And I think, are we willing to lose that? Because we're not gonna get all of it.
I
I
think it's
mean,
just a mismanagement of picking certain players. Because I'm not saying you ain't got to go get which we will talk about, because there's a piece out there about Jared Allen. You don't necessarily have to go get a Jared Allen. Like, you can just get a guy that's inexpensive, that's actually good at protecting the rim and play him from time to time. Like how we do Cody Zeller, but someone who's better than that defensively. So I don't think they have to
Emerson.
like lose a lot necessarily to go get that. Because like you just said, Jamerson, the guy we have in the G League,
Yeah, I know.
that would be interesting to just pull him up from the G League and see what that looks like. I think that would be successful.
Of course, I don't think the Pelicans are gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? They're just gonna be like, keep working on your craft. Can we
He's not
try?
ready. He's not
Can
ready.
we can we try him working on his craft in real in the NBA, please, and not the G League? Just so we can see it. You might surprise us because let me tell you something. Miami does that a lot. And henceforth, you got people like what's that dude's name? All their names just eluded me. That's awful.
Who you
All right,
referring to?
but they've just gotten guys from the G League, to
Oh,
play, and now they've, one of them's went to the Lakers. I'm sorry, I don't know their names. It'll come to me.
I remember that he turned out to be garbage, but he was good that 1 year or a few years in Miami. Something with a W. I think it's just the same guy you're thinking about. He just get blocks like crazy, but he kind of got phased out of the league.
Oh, you talking about Whiteside? Yeah,
Whiteside. That's what
yeah.
you're thinking about.
Well, no, but he is one of them. I mean, because he actually, I think he got a nice contract after and he had one of the biggest contracts coming from the G League. That's one thing that they were saying about him.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and then he went to Utah, and then he kind of just faded on out. But golly, can't believe I forgot the dudes. I was thinking about the recent guys. They're 3-point shooters.
Back Biombo, I think he came from over there. You ain't talking about him though.
No, I can't believe I forgot these dudes' names, man. I mean, it's kind of mind boggling.
They came out of the G League.
Yeah, they were picked up like they were undrafted, just like Jose. They were undrafted, or they were in the G League, and they hold on, I'm about to go to hold on, find out their names and stuff. One of them plays for Cleveland though, and the other one he went to
Max.
the
You talking about Max Strauss? But he's
him. Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember they were talking about that with when Miami was in the
Max
finals.
Strauss and Elsa Gabe Vincent.
Yeah, Gabe.
There
Yes,
you go.
Gabe Vincent. Those two. They went and found them. They didn't come in with the big name or come out. I think they're like 4-year players. You know what I'm saying? Like you can find some gems in the G League or undrafted players. They're there. You just have to know how to scout for talent. And Miami's like been very known, like taking guys like that, and they blossom. But
So
no
credit for sending Kyra to the G League, and he had some 30-point games, couple of game winners.
yeah,
Now
he had a
we
40-point game too.
40-point game. Now we reactivating him to the active roster. That ain't a similar thing.
Okay. Kyra had his opportunity at the beginning of the season when everybody was hurt. Like, it's great that he's showing that in the G League, but why are we not seeing that when he's in the NBA? I mean,
Jose ain't exactly running away with that backup point guard position right now, though.
no, I don't know. I think he's still dealing with some things, but you got to understand, like, the scouting report is out. Like, guys have, like, the longer you play, the more guys get accustomed to your game. And it's like, that's why you want to keep elevating your game and things like that. But, he has to, I mean, really, I think he's got to become more of a sharpshooter, kind of like how Isaiah Thomas was at Boston. And I'm not saying like exactly like that, but more of that, because they're both little guys. He has the defense down, but if he becomes more of a sniper, he could definitely like have something there, but he just needs to kind of, just make his game stronger, because teams have adapted. Where'd Big Q go?
I'm here listening to y'all, man. Y'all here talking game. Y'all
He's like, look, I'm gonna go and take care of some business while y'all talking.
Yo, like
Going.
girl, good.
You're like, dang, Big Q, I mean, shoot, I'm gonna go cook me a meal. Have me some gumbo.
Yeah, Big Q up in there making curry with that damn sugar in it.
These put you in this sugar curry, bro. What are you talking about? So I spread misinformation, brother.
Man, you know that's your go-to meal, man. Stop it, bro.
Bro,
Every time I come by your house, you try to give me some sugar curry, man.
that's not true. I got all kind of foods I cook, bro.
You
You
talk
tripping?
about I'm from the island. You did give me a bean pie one time. That
I
kind of
did,
shocked me. And it
bro.
was good too. The bean pie was
That's
good.
good. I cooked that bean pie, boy. I said,
I said, Big Q, what the hell you doing cooking
I-
bean pies? When you join the nation, bro?
dude, I cook it, bro. Listen, Doug, my mama taught me. I came up right,
That bean pie was good, bro. I
dude.
did fall asleep again, but it was good. I said, man, I need to check my glucose after this shit, man.
No, you gotta check your glucose. Period, dog. Something wrong, bro.
I don't eat sugar like that, man. I don't really eat sugar.
Oh man, DC.
So
Anyway,
when I get somebody and I eat something from somebody and they give me a big dose of it, like yourself, bro, you know that.
there you go with that. All right. So anyway, family, let's move
I
into
need
this.
about 20 minutes to recuperate, bro.
There you go. That DC just old, brother.
Power nap.
There you go. So just the next article right here. Zion Williamson contract with the Pelicans no longer guaranteed as clause trigger. Let's talk about this, family. We're gonna look over this and then the trade rumor article. Then we're gonna drop a link in the chat for the family members who want to chime in and give your thoughts about this Pelican recent string of topics that have been happening and all the stuff around Zion, the team. You can feel free to chime in on this Friday edition of the show. So let's get into this article. It's sourced from USA Today. Pelicans signed Zion Williamson a 5-year contract extension, potentially worth $231 million in 22. The contract was meant to keep Williamson with the Pelicans until the end of the 27-28 season. However, the Pelicans included a condition in the contract that would have guaranteed those last 3 years based on Williamson's games played, and Williamson did not meet the requirements of the deal. According to The Athletic's Mike Vork, I hope I'm saying his name right, Vorkunov, Zion Williamson has triggered a clause in his contract after playing only 29 games last year. So starting from 25 to 26 season, his contract will no longer be guaranteed, meaning that the Pelicans have the option to waive Williamson after the 24 and 25 season with no financial consequences. So if Zion Williamson misses a significant number of games in 24 and the 25 season, the Pelicans have the option to cut his salary significantly. However, if Williamson plays at least 61 games and meet other contract requirements, his salary will be guaranteed again. So the Pelicans have no intention of cutting ties with Zion unless it is his last resort. So Williamson is a valuable player for the Pelicans, and they are focused on getting Williamson healthy on the court for the long time. So that's a bit of news right there when they're talking about Zion Williamson's contract situation. So DC Lex, y'all chiming on Zion's contract situation. Tell me what y'all thoughts are on this whole little deal here.
I think this touches on what me and Lex spoke about earlier. When you introduced the topic of Zion and the media's perception of him, I think this is fluff and absolutely nothing. They're talking about last year, if I remember correctly, in the beginning of the season, right? Zion signed that contract, right? But his
Yeah.
contract didn't kick in until this year, right?
Well, yeah,
'Cause
last season.
it kicked in last season, or did it kick in this year? Did
Oh,
his contract,
okay.
he signed it last season,
Well,
but his
he had to
contract,
meet the requirements last season for going into this season, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird had they had that because his extension kicked in this season.
right. So my point, what I'm getting at, Lex, is this season isn't over. Zion hasn't suffered a season-ending injury. So, far as him not meeting the obligations of his contract, like, why we're talking about that and the season
It's
not
still
over?
pending. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's
Who
another one of those topics.
who brought this up? Because
It's
that's
just
my
one of those
biggest question.
things.
Like,
Zion
why
is a
is this
walking.
even a topic? Because, like, everybody knew he played only 29 games, and they already talked about this. And
Mhm.
see, I'm looking
He
at the
played
timing in
24
which
this year already.
they're coming up with this stuff. It's like, why are you bringing this up now? Why is this even like, news? Because everybody knew he played only 29 games last season. It was already specified that, he wasn't going to make the 200, what was that number?
I thought it was like two.
231.
Yeah,
Yeah, 230. I'm
231.
about to say
Yeah, as
250.
soon as the fact that he didn't play the certain amount of games, yeah, it was already at down to 197 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so because that's what made his contract, guaranteed, is if he played a certain amount of games along with the other stipulations. But I mean, he didn't play, so other stipulations really didn't matter. But yeah, I'm just trying to figure out why are they coming out with this? I mean, because it's like we already knew this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that lends itself to more Zion topics. Anything right now talking about Zion is pretty hot right now, whether it's about
Yeah.
his contract or whether it's about Shaquille.
Yeah, because that's basically it. It's not about his it has nothing to do with that. This was just to build more narratives, because I know Shannon and Perk, they talked about, him again, as far as, going back to, from the Lakers loss and all that stuff, those same narratives and things. But this right here, and I don't know, it just didn't really seem like, we already knew this, people. This has already been covered. Why are we bringing it up again? And then the timing in which you're bringing it up, because obviously Zion is sick right now. He didn't play in yesterday's game.
But
I
you
don't
you
know.
know it's low hanging fruit for one simple fact, Lex and Big Q and
I mean, talk
everybody in the
about
chat.
going out of your way to.
We're 7-3 in the last 10. Like, why is this a thing right now? Like, my
Well,
man,
Zion's, the games that Zion's had, though. I mean, I know his team has won, but I guess his performance is, especially with 13 points, because he had 13 points against Memphis and 13 points against the Lakers, and they were both on TNT. So, I, you know, I don't think that wasn't really the greatest thing right there, but I don't know. I mean, he's a hot topic. He's a topic that, like, let's pick. Oh, hey, let's pick on Zion Day. Let's attack him. See what we can say
it's
about him.
it's
Oh,
low
he's
hanging
fat.
fruit.
I talked to
Uh,
chefs, and he eats the whole
he eats the
table.
table.
You know what I'm saying?
He don't eat
That
the
was the
food, Lex.
most
He eat the table.
that was the most ignorant thing I've ever heard. Like, so you actually went down to New Orleans. When did you go, Steven? When did you
I
go?
have my sources.
What restaurants did you go to?
I can't divulge my sources.
Can't revolve my
You know what I'm
sorcery. I
saying?
mean
And you
sources.
know what? Who are your sources?
I can't tell you.
Sorcery.
You can't, yeah, because you are. And the thing is, you tell that dude did not go down to New Orleans and go to the restaurants
Lex, he said
and
that
ask the chefs
it's
those questions.
the people behind his back is telling him that. That's what he said. That's what they're saying.
I
That's what
call
That
Popeyes. I
you're
call
right,
brothers.
Rob. You are
They
very
say he
right.
come there every
That
day.
is lazy journalism. That's awful. That's just ridiculous.
Stephen A. Smith is a joke. I mean, bottom line, like I said, we've done shows where we exposed him. The guy that eats at Wendy's, we know that, he was saying that a lot of the stuff that when he was breaking down the Zion trade, getting traded for what's the point guard from Portland, Scoop, trying to get that happen, all that we
Why would
destroyed
we
all.
do that? Would be stupid.
We
Why would we
destroyed
do
all that. We destroyed all that. It was a narrative ESPN runs. They run these things when the cycle gets slow, and they make unseen. They make a lot of. They get a lot of views when they start talking negatively about the Pelicans, in particular Zion Williamson. So it doesn't benefit them, ESPN, for the Pelicans to be a team that is successful, because that'll take that Zion angle away from them when they have these extremely slow news cycles when nobody's watching, because a lot of times their ratings be down because people are, they're not really the juggernaut they used to be. So I mean,
Yeah.
this
Well, it's
happens.
because of things like this, Big
Yeah, this
Q.
is well. That's
Podcasts, these
right.
there's a lot of independent podcasts that are coming up that, they're more they're experts at knowing the team, knowing the players, knowing what's going on, and they don't have that intel. They don't have it. And so that's what's really killing. Like they're only getting they general things, or they're bringing up old narratives, or from what they've heard from other people. But as far as really knowing the details of the team, and following the team, they're not doing that. They're not watching Pelicans games. They're not
Right.
even watching the games. The only time that's why all this stuff coming up with Zion, all this stuff came up because it was nationally televised. Barkley even said, "Man, this is I believe my second time watching Zion like live." And that was just Barkley. Think about everybody else. They have not really watched the Pelicans games, let alone a game. So it was easy for them to jump on Zion after watching that Lakers game because that's the only game that they've watched. It's the only game. They don't know. They don't follow the team. They're not watching games with an S at the end. They're just watching a game on national television, and they're basing everything off of that game. It's really
That's true.
sad.
No, you make a great point on that, Lex, because like you said, the Pelicans are not popping up that much on these TNT games, and when they have an opportunity, you see with guys like Shaq and them, they draw some views from what Shaq gets to go on, and they talk about Zion Williamson and his mentality and all this kind of stuff. And
But look,
Barkley's he's not the best player on the team. There's other guys that's on the team that's
all
actually
that.
better than him, and that shouldn't be the case. They interject some very interesting points. And like I said, when you talk about where they're coming from, being that they're Hall of Fame players at the level, that's what Zion wants to be eventually, a Hall of Fame player when it's all said and done. And they are part Hall of Fame players. So they have some credence to their arguments about what's going on with him. But guys like Stephen A. Smith and JJ Redick, who came from the same college as he has, played on the team with him, and went up there and started DSing for ESPN. And when they start cooking these narratives, is what they do. And like I said, ESPN is not a sports company. It's been stopped being a sports company.
Isn't he?
It's sports entertainment.
It's a straight entertainment company, and that's why a lot of the ratings going down. So they're involved in clickbait stuff. So they push these guys out here to go and do these really weird stories to try to create a narrative so they can draw views. So it's very sad. So that's why their ratings going on. You're right, Lexxah. People don't want to hear. They want to talk sports. They don't have this bull crap entertainment. If they want that, they can turn what's the show TV with the guys when they talk about TV, whatever it is, with the little gossip TMZ or whatever.
Oh yeah, TMZ.
If they want to watch, they'll turn that garbage on, man. But we talking Pels tonight. So anyway,
Man, but as soon as Zion scored 35, 40 points, couple of games in a row, the brother's big time. You gotta show up to watch him. All that bullshit coming back. Everybody got to see. We knew he could do it. I always believed in you. Zion he's the best player on the team. I'm telling you, that Shaq, he's the best player on the team. Yeah, he's so dominant. Zion is all that shit go flip upside down, and they're just gonna jump on the other side, man. So winning cures all in this situation. All we got to do is win some games, and everything will fix itself.
indeed, bro. Indeed. Let's look at this next article right here, fam. We keep it moving. Trade rumors, here we come. And this is one of the things that this was released here by. This is from Bleacher Report, but there are several other reference points that we could talk about, which would basically preferencing the same story or rumors that they're hearing that Cavaliers, which we just seen Jared Allen, who matched up against Big V in there, saying that he's once again linked to the Pelicans. Now, remember, the Pelicans did inquire about Jared Allen with the Cavs early on, but since things have kind of dulled back. But according to Jake Fisher of Yahoo Sports, here we go again. Allen has drawn plenty, quote, end quote, plenty of interest as teams swarm around the middling Cavaliers roster. They are 15-12 on the season, a solid record, but not good enough. And of course, this article is written there. So go to quell rumors. The front office could look to retool. So Allen, in the midst of underwhelming 23-24 campaign, posting averages of almost 13 points a game, 8.3 on rebounds, a block per contest. And it's the second straight season his numbers have taken a drop since inking a 5-year, $100 million deal with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Most of Allen's regression comes down to his role and fit. The Cavs have found success of utilizing Evan Mobley at center more often before he suffered that knee injury that will keep him out for the next 6 to 8 weeks. Allen should see an increase in prominence with Mobley on the sidelines, as evidenced by his 25-14 rebound outbursts against the Hawks. So this is some of the stuff that we're talking about here. And he says about him. Now, they do mention in fact he's a non-shooting center. Yeah, that is not a good thing as well. But he does have some positives to his game. So let's kind of talk about this trade, if you like, man. We don't have to spend a ton of time on this. So we'll start it off. Lex, what you think about the Jared Allen rumors once again?
I mean, is JV doing bad?
No, he is not. No, he's not. He's actually doing
finally
good.
getting him involved. Oh goodness. I mean, we've heard it before. I mean, obviously, it's pertaining to JV and everything. Yeah, I saw him play. He was hitting some jumpers during the game. Actually, I think he was carrying the Cavs because he's the only one there. I really like JV. I just feel like he's more skilled. I mean, obviously, the shot blocking is not something that JV inherits, but I mean, I don't. If it's not JV, or if it's other pieces, I just I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, I think it's gonna stay a rumor. I mean, I know we have to do something. We know we can't keep everybody, but I honestly don't think this is the answer.
Jared Allen is not the answer you're thinking. I mean, because it'll come a time when the question will be asked about Valanciunas. The Pelicans did walk away from the table. They did walk away. That they put Valanciunas on the trade block. Now he's been playing really well, which is helping up his stock. So it could play either one or two ways. It'll play well the Pelicans and then make a solid deal for the team to keep him, or they ultimately decide to trade him. And he's playing really well, so his trade value would be very high. So it's one or two ways we're going to go here. So they were definitely interested in Jared Allen. But I know I don't think you see it as a fit. DC, what do you think, man, about this? Because you had some interesting conversation on this, bro. Fill us in.
Yeah, I think the acquisition of Jared Allen for JV, I think it would be stupid. Honestly, JV is better. This creates the issue offensively. The only way I can see this working is if, like, are we changing our starting lineup? Like, is we starting Trey Murphy? Like, how are we gonna create space for Zion to work and for Bi to get some of his mid range looks by adding somebody who doesn't shoot at all? Defensively, though, he is a huge upgrade over JV only for his shot blocking capabilities and his ability to alter shots. He ain't gonna get to all of them, but he can alter way more shots than JV. Because if we're being honest, to block a shot, or would he average a block a game? JV probably does the same thing. JV gets a block every game, so that ain't nothing. But to the amount of shots that Jared Allen will alter, or his ability to actually guard some guys off the perimeter, when they switch, we'd be more capable of switching everything, even with our center out there. So it has its positives, but the reason I think it would be stupid, we're paying JV $15 million right now. He constantly says he wants to be here. He's enjoying playing the game. He feels like a kid out there. All of these type of compliments. He took I think a slight pay cut because wasn't we paying him like 18? And he took a few less dollars to stay here. So let's say 15 at 4 years, or let's make it 17 at 4 years. That's still 60-something $million compared to 100 million for a team that's looking at the luxury tax and we thinking about all these things. I don't think it's smart at all. Do I think the Pelicans could be interested in Jared Allen? Of course, but at 100 million and at the price of giving up JV, I don't want it. If they could figure out a way to restructure the contract, but this ain't quite like the NFL, so I don't know how that will work. Or if they could figure out a way to get him on the back end, maybe he gets brought out or something like that, and we're looking at him for those purposes, and they have this rumor mill going. I think he would be an excellent addition to the team alongside of what we have. But him as our primary center and him only, maybe they could look to get rid of him, and we're gonna use more of Larry Nance. Maybe they want to incorporate both of those guys. I do see a connection there. Larry Nance played in Cleveland for a long time. Sure, he knows Jared Allen. I think he was there at the time when Jared Allen came over from Brooklyn. So where there's smoke, there definitely could be fire, but I don't want it to happen. But this is also a guy that our general manager, who doesn't get to talk much, Trajan Langdon, actually, was responsible for with the Brooklyn Nets. So this is one of his guys. So I don't take this story lightly. And there's been many stories or connections of us wanting Jared Allen. Like this is a thing every year, at least for the last 2 years. So I think it can be very real. But should we pull the trigger? I don't think so. I actually hope not. I'd rather prefer to go a different direction if we are going to go for a trade.
Yeah, and there's going to be some trade talk. Right now, we're not at that interval, but it's just some of the stuff that's starting to happen right now with the Pelicans. But yeah, Val is playing really well, and this is the Val we could have seen, early on in Willie when we talked about Willie Green's mindset to get Valanciunas going. He's getting them going in the game, and it makes it easier for everybody because V starts scoring, and when he starts scoring, it helps out his rebounds, it helps out his defense. And then it just is a big help. It takes pressure off of everybody when Valanciunas is going, man. And I'm just thankful that Willie Green finally realized that and started to do that. And hopefully this is not just him doing this just so he can build up trade value, or they can build up trade value to move Valanciunas. Hopefully this is an awareness of sorts that, ultimately it will some kind of way blend together where it works financially speaking. But yeah, we're getting to a very difficult, I guess an intersection here on what needs to happen in terms of the player and the money and what's going on with the team into the this season and into the future. So it's going to be, we'll be here to check it out, man, and make sure it's what happens, man, because I know DC, you was talking about DeJounte Murray. You made mention of him, and there's some interesting stuff about how to move the team forward and all this kind of stuff and how things could change. But like I said, I guess the Pelicans leadership really do have to see what they have here now. That's the big sticking point right here, is what we have here now. Do we have the correct collection of players, and can we get them to mesh and then have a playoff run and then build upon that? That's something after so many years of injuries, we finally can be able to get this damn team together. And now they after all the injuries basically stole their time. They got a kind of a very fine streamline right here to try to see if they can accomplish that. Lex, you want to add on to it before we move on to the next topic?
Yes. One thing about JV is that out of all of our starters, he's been the most available. Like, I think he's only missed like 4 games. Well, either 2 or 4 games stemming from last season and to this season, which is really good, and that's compared to all the rest of our starters. Not only that, I mean, he is, like you said, Big Q, we can play through him. And I know Jay Black, he had mentioned that, playing through him, it has like a 90s type feel, but the thing is, it still works. There's some things that may be kind of old school, but that stuff still works. I mean, if he's opening up, shots for everybody on the perimeter, why would we complain about that or knock that if it's working? So, I mean, the fact that we have a guy, if, Bi's out, if Zion's out, we still have, or, CJ, we still have Jonas who we can play through. And Jonas, again, when he was at Memphis, it was Jonas, not Ja or Triple J, who led them into the playoffs the year before he was traded to the Pelicans. That was Jonas. Like, he was literally on a tear. So, I mean, and that's why I keep going back to that, because, Jonas is talented, man. I mean, when you give that ball to him and let him go to work, that dude, he has so much skill. So much skill. I mean, and plus, watching him over in FIBA as well. I don't know if anybody caught any of those games. They were playing through Jonas. Like, he was basically the star of his squad. They made sure that they got that ball to him, and he was just going in on against teams, including Team USA. So, just JV ain't nothing to sleep on. I wouldn't want to give him up. I mean, I really feel like he's a valuable piece to this team. He's a great asset to this team. And when he's well acclimated into the game plan, that dude can work wonders, not only offensively, but on the defensive end too, because that's more energy. It's an energy that transfers, on both ends of the floor.
All right. Yeah, that's I gotta agree with Val. You're right. Val has been one of the most consistent players that we've had here. Right now, he's averaging 15 and 10 for the Pels right now. He shoots 3-pointers. He's always in shape. He's not the most athletic guy, but he always gives you the best effort. He sets some pretty hard ass screens at times that gets him in foul trouble. The referees sometimes kind of single him out, but he's actually got he's got actually better at that as the last several games. So you don't see that as much anymore as we be seeing it early on. So which contributes to him being more available. So anyway, let's move into this thing. I want to be able to play this for the Pelican family members.
Wait, hold up. Bird talking about. They remember when everybody wanted to trade JV.
Not everybody.
We never wanted to trade JV.
Nah, that might have been some
We
people.
always spoken against it for the last 2-3 years. I always trade JV for what and get what?
Yeah. Who are you gonna get? Who are you gonna get?
You're not gonna get nothing,
man.
better
That's
than that
crazy.
unless you're getting upper echelon guys.
Yeah, and like I told you, DC, it's gonna be an opportunity cost. Like, you're gonna lose. I feel like you're gonna lose a lot more by getting rid of JV than gaining. And business wise and game wise, that's not smart.
Right. That's it, Q. I ain't got nothing else to say on that.
All right, so let's jump in to the next topic right here. I want to be able to play something for the family members here. And this is and we made mention of this, and I'm not going to play this whole thing. This is something what Shaq O'Neal had to say.
Oh, there they go.
Yeah, let's hear. We're going to play the little of this here, of what he said in response to what was said about Zion Williamson, and what he was saying in terms of Zion Williamson can really be the type of player that he believes he could be, and he was speaking to the temperament that he believes that Zion needs to adopt to get to the level, to get to that that level that Shaquille O'Neal and others in his ilk and people like Charles Barkley and all those guys have reached. Like I said, these are Hall of Famers. I don't like Barkley, but I do respect Shaquille O'Neal's opinion. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think they do have some valid points. Not everything I agree with, but just let's take a listen and y'all tell me what y'all think.
Fitness, 25 fitness. There's no way.
And he has been practicing with the team.
Okay, so that's good to know. He's been practicing with the team. I'm anxious to see what type of shape is he in and his energy level. If I'm Ja Morant, I know everything's my fault. I'm taking on that villain role, and I'm going for the 8th spot. Right now, we're not a good team. We have to make up 8 games. Is Ja Morant good enough to make up 8 games and possibly get in that 8th spot? I say he is. So tonight is the night we start.
But Jack, they only got to get to 10. They don't have to get there.
That's right.
for the
That's right.
player.
So what's done is done. He made mistakes. He's paid for his mistakes. If I'm John Morant, I'm focusing on getting my team back in track. Because the last 2 years, they were very exciting. So now, accept that villain role. Everybody's counting you out. This is when you got to step your game up. So I'm anxious to see which players is coming out to play tonight.
They have had losing streaks of 6 and 5 already this season.
Hold on, let me set it up, fam. I thought I had this damn thing set up already. I didn't want to hear all that, but I thought it had it set up.
It's all right, Q. When we was watching it, this is what we heard too. They kept talking about Memphis.
That's sad, man. I thought I had it set up
like
right.
everything
But
was
voice-wise and in
his return.
Go ahead, Lex. What you were saying?
Oh no! I mean, it was that was the story, the storyline of all this is Ja coming back. It's almost like this game was a setup game, and it just so happened that this game happened to be on TNT. So you know what I'm saying? I mean, when you look at all the elements, like this was his first game back, and then he had the type of performance that he did. It seems like the Pels have just been on the bad end of these last 2 games, with the first in-season tournament and then this with Ja returning. It's like it really wasn't set up for us to succeed. So that's all.
Yeah, I was my thought on what they were saying about Zion Williamson's game. Like I said, Shaquille O'Neal's aspect of what he was saying about Zion was interesting to me because I don't think Shaquille O'Neal's a effed up player. I'm not going person. I thought he was trying to give him the game from his perspective, and he was saying certain things like the G14 clearance or whatever he was talking about. He was saying stuff like that. And he was trying to say that, listen, for you to get to this level, because I'm a Hall of Famer. I was a guy that dealt with health, with weight issues. I was a young star. I was a phenom. So he can relate to him in that realm that that others can't. So it was very interesting to hear his take on that to Zion Williamson's. But I guess it depends what ear or what perspective you coming from when you hear it. But here it is. I got it tuned up here.
When it comes to being a dominant big man, there is no other. There was another. Rest in peace, Mr. Wilt Chamberlain. When it comes to being a dominant big man, I am the authority. I am the go-to guy. I sat there and watched him. I said, he doesn't run hard, doesn't create easy baskets for himself, and it looked like he's not ready. That was me telling him, if you do this, you can get to the next level. So we only criticize people that we like. We only criticize people that we believe in.
What's really interesting, Ernie, why would he worry where it's coming from? It's coming from a place like we want him to be great.
And that's what he says. If that's what if that's where you're coming from, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, there's some other. I know where he's coming from because there are some. I listen.
Yeah, but I ain't places. I'm not
right. And he said Charleston, but there are places that are just criticizing. They don't give you a solution to the answer. They just want to give you the problem. But these 2 guys, one, have, like I said, early in their career, had to figure out, if I got in a little bit better shape, I'm the best player in the world. And both of them have been the best player in the world and dominated over a decade. Not like anybody could dominate for half a season, because most of these guys in the NBA are great, or even a year. But to dominate decades like Shaq and Charles have done, it's impossible if you're not in that kind of shape.
And Ernie, I'm about to keep it 1,000. If you say something about me and I don't get mad, that means I'm not ready. His response is telling me he ain't ready. I would have been like, excuse my friend, F, Shaq, and Charles, watch this for the rest of the season. That's how you respond. Because actually when I say certain things, I'm egging you on to see what you're going to do. But the fact that, again, it's all about that look. He still ain't got that look today.
It's really
all right. So anyway, I shut Barkley up before he gets prattling. But this is some of the stuff Shaquille O'Neal's saying. He says he's egging him on. He used the term egging him on, trying to see if he can get him. But listen, I think Zion Williamson is going to play with this type of force anyway. I mean, it's just all of the stuff that popped up here. And really, if you scroll down on his feed here, you can see something else. I'm not even bringing it up, but it's a lot of stuff that's going on that he has to play with more focus. We talk about him having this child, all of the stuff that happened during the summer. It's been a constant barrage, plus all of the other crap that just happened with the team getting handled by the Lakers. And then Shaq O'Neal is saying what he's saying. Good, valid points. A lot of it is very valid, being that you look at Shaq's resume and where he's coming from. So I'm gonna touch on that, and then this will be my last time touching on it. Y'all heard it. Y'all touched on a little bit early on in the stream, but if y'all want to elaborate on y'all thoughts of what you just heard, please feel free to do so. Lex, we can start with you. After that, we're gonna bring in some of the family members. If y'all won't pop in on the stream, about to open up the lines. The link is pinned to the chat. Lex, if you please.
Yeah, I mean, I feel Shaq, and definitely from a positive sense, and I think all three of us can agree on this, is that we do want Zion to be great. I mean, the guy has a lot of greatness in him. I mean, he's shown that he can be dominant, but not only that, his ceiling, like, he hasn't even tapped into like other parts of his game, let alone getting into his bag, which we've seen it. We've seen glimpses of it, but it hasn't been a large sample size. So I mean, definitely, Shaq has a point. I mean, Zion's got to do more. He's just got to do more, man. He's got to do more. He's got to get, obviously the conditioning up. I don't know the whole situation. I mean, you hear so many things, you don't really know what's true or not, but really just out on the court, Zion has to do more. He does need to get more rebounds, play with more energy. We've seen Zion when he plays with a lot of energy. It's contagious. I still think about those games against the Suns from last season. The game against the T-Wolves when, he just, I mean, in the SKC Center, it was electric. Those games, like, those weren't just, that was Zion playing like at his best. And it's crazy to think, but he has more of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was just kind of like an appetizer right there. So yeah, Shaq does have a point. I think, shoot, Zion definitely needs to play more pissed off. I know he was I don't know if you all saw the clip where he was upset after getting his third foul. And he actually hit Willie Green. And he was going back onto the court, and Jose had stopped him because he was like just that upset about getting his foul. But I actually love seeing that. I would love to see that, him harness it and go out there and really punish and dunk on everybody. I'd love to see that. And let me tell you something. If he has that mentality, like, man, I'm a dunk on everybody, because nobody's about to move his body. If his body is coming towards you, you're either going to move out the way or he's going to move you out the way. And let me tell you something. He's going to get those calls. He may not make the dunk every single time, but he's going to get those calls. There's too much contact and it's too aggressive. And if he gets overly aggressive just with that mentality, man, I'm going to dunk on everybody, that's one way to get the ref's attention. Like, man, you need to make that call and stop playing around, because that's been a huge problem. But yeah, if he gets more aggressive, and, plays like like Shaq did, like, just attack, and play with more energy, get up and down that floor, do the things that he knows how to do, because the talent is there. I mean, Zion, he'll shoot up very quickly. But it can be done. But Shaq does have a point. He wasn't just a dominant big man for nothing. He's got the accolades to prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, DC.
I think what Shaq is saying is coming from a good place, right? I do. But I think he's part of the problem for a guy like Zion. I think Zion's very private. He's almost like a enigma of being famous, but doesn't really want to be famous, if that makes any sense. And the attacks on him, I think they get to him. I think it makes his game worse. I think it causes him to second guess himself and maybe wonder if he's really that guy. I think he's dealing with a crossroad confidence wise. I mean, he's still a younger guy. Zion is not really stepped into what he's gonna be yet. He's still like a big kid in some ways. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he's like a man in other ways, but we know what it's like to be a young man, you making that transition. But Zion has gotten angry and harnessed that that type of energy. You know what I'm saying? You talking about Lex, like we know what he's capable of. We've seen him play at a very dominant level, and the injury he suffered, it's like almost every time he missed major time. Other than the first time in his rookie season, it just seems like it takes him a while to gain his confidence. He kind of got to get it back and get in the groove. And I think this year it's probably been a lot harder for him than normally. They've never announced his baby being born. I'm sure he's dealing with that too. You've seen the new tattoo. I'm guessing that has something to do with his daughter. So he still got Mariah Mills in his outside life coming at him. So he dealt with all of that. I just think he's in one of those places that he talks about, being in that dark place and trying to fight through all of that. Obviously, he battles some of those issues, and I think we're seeing it on the court. But the longer he's out there, and without these setbacks, man, it's just like the more Zion plays without missing a game. Um, we see him, they holding him out of back to backs and this and that. He would have a good rhythm going, and then he misses a game or so, and it's almost like in some aspects he has to start over again in that momentum for some reason. Coach Krzyzewski always talked about him. You just got to play him. They talked about his weight issues. Zion's got to play. Just let him play, and he's a guy that plays himself into shape. I think as the season goes on, man, he's only going to get better and better and better and better. We look at his minutes. Doesn't play a whole ton of minutes all the time. And then the other part of it, I wonder if some of the philosophy for that, holding him out of the back-to-backs and all of this stuff, and maybe coaching him to not go so hard at times. I can't prove that that's a thing, but just me knowing how cautious they are about him making it through a complete season, I'm sure they tell him not to overexert himself at times if he feels slightly fatigued and all of these things, because we've seen Zion play full out. You can look at him and know he has another gear, or that he could run back on defense at full speed and sprint. We've seen him doing that before. So the why isn't he doing it now would be the question. What factors go into that, and what's going on in his head. But whatever it is, I think he's gonna come out of this and overcome it, man. He got 197 million reasons, right? To do that. So Shaq,
Well, I don't think it's just the money, but I mean that's gonna come
he
because
loves the game. He loves the game. He gonna do it for the love of the game. He a hooper for real. But what Shaq was getting at, I think that's just his way of trying to trying to hype him up, trying to get him to play. But I think Zion move at his own speed, man, and it's gonna come at his own time. I mean, people have been criticizing him, talking about him for years. You don't do nothing but layups. That ain't changing. You know what I'm saying? He still does that. He's gonna progress and evolve at his own speed. And I think the people closest to him that he trusts are the ones that really has his ear, who he may take advice from. Like you always talk, Big Q, about the Karl Malone thing, right? Well, hopefully they can find somebody like that that can get through to him and help him get to that next level, because it's really all it is a fitness thing and him staying healthy thing. So between the organization, what they may be asking of him or what they may be telling him not to do, maybe they don't want him to go all out and trying to make sure he makes it the whole season and he's ready for the playoffs if we make it there. I think we will, but you always got to say if, you never know. But you got all these different factors. And when Zion figures out how he gonna attack it, it's gonna be a sight to behold. But this time, I think it's the last time we'll be having this conversation. I see it when it's fixed this time and he gets the plan and he gets in shape. I don't think we're gonna see this anymore. If we do, then maybe he won't reach that lofty potential that we think he can. But I truly think this is the last time we're gonna be talking about his conditioning and him being in shape and all that. I think Zion's gonna get it together. And them pushing him, may be the reason for that. But he definitely gonna respond on the court, and I don't see him talking. So we just gotta wait and see.
I wanted to point out something. This offseason, Zion really dedicated his training and conditioning and getting in shape and all that stuff with the Pelicans. He was with the organization, he was in the gym and all that good stuff. And I'm looking at how he came into the season, how he's playing now. And it's definitely there's a huge difference between last season coming off of his season layoff, which is a very long time, way longer than what he missed from January 2nd of just last season. He worked with Jasper Bibb. And I'm looking at how he came in, like he was very quickly acclimated to the game when he came in last season. And that was coming off of the season before of his season layoff because of, his foot. But this time around, he was out January 2nd, which is a shorter amount of time to come back from, and he's gotten off to a slower start. And I say that because I'm wondering why that is, because I think so much was made of, well, why is Zion away from the team? Why is he not working out at this facility? Why is he not training with the Pelican staff? Which I don't know if a lot of you all knew this. A lot of players train away from the organization. That's not anything new. But basically what I'm saying is that Zion was in his best shape after he worked with Jasper Bibb. Because there's a huge difference the way that he's came in last season off of a longer layoff compared to being out for 10 months and coming in this season. Like he actually came in a lot more sluggish. Like he really wasn't ready. Like he wasn't like working out because it was and you can go back and look at the games, look at the stretch that he played, because obviously in the month of December, Zion was balling. Do you all recall that? I don't know. I'm wondering if it's something that the organization was doing as far as, working on his body and things compared to when he was working on his body and training with Jasper Bibb. And maybe he needs to go back to Jasper because he was actually playing. He got off to a faster start after working with Jasper Bibb in the offseason. So I don't know. I just think it's kind of interesting how he's coming to the season because it's like two totally different people, as far as conditioning wise.
All right. Yes, indeed, man. Let's keep it going, man. Shout out to the family. Y'all please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and by all means, feel free to share the show. We up in this thing. We got Jose. We're gonna bring in here and DJ if y'all want to pop in to share y'all or drop some game with us with the Pelicans. The link is pinned to the chat. So we're gonna bring the family members in. Jose, DJ, welcome on in the stream, fam.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, Jose? How you
Good,
doing?
bro. How you
I'm
doing?
good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Yo, Big Q, man. Well, first of all, let me start with Lex. Lex, I love your intro. It's my first time talking to you, and I've been on this chat before, but it's my first time talking while you've been here, and I love your intro. It's fire.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
You gotta
Of
play with the
course.
edge. You gotta play with the edge. How y'all doing?
What's
And
up, DJ?
Big Q, I miss your intro though. So if you could put that at the end, maybe, because that shit, especially after a win, because that shit used to get me hype. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, bro. We definitely put that together, bro. We're waiting on DC, man. He ordered a good call. He's supposed to be doing a intro as well to incorporate into it. So we're just going.
Okay.
So that'd be pretty good.
Trifecta. That's what's up, man.
Yeah,
Man, I'm buying to that bullshit Big Q telling.
Yo, DC, welcome back again, bro, man. We
What's up,
definitely
brother?
miss your commentary. Like you're great. Like you're mad funny and you're very knowledgeable. All three of you guys are. So I really appreciate all three of you guys.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you being here too, brother.
You're ready, man. So let's talk about the squad. So
Hey,
I
go
really,
ahead. Go ahead.
yo, everyone in the squad, like they all play their role, and we have one of the deepest teams. Like especially with we call it Trey Murphy, Zion, Big V, JV, CJ, BI. Like it's one of the best, deepest squads, lengthiest squads. This team. Like we just need to always be consistent, and play with energy every single game. What's the word that Lex always says? Play with passion. Play with
Play with the edge. Play with the
the
edge.
edge. Play with the edge. That's the word. Yeah. So that's what we need to do every game. Like I'm a big BI fan, and I really feel like that's what BI needs to bring every single game. He needs to play with an edge because when he plays with an edge, I really don't see that many players better than him. Like, tell me if I'm wrong about that.
Well, there is no I in team, and Bi he is. This is his team. I'm a Pelican fan. Like I've been a Pelican fan since hell, Mashburn, Baron Davis, Peter Stojakovic, any of that nature. So I've been through, it's and bits and all that throughout the whole basketball season. With that, everybody gonna have their downfall, but just to keep your composure and still play the whole game, then hey, it is what it is. But my thing is this though, with the Jared Allen rumor that's going around, if we not trading Cody Zeller and probably Kyra or EJ Liddell or whatever case may be, I don't know. Because, we barely use Cody Zeller. Larry Nance, I don't want to say he's injury prone, but he got a lot of injuries on him. I guess if you're going to go small ball five, I don't know.
If
You
we're
got a
going
lot
small
of.
ball five, we gotta play Zion at that small ball five if we're going small, because that's when I feel like we could really use Zion as an advantage is by playing him at small ball five when we have the opportunity. Like especially against that Grizzlies team, we could definitely use him as a small ball five. Sorry for cutting you off.
But here's my thing though: if you're gonna play Zion at small ball five, he has to shoot. In order for this small ball five team works, Zion has to shoot. He has a mid range. He has the little 3-point shot. He has to shoot. When he first came in the league, the man was killing the Spurs. No, we were supposed to win that game, but Elvin Gentry or whoever took him out and we lost. Granted, Zion has to shoot.
Why do you think he doesn't shoot?
That
It's really frustrating. I'm not gonna lie.
it is. It really is. It really is. Because at times I'll be like, nigga, shoot the ball. They giving you the shot. Shoot the
Mid
ball.
range, like this is a midi. Like,
Yeah. Shoot
please,
the
like.
rock. So at times, and I know everybody that watch the Pelicans, including DC, BQ, and Lex, I know even when Jonas, they get Jonas. I get mad when Jonas don't shoot the ball. Nigga shoot. Everybody else shooting. And shoot the ball. Look, it's either gonna go in or go out. Either one. So, like I said, Zion and off of this small ball, until Larry Nance get back, until that stuff happen, Zion has to shoot, no matter what. If Zion go 1 for 5, hey, he tried. Be better next game. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, whatever. But at the same point in time, shoot the ball.
I know Zion is very dominant, but when Zion's down the court, when we have Herb, we have Trey Murphy, Bi, JV, and CJ, all of them are threats to shoot. Like that's the reason why the offense looked so smooth last night. It's because like there's no person that's like you can't leave any of them open.
Correct.
But when Zion's on the court, like yes, he's very dominant and he can get to the basket. But when there's a wall there, that's when he gives up the ball. Like you guys blame the coach for like not playing through Zion, but when there's a wall, Zion is willing to give up the ball because he knows he can't get to the basket at that point. So what else is he going to do? So I don't think you can blame that on Willie. Zion has to get better. He has to take mid range. He has to take open shots. He has to do something with the ball other than go to the basket every single possession.
But okay, so that means I'm still putting a little bit on Willie because if you don't have the rotation for Zion to pass out and like, okay, so my thing is this though. We already know Zion likes scoring in the paint. We all know that. If you watch the Pelican game, Zion is strong in the paint. We all know that. Jesus knew that, and he created them. My thing is this though. Why you got? I'm just throwing out a scenario. Why you got Dyson Daniels? Even though Jose can shoot, yes he can shoot. I'm not saying he can't, but we're just gonna go along with the scenario. You got Dice, maybe Herb, maybe just a question mark. You got Dice, Herb, Jose. Let's just say
Najee,
Najee,
on the corner.
Yeah, Najee and Zion. If you don't have no shooters out there, what
And
you
Hawk.
want the man to? I mean, well, Hawk. Oh, okay. So let's see, 1, 2. Okay, so who you substituting for Hawk? Because you already got Trey, Najee, and Jose. Hello?
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, DJ. What was the question again? Who you changing out? Or you asked Jose? Jose, you still there, man?
Yes, I am.
Oh, so Jose.
I'm multitasking. I'm in the gym too.
Okay. He was asking you a question about who you would switch out. I don't know if you heard him.
Oh, sorry. Can you repeat your question? My fault, bro.
All right, so you got Najee, Dice, Jose, Zion, of course, and you said J Hawk. I mean, who you switching out?
I mean, when we get to the playoffs, it's going to be like a 7-8 man rotation. So you got to have Dice on the court. It's going to be Hawk. Hawk can't. Hawk, he's a rookie. He's not going to get minutes. And when we shorten the rotation, respectfully.
Well, no, I mean you can't say that because look how Trey Murphy and Herb Jones got into it.
Trey Murphy. Oh, Herb is a defensive first player, and Trey Murphy
Correct.
he didn't get minutes until like towards the playoffs. And now that he's elite, there's no minutes for an eighth or ninth person. Like Hawk is gonna have to earn his way in next year. Like it's not gonna happen, especially because Najee's contract. He's on the contract here, so Najee might not be here next year. That'll be more minutes for Hawk next year. But this year, you got to give the opportunity to Najee.
My thing is I like the Memphis game. I think, and I think DC would praise me on this one. It's really rotations, and like, cause I have seen Willie rotation, and I'm like, why do you have this rotation out here? Like, you got other pieces, like the Earl Jones, whatever his name is, Earl, whatever number 50, I don't know his name, but I mean, and then you got Matt Ryan, and like, what are we doing? And Matt Ryan, he's another shooter too. So you got Matt Ryan, you got Earl Thomas Jr., whatever his name is, like, and you have other pieces. When I mean, like, what are we doing? Like, we have the roster. What, like, see, when John Morant came, man went off.
That game
Why?
hurt my heart. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, like why? Like it's
It
like
hurt everybody
it's
hard that
like
game.
it
Bro, that game in the Laker game, whew, I had to take like at least a few days off. Not gonna.
like
Man.
like that game though. It's like when let's just say rest in peace Kobe. I'm not gonna say I was a Michael Jordan fan,
Feature the
so
GOAT. Yep.
I'm not gonna say that. But let's just say Kobe still playing for the Lakers. Oh, we got the Pelicans. Oh, that's when I'm gonna make my return, and he scored about 60 points. Like, what are we doing? I mean, I know it's Kobe, but what are we doing?
Bro, we should have doubled him and get the ball out of his hand. That was on Willie. The way we play defense wrong against Job, that was on Willie. I definitely agree with that.
That's the same thing with the Saints. The Saints let fucking a rookie wide receiver kill their defense. What are we doing? Like what? Like it's like okay, that's the Saints. All right, that's when I'm gonna go off. What are we doing? Like Dennis Allen. What are we doing?
What do y'all think should have been done differently in
You
You
talking
gotta
about
get
with
the ball out. You gotta
in
get
the
the ball off
Memphis
his
game?
hands. You gotta double team him, get the ball off his hands. Like you guys said, if Baines beat us or anyone else, let them beat us. But you gotta get the ball out of his hands. Also, the rotation. You gotta have Murphy, and doesn't make sense. 20 minutes for Murphy, that doesn't make sense. He has to at least get 28 minutes a game. And yeah, those two things. And CJ has to make better IQ plays. I mean, he was 6 for 8 and 3. So he was hot, but he didn't get the
Yeah,
ball.
but my
Like,
thing with CJ is, and don't get me wrong, CJ is CJ. I totally understand that. He's not the right. I won't say this wrong, and I won't get bashed in the comments. CJ is not the guard that I need for this team. Pretty much, I need like somebody gonna still shoot the ball and average maybe 7 to 8 assists a game at
Okay.
least.
What's happening, Jay Black, man? Let Jay Black get up in this thing. What's going on with you, brother? You
Well, what's
want
going
to add
on,
to the
Jay?
bill, man? Well, he done bounced out.
7 to 8 assists from CJ. I don't know how he's gonna get that utilization to do all that, bro.
He's not that type of player.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I need like
CJ is a straight up two.
Yeah, he's a
Right.
He
scorer.
can
Score first.
he can do the combo thing at times, but it depends on the situation. But he's a straight up two as far as with this team. Now Portland CJ, yeah,
He was a
you
straight up two
probably
there
had
too.
that because of the system, but in this system, like he just needs to be a straight up two because sometimes CJ's decision making isn't the greatest. But there's a lot of guys who can apparently handle the ball. Obviously, Herb, he played point, in college. Zion has two, BI, he's basically been deemed the main ball handler
All of them,
for the
other than
squad.
JV,
so
played point.
Yeah, and Dyson.
so
So
listen, because Dyson at
Jose.
time he get turnovers too. So let's just say let's picture this scenario. Let's put Rondo on the Pelicans right now.
That man is retired.
I know. Forget all that. Let's put Rondo back in the New Orleans Pelicans lineup right now. What's our record right now? 17 or 16 and what?
17 and 12, bro.
Imagine half of that 12 we win, and we still up with Rondo and the roster.
Hey, I got 3 more people to add to the show, man. That came in. Got my man Jay Black finally got in this thing. Hope you don't
What up,
fall
Jay
out.
Black?
What's up,
Well,
Go
no, what's going
Off
on,
and
Jay?
Aramis Jones? What's happening? What's
What's up,
happening, man?
Aramis?
Y'all feel free to get in and add to the bill, man.
No, I'll go last. I'm trying to fix something real quick.
All right, brother.
What's
What's
going on,
going
Jay
on?
Black?
Go Off.
All right, family. How y'all doing?
All
Well,
right.
no, what's going on?
Oh man, it's been a while, man. Good to hear everybody and be on part of the live instead of just listening. But man, I think we just as a fan base, as a family with the Pelicans, man, we got to be able to look at the team and see the good and the bad in them. And I see a lot of division when people just solely look at the good and solely look at the bad. But if we looking at this team, man, if anybody on this chat can say our starting five is good together, we lying to ourselves. And what I just want to pose to everybody in the panel, like, what's your honest thoughts on this five together? Like just the starting five, because that's the unit that's going to be out facing other teams first. So I'm just curious what everybody thinks.
I personally think it's one of the best starting lineups in the NBA. You need to Zion and BI need to figure out how to play together, and that's only going to happen through reps. So they both need to be on the court. But other than that, we have defense. We have a bunch of offense. Like,
Can I
they
say
just need to
one
learn
thing
how to play.
though?
For sure, bro.
All right. Now you talked about Bi and Zion together. Now you're only speaking to them as individual talents because together they don't play that well. So when you look at
That's
the
a
game
coaching
Zion to
issue.
go off, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right, but this is our team and that's our coach. You get what I'm saying? So this is who we rolling with. If it's a playoff series, that's still our coach. That's not changing. So what is the true potential with all the handicaps we got? Like being realistic. Because Willie Green not going nowhere right
Well, I feel like my boy BI could play off the ball, on the ball, on this team. I'm not talking about Team USA, but I'm talking about on this team. My question for you, especially Lex, like, how do you imagine Zion playing? What do you think is the best way for Zion to play? Because you don't want him to get the ball on the post. You don't want him to get on the top of the key. So, like, how do you want Zion what do you think is the most effective way to use Zion?
now. Sister Lex, you can go. I'm a sit back. I don't spoke.
Zion plays very well going downhill because of his momentum. Um, I mean, he's like a freight train. Can't nobody stop him when he's on top of the key. Now there are some possessions where he can get it down low, but not like consistently, not like just having him down there. I think it depends on the situation. You have to remember Zion is 6'6". He's only 6'6". He can jump out the gym, but he's still 6'6". So you're talking about him posting up against 7-footers or a shot blocker. And in this case, now they're having the shot blocker, which, he has to wait sometimes, obviously 3 seconds, because after that 3 second, they have to move out or they'll get that defensive 3-second call. But after they do that, it's basically like a one-on-one situation or a lob to Jonas. But I just think it depends on the situation as far as having him down low, the matchup as well. But downhill, I mean, we saw him understand Van Gundy, what he did with Zion. Not only that, just last season, we saw how, when the team was depleted, what he was doing, to have the team at the number 1 seed. Like, he was very active. I mean, he was unstoppable. Now, I don't feel like we've really seen that. I think like now we're seeing because I'm starting to look at a lot of these plays now where I think the play is designed for Zion to be in the corner because there's a play between BI, Jonas, and CJ going on. But it's like there has to be something going on as far as with him, like maybe cutting or something. I don't know, but we've seen it many a times where he's just in the corner, but we know that that's not the answer. So I don't know. They just need to find a way where there's some type of movement or more of the pieces moving around or doing something other than just watching that play, because they run it a lot of BI, I guess getting a handoff from Jonas or him coming up setting a screen and CJ doing a fade and kicking it out for a 3 or BI shooting a jump shot. But there has to be something else because obviously, Herb, he's going to stay out there to shoot that 3 or he's going to cut. But it's like, okay, well, what do you have Zion doing during that play? Which it's really not good because we've seen that even at the end of games where, he never touches the ball again during the last stretches of the game. But definitely him going downhill and matchup wise, when it's there, he can play down low, but just not all the time. But when he's going downhill, that's where, Zion is really thriving at his best.
To get him to go downhill, he got to get more rebounds. Keep that in mind. Get the rebound and just run it. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I agree with you, man.
I mean, he does need to do more. I mean, Zion has the ability to do a lot more. Like we've seen it. It's not like we haven't seen it. But yeah, I mean, he does need to get more rebounds. We've seen him get rebounds and push the ball. I don't know if you all remember those games against Toronto. He was running around those guys like they were cones. I mean, he has the ability to just, to push the ball, but I don't know. We just haven't seen it yet. I think there's a lot of things going on, seen and unseen with him. And, and you all just mentioned, I think you asked a question about the team as far as with the starting 5. Who asked that question?
I did go off. Yeah.
Yeah. What, can you repeat that question again?
So basically, I mean, you pretty much answered it. I was like, what are your thoughts on the starting 5 and like, what is the potential? Because I don't think this team is as good as everybody thinks it is. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think we got a lot to work on, and I just wanted to get like a consensus of how many people on the panel felt and in the chat felt the same versus the Pels. We're gonna ride with them. I'm not saying we shouldn't ride with them, but I don't think we should be criticized for seeing the flaws in it. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to know everybody's thoughts in the starting 5.
Okay, so
you think we got the talent go off, or you
yes,
think
yes, DC. I think we got the individual talent, but as a collective, it's not gonna mesh.
So more
we got the wrong players mixed together. So it's
correct.
A bad selection of talent.
I think if you replace Herb with Trey Murphy, you get way more offense. Because I'm gonna be real with you, the days of defense as the primary out the gate thing you're gonna do, I think that's past. I think we need more offense.
Shit, I gotta come in on that one. Oh no, hell no. Oh wait, what's the Minnesota Timberwolves? They ain't the number 1 team in the West? The fuck is wrong?
Okay. Hold on, combo. Brother, we don't have to get that high, though. Like,
No, no, no,
relax.
no, no, no. My
See,
bad.
that's
I
the
didn't mean to
emotional
curse.
side.
He's
Yeah,
got a
But,
come
lot of
on.
but
conviction.
J Black got a lot of
Yeah.
passion, man. It ain't.
But no, but I'm saying like
Respectfully,
you see when you get
respectfully.
too emotional, you start losing intellect. Like let's talk at this level, bro. Like I'm coming at you this way. You see what I'm saying? So, but look, check me out. Here's what I'm saying. Those teams that are regular season teams that do good in the regular season, yeah, we could look at them and admire and aspire to be them all we want. Sacramento, perfect example. But when it come down to like playoff basketball, when you're thinking your team is going deep. Now, if our goal is to make it to the first round, second round, yeah, cool. We might get that, but then we might not.
I got one small question for you. I'm gonna let you keep building. J Black, you can reply, and everybody else could jump in. I know Aramis won't talk. My man Corey up in here. But the question I got for you is the same question I always ask when everybody always talks about offense. I like Trey, and I understand why people want to put him in the starting lineup. But I'm gonna ask you a question. Out of everybody who won a championship, can you name me a team who won the championship without a top 10 defense?
Defense or team
Oh,
defense? Team defense, we could play team defense, but we got to change our principles. Zion, we all see Zion. Yeah, but that's a whole nother thing with him and Bi. So we'll never get there with them two on the team together.
I mean, we top 6 or 7 right now.
All right, we'll see. We'll see. But I'm sure. But your question was what again, DC? I don't think I answered it. All right.
No, I was just saying, like, because everybody, I always hear this thing like, offense, offense, offense. We need all these players who can score, and I'm like, they only got one basketball. As far as the starting lineup, and my question was, can you name me a team that won a championship without a top 10 defense?
Maybe in the last 20 years, I probably can't. But I
yeah,
will say this.
you can. It's
what?
it was the Golden State
He haven't
Warriors.
won
It was the
championship.
Golden State
Golden State
Warriors without.
Warriors, they was number one at both.
But
No, that was
okay.
number one with the first unit. But when they had Kevin Durant, they was rated number 15. They was rated number 15 because I think a lot of them was hurt most of the year, but they was rated number 15. But they
Nah,
still won the
so,
championship that year.
They the
so
one
I
last.
can't name anybody,
Yeah,
DC. But let me ask you this
yeah.
question, and now I'm muted. Let everybody
I
else
mean,
answer.
it's Netflix. You're
So
only
if
gonna get
we're
so
in the
many
top
shit. You're not gonna
10
get a lot
on
of.
defense right now, are we a championship team?
No.
No, we not.
No,
We not.
no, no.
That's
Because DC,
that's also
because he asked
Hey,
perspective.
me
all
what
Rob got to do is the
championship.
coach.
That's a perspective kind of question because first of all,
But I'm
these
asking
guys
him to know his
haven't
perspective.
these guys
Yeah,
haven't even had the time to really mesh. So a lot of these questions, it's like, although it makes sense as to why you're asking it, the problem is they don't have a lot of data together. And even though they've been mostly healthy during this season, there's not a
you
lot
better
of data
search.
to go off of the fact of if they can actually be a
See right there.
championship team. They have the potential to be a top end team when it comes to like the tangibles of top end talent and then thinking of how far they can go potentially in the playoffs because Zion at his fullest health wise, he is a top 10, top 5 caliber player. Brandon Ingram at his full potential, he is a top 15 fringe top 10 in my opinion player. Jonas Valanciunas, he's one of the top centers right now in the league. He's having a great season. CJ McCollum, he's bought into his what we've been asking him
You
to
want
do
me to
since
rub you
last
down?
year. So with that being said, it's like we have
You
all the
want me to rub you down?
tangibles. We have the defense when it comes to
Yeah,
Herb
I want
Jones.
to rub you down,
We
baby.
also have Trey Murphy. We have all these players who
You
also
crazy.
are young, but also have high upsides. Like it's not a matter of like right now, are we a championship team? Right now, we got to think about making the playoffs first and see how this team reacts whenever they're actually in a playoff atmosphere, fully healthy.
Cook, my boy, cook.
Can I can I respond? Because the thing you're missing is the key word DC said was name a championship team, not a team that made the first round of the playoff or second round. Context matters. Again, he
I
said
wasn't answering
championship team.
DC's question. I was just making a point Because
But
you're
when
over
you
here
say
talking.
championship, the reason championship got brought up because it was introduced. I didn't introduce it.
Well, yeah, but he was kind of defending the
The
point I was
sample,
making about
Can
defense.
somebody turn off their
the sample,
television in
right?
the background?
Yeah,
Because
somebody
it's
got
kind of hard to hear.
Right.
Somebody
Nah,
turn.
go ahead. I'm listening. I would.
But my
Somebody.
man, Golf Salt, I want to answer his question real quick. He said, "Truly, DC, do you think this is a top 10 defense?" It's not. Well, I can tell you, under Willie Green, since he's been here, we've always had a top 10 defense
I think we
every year.
rated number 8 right now.
I
I think
Yeah,
don't
we
think
so
that's
we're
been the
I
definitely a
think
problem.
top
we,
10 defense.
right
Gulf
now.
Coast Squadron. I mean, that's what it is, man. You can read them in week, and we've always been under this current generation of the Pels. But we definitely do need to address some things offensively. So I think Go Off does make some great points, and I definitely understand you want Trey in the starting lineup. But I liked your question though, and I think we should get back to that. The starting lineup. Do we feel? Wait, can you repeat your question for everybody? We got some other people on the panel. I want everybody to get a
Oh,
chance to say something on your question. I thought it was an excellent question, bro.
no, so it's just basically not the players that come off the bench and the ones you can mix. I'm talking about when we start the game and it's tip off. Our starting five versus the NBA. Where do you feel we rank? That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And do you feel that this collection is the collection that we need as a starting five?
DJ, yeah. I feel like we are the piece that the starting five that we have now. Uh, I'll give them the range of either the 6 or 7 seed right now. Just on healthy. I mean, hell, you can't stop Zion. He's gonna get hit and mid range and JV, getting his 13th double double or whatever it may be. So I'll put him under at least around 6 or 7 range right now.
Okay, Jay Black. I remember you was trying to make some points, but
Uh,
go
uh
off about that. You go ahead and finish your
about the starting
dialogue.
unit.
Yeah.
All right, the starting unit. It got holes in it. It got holes in it, but just like every other team, we're running into different matchup problems with different teams. So I would say I got it in my top 10 starting units, but I don't think it's the best unit in the league. No, not the best
What's the
starting
best
unit.
starting unit in the league, Jay Black?
I would say, because I really don't watch every other team right now. What I've seen was probably Boston.
Yeah,
Even though
I would
I
agree.
would say Boston right now.
But you don't
They
feel Boston play better whenever Derek White playing instead of Drew? Like as
no
a
They
guard?
when both are playing. Well, I think when they both play, because they both complement each other very well. And Derek White is an underrated defender. Uh,
What
that's
about the big?
you got Porzingis. He,
Porzingis is the fourth
he
guy on that team.
yeah, and they put
And he's
Horford that come off the bench if they need some strength. So I think that unit right now,
Okay.
I see Boston. Because you can't really stop them offensively, and they could switch on defense.
they're lengthy too.
Yeah. Well, Porzingis, but everybody else is around normal size.
I
They
mean,
don't.
but
They're,
still length.
they're lengthy,
I
but
mean,
they actually play defense.
Jalen Brown.
I
I
Yeah.
don't
mean,
like Jalen Brown at the four though,
uh,
bro. I like when Horford in and they bump the lineup a little bigger. To be honest with you, that been their best lineup.
Okay. I
Yeah.
no argument with somebody. Yeah. Hey, I just think it against different teams, or different teams, different units causes different problems.
Right.
So it's
I
not
agree.
one size fit all. That's why I say that's why I think they're looking at that Jared Allen thing with Big V. Because I believe this coach want a defensive big, like
Mm-hmm.
a fast defensive big. That's what I believe he wants. I don't believe it, but hey, I don't
I
know.
don't believe it. I don't believe it either. I agree with you.
I don't like that either. Hey,
Yeah.
my
I
man
don't.
Corey, what you feeling, brother, about the my man Go Off's question?
Man, I just think that the team is struggling a little bit, but at the same token, I want to be honest about it, bro. I think it's just coaching. There's just too much talent on that team to be struggling where they struggling. Period. And y'all can agree on that one. I know y'all can. And
Oh
that's
yeah,
my
I
standpoint on
agree.
that one.
Yeah, coaching, I believe, yeah, but
But Jay Black, you want to
yeah.
say you can try to defend it all you want, bro. We
Go ahead.
beating teams we're supposed to beat. Period. Y'all acting like we beating like the Celtics by 20.
We
We
ain't
beat
played
the
the
god
Celtics.
dog. I know we ain't played the Celtics, but we beat the Cavaliers, bro. And
Yeah,
y'all
we
swear
did.
like the Cavaliers one of the best teams in the game right now.
They weren't
They
That's
was
all
down
I'm
on a
saying.
2-game winning. There was a 3-game winning streak against quality teams.
But they
Name
also
them.
aren't. They didn't have
Yeah,
Donovan
they
Mitchell.
didn't have D Mitch. Evan Mobley's
No,
out
but
for
they've
for
been out
6
for
weeks.
a minute, and they was on a
And
winning streak.
Not D Mitch. D Mitch hasn't been out for a minute, but he was
Uh,
sick.
uh,
well, yeah, because he was sick on yesterday.
We did make short work of the
But
Timberwolves.
Garland, he has a facial
they,
fracture.
they they beat the Jazz, they beat the Rockets, and they beat Houston and the Hawks. They was on a 3-game winning streak.
Yeah, and I'm
So
just saying,
we ain't gonna
So
poo
they
poo
beat the
that win
Jazz.
though.
We
We
beat
ain't,
the Jazz, right?
yeah,
You talking about
they
they
beat
beat the Jazz, right?
they beat the
Hold on.
Jazz. Yeah, they
They
beat the
beat the
Jazz. They beat the
Jazz, and
Rockets, and they
The
beat
Jazz been playing. The Jazz been playing pretty good. I give you that. With the Rockets, do you don't think they're a bottom feed team?
no. They
No,
beat
No, the
us.
Rockets,
they've
the
beaten the
Rockets
And they won
Nuggets.
tonight.
They beat the Nuggets,
So you think the Rockets gonna be a playing team or a playoff team?
a playing
Uh,
team.
Play in probably. I don't know. You don't know what happens during the season. Injuries, factors. I don't know. Trades. We don't
So
know
let me
what's
ask you
going to
this
happen.
one. So okay, I get you that. So let me from watching the Pelicans for 2, 3 years strong. I've been following the podcast, bro. I've
Yeah.
been following you, Jay Black. I've been following you, bro. I like the way your commentary is. I like DC. I like Lex. I like Big Q. But be honest, bro. Is this the Pelican team we've been hoping for? I'm not trying to be one of those ones that saying championship team. I'm not saying that, but don't you think they should be better than what they are?
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Absolutely. That's why we come up here
yeah,
complaining.
yeah, their record should be way better than what it is right now.
Because
I
to be
think,
honest with you, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna front. From last year's team with Zion being healthy, I was looking for a switcheroo from what Minnesota is to where we are right now, bro. Straight
Well,
up.
yeah,
yeah,
I agree. So our
we still
expectations
do
is
that too,
higher,
bro.
but we
But
blown.
they realistic though, Jay Black. You don't think that's realistic, bro? I ain't saying to win a
No,
championship,
no,
but you know,
I'm definitely not going against that. What I'm saying is, shit. Actually, we blown 8 leads, 8 of them by double digits, and once we get
that's
a
coaching or that's players, bro. That's coaching or players.
it's
Just let me know.
Both.
combination of
it's a
both.
It's both.
combination of both. So when I watch the TNT games, I can hear what they say in the huddle a little bit better. So I hear when he's saying get the ball to Big V. He be saying it a lot, but they find the open shots and they take their open shots. He be screaming at what he
Hey,
wants.
Jay Black. Let's be real. JV is a top tier center, bro, and they don't play through him. Not like if
Well,
he
we
was
got.
at when he hold on, bro. When he was with Memphis, they played through him, right? He come over here, he's getting scrap points until like his, you know what I'm saying? Like he's a better center than what we showcasing, correct or no?
No,
Yeah,
no, I disagree with that because on Memphis, they didn't have as many good players as we have over here. It's a top of tier. It's a different tier over here. It's a Zion, it's a Bi, it's a CJ, it's a Trey
Nah,
Murphy. It's a lot
they
of.
had some stuff. They had some stuff on Memphis, and what they did, because I constantly talked about it, because the Pels were struggling with ways to implement JV, and I watched how Memphis used them, and I was like, man, we need to do that. They did start JV, But a lot of times he was like the first sub out, and what they would do was
Wait,
they
with the
would
big
put him
tune.
with the second unit, and he would be like the number one option on the second unit, so they could
But
get
if
all
you
the other guys cooking with the starters, and they let JV just take over the second unit. He was the number one option, almost like how we got the 6-man score, except he was
yes,
a big doing it, and
but
that's
look,
Look
what
like
they did with him.
I
They
say
did
this
that, and
again.
it was
Oh wait,
extremely successful.
did they
They
have a
finally got
Trey
to the
Murphy?
playoffs.
Did they had a Trey Murphy coming off the bench over there? Somebody
No, but I
averaging
mean,
plus 15. He wouldn't be the number one option coming. If our team is whole, do he be the number one option? If all our stars are on the bench, do he become the number one option?
JV
no,
is
but
not the number
JV.
one option
Yeah, I'm
on
saying
any top 5, probably top 10 team. He's not gonna be a number one. He ain't a
I'm
Jokic
not
or
saying number
Joel
one,
Embiid.
no, DC. I'm saying like he can facilitate the offense. You get what I'm saying? I'm
there's a
not
different
saying number
offense.
one.
I think in certain
So
situations he
what
can
are
do
you
that.
Yeah, what do
suggesting?
you? Yeah, what
What
you
are you
want?
suggesting?
I'm looking for him. Sometimes he got a mismatch, and we go all around it.
Oh,
We go
Oh,
all around the mismatch, bro. Like just, I've seen the games.
that's
Just
coaching.
dump it off to him and let him
All
make the
right, give them
pass
good
or get a
entry
double team.
passes. Give them good entry passes. Can we do that? Focus on getting good entry passes at least. Can we all agree on that?
I think we got better. It was terrible early on. I think we got a lot better. I think we got a
Okay.
lot better. So I don't know it.
I got a question. I got a question. This for
Go ahead.
Lex and DC.
Oh,
How would y'all use JV? Like straight up, how would y'all use JV? We know he's not the number one option, but could we utilize him on the offense?
Yeah. I mean, he's been utilized more this season
he's
than he's ever been. Um, I think definitely I would love to see Jonas and Zion in a lot of pick and rolls. That's a
Mm-hmm.
big body to get around.
we saw
The
that the
times that
last
we've
game
used
Zion
that
played
pick and
too.
roll, what'd you say?
Yeah.
I said we saw that Lex the last game Zion played when they got them alleys going and they had the
Yeah,
That's the
game going.
Grizz. They have
We
a
I
saw
good
wish
it
Will we
they
see
would
it
connection.
do
on
Both
next
that
pick
teams.
and
game?
more.
roll,
Will we
and it
see it
looked
next
good.
game?
I wish
Will
they
we
would
see it
do it
next
more
game?
though. They don't do it enough. It's like we only get like every once in a blue moon of seeing that because the thing is with Zion's power and speed and Jonas being skilled around that basket, all you have to throw it up. You know, Jay, you know how he does that little flip that he does. I mean, he always has his hands up. That's always there. That's something that we should use all the time. And both him and Zion, they're big bodies. It's hard for guys to get around them. I think that's one thing that really helped against the T-Wolves. They seem to use it a lot against them because that's something that uh what is his name? Cat and Gobert, they have trouble with that. And definitely last season they used it a whole lot and it was very beneficial. But yeah, I mean, if they just throw the ball down to
I'm gonna give
Jonas,
him some chicken in front of him.
if they just throw it down and as soon as obviously survey like what they're going to do if they're going to come and double team because we've seen teams double team Jonas, but Jonas can kick it out. That opens up, it causes a ripple effect and opens up the perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
That's very easy to just dump it down to him and get easy shots. And then Herb, when he's cutting to the basket, you're talking about Jonas just dumping down because the dude is a 7-footer. All he has to do is just dump it down. He can see over the whole thing. And that's the good thing about getting the ball to him down low on the block or on the elbow, because he can either shoot that shot, get a cutting Herb, or throw it out to the perimeter to knock down that shot. I mean, those are the options that you have. Or if he drives it in the lane, because I think Jonas is also a underrated passer. I mean, I'm not saying that he's great like a Jokic or anything like that, but he does have the ability to pass the ball. But when he's acclimated, it's not just his offense that's been that really gives energy to the team, but it's on the other end as well. I mean, just having his involvement is just that it makes a huge difference. And I'm glad that they've done a better job of incorporating him because we've been talking about this for years. Like
Yeah.
the dude has a great skill set, and it hasn't been used a lot, but now they're starting to tap into that. And I think guys really just have to get better at throwing down in the post and also throwing lobs, because I would love to see both of those things. This team does a poor
JV can't
job
get a lot of lobs though,
consistently.
Lex.
Hey,
He tall, but he
consistency.
can't. He only
Hey,
he jump high as a sheet of paper. That's about high as he get up.
but you know
But
what? I mean, the thing is that that's an easy shot. I see other teams do it all the time. I
well,
mean,
you
we
say
have
just
athleticism
kind
on
of
this
lob
team.
it, but he don't have to catch it. Just kind of get it in there to him.
Well, we've seen him get off the ground. I mean, he don't do
Yeah.
it a lot.
He said get off the
He don't
ground.
do
He
it a lot.
crazy like a roach.
Especially on his pump fakes.
Them
Yeah,
knees,
I
man.
mean,
Them knees.
hey, I mean,
He effective though.
it's there. I mean, you see Zion doing it. I mean,
Let
it's
Yeah.
me
kind of
ask
like
y'all.
a little flip.
Well, I gotta answer my man question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He asked me too. Um, I like the way they've been using JV this year. I would have loved the consistency, more. Um, to them kind of sticking to that, especially when we have mismatches, right? If they aren't stopping it, why are we going away from it? But the main thing I would adjust with JV, man. We know you don't like closing the games with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Pelicans, a lot of times, for whatever reason, especially with this little mini slump Zion's been going through, right? We start games slow. We start the third quarter slow, and we start the first quarter slow. So what I would do, I would run the offense through JV to start the game, just to get everybody settled, to get something in the paint that they
Good
know they got to
point. Good
defend.
point.
And I would also do the same thing in the third quarter because it just makes too much sense. We never come out in the first 3-4 minutes of the game and play with a lot of intensity. It's like almost like we sleepwalk through those first couple of minutes. JV is our most consistent player other than Herb Jones.
Yeah.
Herb is a defender. He's not offensive minded guy. JV is an offensive
Not yet.
minded guy. So I think we should start the games off with him. The only thing that would change that philosophy is when we play teams where we know it's a bad matchup for JV, right? You get away from that. But everything, all the production we need from him, I would try to get him going early because I know also the other byproduct of doing that, and it's usually with all bigs. If I get him going early and I feed him and get him some opportunities, right? He's going to want to get more rebounds. He's going to want to have more effort on defense. He's going to play with more energy. And that way I can maximize all of the time
Preach.
that I have JV out there because Willie Green's philosophy, he don't like to close the games with him. So the first and the third quarters, that should be prime time JV. That's how we should use him. The other thing we could do, if we don't want to do that, look at the way Memphis used them. Until they started leaning more into it this year, that's what I always said before. But looking at it now, I'm like, man, we just need to use him the first and third quarter. But what Memphis would do, they put him out there and kind of get him going early in the game still, like similar to what I'm saying. And then they would sub him out quick, have Jared Jackson Jr. in there and, run a small ball lineup. And then when JV came back in, it was when the starters were taking a break and they would allow him to cook the shit out of the second unit. And it was working like a chon. And the only reason they went away from it is because when they went to the playoff, the game slowed down, more half court. These other teams were playing JV off of the court defensively because of him being slow footed, and you saw what happened with Phoenix. So
Yeah.
that's basically why we got him from Memphis. So to utilize him, especially during the regular season, man, that's the way to go. When we get into playoff basketball and we're gonna play with more defense and smaller, you're gonna see a lot more Larry. We might actually try Zion at center
I
this
hope
year.
not. Not
I mean,
this year.
that's what they're gonna do, brother.
That's crazy.
They're
What you
not gonna
think,
go
Jay
with
Black?
JV a lot on that.
I think they should play through him, but I think that will not. This coaching staff will not do that. Or the not even if the coaching staff did say we'll play through JV, the players is not going to do it. The players not. They gonna look at it. They gonna see it a couple times. And then they gonna feel the hero ball. I got to do it myself. I could get points myself. I got an easy matchup myself. I hope they play through it, but realistically, I don't think they will do that. And
So you saying we need a real point guard then, Jay Black, right?
I just think
Because a real point guard would make you do it.
Yeah, old school point guard. These new point guards can score first anyway. So if you're saying that Gary Payton, like throwing it to Shaq, we gonna get to Shaq and fuck everybody else.
No point guards anymore.
Yeah,
Mike Conley.
Mike Conley or something. Or will he demand? If he demand that they pass on the ball, or something happen in something, he gets more aggressive. I think they'd do it. But I everybody good guys on this team, so I don't know.
Another question. I got another question, DC. Let me know if I can ask it.
If everybody then got off what they need to get off about this topic.
I just wanted to say one thing about JV real quick, brother, if I got a second. I kind of look at JV kind of more like Jay Black do, with a little different perspective, because I think this was the first off season he was healthy. Remember, he had like a little injury. So I think while we're seeing him move a little faster, he's healthy. He had a good off season, and we're seeing that. So I think the team should be a little more patient with JV. That's why I'm agreeing with y'all. He should get more looks. But I think they got the team as a whole respect him a little more, because they see like, damn, Jonas hustling down court. Because like, man, he really be sprinting down court. He ain't just like half-ass jogging. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
No, JV didn't have an injury. He actually played in FIBA. He was playing for most of the summer.
No, last summer.
I think it was an ankle
injury. Yeah, it was an ankle injury. And I'm saying like this summer was the help.
With them ice packs and all that on all the time. And
right. Now that's what I'm saying. Like this summer was the healthy one for him.
Oh, okay. My bad.
What's your question, brother?
So my question is this: All-Star break is coming real quick.
Oh shit!
If this team isn't where it needs to be, do you believe? I think this team, as far as players, is straight. You don't need to touch nothing. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe you need to trade JV. Maybe if you want to shave off some salary cap or whatever, then hey, so be it. But
that's what they're gonna do.
What do you think will be the decision at the All-Star break if this team ain't showing where they need to be? Do you think it's gonna be some players being moved around like JV? I don't see CJ going nowhere, but I see that it looked like the main part of salary is gonna be with Zion and Bi, and then we got you already signed Hurd, but you got Trey coming behind them. Do you make a decision then, or do you make a decision with the coaching change? Because I love Willie Green, but a coach can only take you so far before you make a decision. You know what I'm saying? Like with the Warriors, I love Mark Jackson, but let's just be real. Steve Kerr put him over that top. You know what I'm saying? Do y'all see something of that magnitude even being discussed or happening? And I'm going with DC. I'm going with Jay Black. I'm going with Lex. I'm going with all y'all. I need to hear this one, bro, for real.
All right, can you so you saying
first?
Do you see us pulling off a trade or a coaching change first? Like, can you you give a lot of information in your question?
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Nah, you all right.
I never get a chance to get on this thing, so I gotta, I'm working offshore, bro. So I'm up late. So what I'm saying is, like, do you see either or happening? Because do you see Willie Green making the decision where they like, hey, it is what it is. Thank you for your services. We're gonna go with with Borrego, and just see what happens. Or do you feel like they'll make a trade just to put a spark, or just anything to put them, because this team is really playoff or bust, bro. I'm tired of play-ins. I think we all are. I'm tired of play-ins. It's time to be a number 4 seed, a number 5 seed. Like it's time It's time to put up, bro. Look, bro. The number 2 is Oklahoma City, bro. Do you think they really better than us? Hell no.
We beat
Hey,
everybody on that
buddy,
list in front of
yeah, we
us,
be all the top
except
10,
the
good
Thunder.
brother.
I get
Thunder,
that,
the only
bro.
one we
But we
ain't
talking
beat yet.
about the record, though. You know what I'm saying? You can say you beat a team and you beat that, but if you had the
I mean,
7th seed or the
they
8th
got
seed,
4 less losses than us, man. Like,
Yeah, it's still early in the season. The
it's
records
still
are all
early, you know.
yeah.
I'm not looking at this. This don't mean nothing right now.
You
what
gotta
But
about
finish strong.
what about when we get to the All-Star break, DC? If
Uh,
things hasn't changed and we just drop down,
you
keep
gotta give
dropping down.
you gotta give a record, because if we have the same, like if we have a losing record, it might be changes.
right.
But the way we're playing right now, no, I don't see nothing happening. Just shaving
Well, I mean,
salary.
we
We
gonna we
we gonna
obviously
save
have to
salary.
get rid of
Kyra,
I think it's $3.5 million
yeah,
to stay under the luxury tax. So
that's a
we
couple
gotta
people.
make some type of move, right? So you know that's coming. Um,
But
them,
it won't be that drastic though, right, DC?
but it could be like that's what Jay Black kind of started taking my talking point a little bit because I was gonna say something similar. Um, it depends on the record. Like, okay, if we're still moving in a trajectory, like look at this number right here, the last 10 was 7-3 in the last 10. The only teams that are better than us are the Clippers and the Thunder's tied with us, and you got the Timberwolves, right? In their last 10. So that I would say that's pretty good. So if we still moving in that same trajectory, why would they make a major move? Like it wouldn't make sense. But if we get a dead spot, we got injuries again, we got something else again, and then it exposes something that ain't working, I think they could look to make some type of move. But I'm gonna kind of say this and let somebody else get it to not be long winded. But far as us making a change at coach, man, you know how much losing we gotta do for them people to get rid of Willie Green. Do you realize that Willie Green came here and we were on our third head coach in like 3 years,
3 straight years.
and he came here and he took a team that started what were we like?
0-10.
Yeah, we
All
were
right,
0 and 10. Took a
something like
team
that.
that started 0 and 10, right? Took them to the damn playoffs, with the play in and then went against a fully stacked Suns team that had a lot of expectations because I think they had just went to the finals the previous year.
I was at that
and,
game.
and,
I
and
was at
gave
it.
them everything they can have. Yeah, they did beat us. Yeah, we had some embarrassing moments, but
They
they
fought
gave
though,
they gave
DC.
them
They fought
everything
though, DC.
they could have, bro. And they gave them everything. And Willie created a magical moment with you got to fight. You know what I'm saying, man? They are not firing Willie Green or demoting him under any circumstances this year at all. Probably not next year either. But we go through another season to where it's just more of the same. I could see like what you're saying, like a Mark Jackson situation, like just a change and something just to get that push over the top. Your last hoorah with this group before you try to break it up.
Yeah, I think I don't know if they'll make any type of trade at the trade deadline. One thing that we've learned about Griff is that they're not really proactive in doing midseason trades. The only one that's transpired is the one with CJ, and that was some years ago. So I don't think they'll do anything there, but I do believe that there will be a change after this season. I think they're going to assess everything that's transpired because they do have decisions to make. You have the situation with Trigger Trey. He's up for an extension. We know about BI. He's up for an extension. Obviously, I think they're assessing, how Zion does, his availability, staying healthy. And then Same thing with Willie. I think that'll play a part in it as well because he does have his own coaching staff this season. He finally got that, which he should have got when he was hired. Why he didn't in the first place, I don't really understand. But he finally has his own coaching staff, and I feel like he does have pressure on him because I'm looking at just, DC and Big Q know about, how I feel. His coaching is only going to get you so far. The number one thing with Willie is his ability to make adjustments. And that's one of the biggest things that you need for the playoffs. If you can't make adjustments and do it in a timely fashion or halftime or whatever, or from game to game in a 7-game series, that's a recipe for disaster because that's the number one thing that you have to be able to do. So with him at the helm as the head coach, this team is only going to get so far. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you can see tendencies that have been trending for years now. I don't feel like his growth as a head coach has grown a lot. I mean, can he grow? I think a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be like a huge difference. I think sometimes Willie can be stubborn in his decision making, and he's going to look, this is going to work, and I'm going to continue to go to it. I'm going to continue to go to it. It doesn't work. I'm going to continue to go to it. Dude, that's a problem. If it's not working, it's okay to change. Not only that, I think he lacks creativity and imagination. Like, you have to be able to break the rules. You don't always have to go with the status quo. Like, look, break rotation. Dude, you see a mismatch, you see something that the other team did, make the change. Okay, look, I know he usually comes in. We're not going to do that. We're going to send him in. There's been many a times where when we went up against the Nuggets in the third quarter, and we all know how the team had problems in the third quarters. One thing that the opponent team or the Nuggets did is if they were down, and the Suns, they did it as well with Devin Booker. They played their star player that whole quarter, or they played him the whole half. They made that adjustment. And the thing is, Willie stuck with his rotations. You have to make the adjustment. If they're keeping their star in, obviously they're making that change for a reason. And you know what? It worked every time because they actually ended up winning. There was only one time where they did not end up winning when the Nuggets played at the Pelicans. They did it again with and left Jokic in there for that whole third quarter. But we ended up winning that game. The thing is like we have to be able to break traditional things because we all know that teams don't usually keep their star player in for a whole quarter. They take him out to rest them, or for that matter, a whole half. The time that Devin Booker had that 60-point game against us, he played that whole second half. And we kept one player on it. We decided to throw two players at him like the last 5 minutes of that game, or 3 minutes. Ridiculous. And he had been killing us that whole time. The thing is, you got to break routine, and it's okay to do that. You gotta pull a Peyton Manning. It's okay. It's okay. But I think that's just one thing that really hurts because if something's not working, he's gonna be stubborn and he's gonna stick to it. And he has not shown me, otherwise in any of these games.
Well, I think that they do the 10 game. They don't change up anything unless somebody hurt within 10 games. They got a 10 game rule, I think, that they run by. and the Pelicans. So unless somebody's coming back from injury or coming off injury, they usually keep the same routine. That's why you see the same routine that long. Then they readjust it after 10 games. So that been said multiple times. You even heard Larry Nance say it last game in Cleveland when he was playing Cleveland. When he was on the mic. He said it. They don't really make changes like that, drastic changes. So the people know they're gonna get minutes. Whoever's gonna get minutes, they know how they're gonna get minutes, know where they're gonna get the ball, and be a star in your role. So I doubt if that's gonna change. I don't know. I hope it, but that's not gonna be really a change. And that's his philosophy. So they won in Phoenix with it. I doubt if they change it here. So you're like screaming at the wall, you know. That's all I don't really get. Willie Green, you said something while you was talking. You said he really don't break routine. And another aspect, I forgot what you said, but he does break routine. He break routine sometimes, only if it's injury. If it's injury, he'll break it. Like James
Like last
last night, James Robinson Earl, and because Cody
Hawkeye
Zeller was
minutes,
hurt,
Hawkeye minutes with CJ. We ain't seen that in a long time.
The what?
I say Hawk also got some minutes with CJ.
Well, those
Because-
are the
We
obvious.
ain't
I'm
seen that in
talking
a while.
about like
No, because Zion wasn't there. Because Zion was hurt. You give the next minutes up, huh?
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, you're gonna give the minutes up. He won't get minutes if Zion's there, because Zion got to get his minutes, and everybody else minutes are staying the same. So that's how it goes. Najee came back. Najee gonna get his minutes. Jose gonna get his minutes. The rookie, he's not gonna get the minutes. He's not gonna get the minutes unless it was other rookies on his team. I don't know. He got trust in certain people, and he gonna keep the trust. Where is that? That's how he played. But I just this is how it is. this is how it is. Now with the Willie, I think if this is a bad season, I think Willie gone. Me personally, I think they setting it up for it because they talking about these 8 games he blew double-digit leads. If I keep hearing that, I hear narrative, and narrative means something's gonna happen.
But you do
That's how I feel.
understand that the guy that Willie brought in is Willie Green's coach. Like he coached Willie. They have a relationship.
Yeah,
It really seems like he went out and looked for James Borrego. If Willie, for any reason, was going to get let go, I mean, would he hire his own replacement? And we switched coaches and we kept doing that. That hasn't worked. At what point do they because every team goes with, they want stability at some point. Whether we agree Willie should be gone or not, I don't see him making that move just after this year. But they definitely will make a significant move. I just don't think it would be him. If we get in the playoffs and we lose a game like horribly, and we were right there, we had everything, and it was like just horrible mismanaging by a coach. Like, let's say we got to the second round of the playoffs and we could have went to the Western Conference Finals. Or we got to the Western Conference Finals and we lost because of like just an unforgivable coaching error or a plethora of unforgivable coaching errors. Then maybe I could see it, but anything like that, I think he back.
I don't know. I think they setting that up.
Man, is this team underperforming in your opinion? I'm just asking DC.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Is this team underperforming? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh,
great point, Golf Salt. Great
now
point.
he asking you, is the team under
coaches?
Is the team underperforming in your?
Oh, he asked me.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, brother. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, Golf Coach got a good one though.
It's a complex question. I mean, you could say it's a yes or no. I would say in some capacities, yes, in other capacities, no. The reason I would say no would be because this team is constantly battling injuries of some sort. Constantly. Anytime, like we talking about the starting lineup, and I didn't even really get to this part of that question. Like I said it earlier in the show, how many games have they actually played together? Even though these guys have been here for this time, we've seen them all have stretches of playing, but how many games have they actually played together? We've had the same lineup for 2.5 years, and they probably only played 20 games together. Willie Green has dealt with a plethora of injuries. So for that, I can't really say that they're underperforming. But as the potential of what they're supposed to be, right? I would say yes, because we see extreme highs and then extreme lows. So it's not so much as them fully underperforming as it is them being consistent. Because they'll go out and score 138 points. And then they have another game where they score 100 points and we led the whole game and lost in the last 60 or 90 seconds of the game.
DC, is that coaching or is that players?
I think it's both. To be honest, I mean, it would be easy to dump it all on Willie. But sometimes I look at these guys and I'm disappointed in their effort. Like that Lakers game is a key one. It's one thing to get blowed out, right? It's another thing to just like you don't want to be there, almost look like you quit.
Oh, so
I'm
so
not
you
saying
saying which one is that? Coaching or player? No, yeah, coaching or player. That Laker game.
the Laker game to me was, I mean, you could say Willie could have put him in better positions, obviously, yeah, but a lot of that is on them, man. That lack of effort and energy and want to and to quit. That's on the players, man. It's one thing for you to lose the game, but to lose like that, you just had to not care or completely just be out of it at
Didn't
one point.
nobody show up.
Can I offer a different
Lexi, you feel the
perspective on
same
that
way?
real quick?
Yeah,
You put all that on coaching, Jay Black, because that's what it sounded like.
I believe that was 100% coaching. And I think, matter of
Can I
fact, I have to believe it was 90% coaching and 10% like Zion. Zion could have did more, but we got out coached like a mother. That was we went
No,
we
we did get out coached,
Yeah,
but I'm
we
just
were
saying
out
that the
coached.
lack of effort and energy, though.
Yeah, that
Like the lack of
energy.
fight. Like,
Yeah,
okay, we should have lost that game because we got out coached. But for them
but
to lose by 44, we shouldn't have lost by 44, bro.
you. I believe
this
the players was defeated because they knew it was an inferior game plan based off of the team they was playing against
Nah,
on national
because
team.
every single time that Brandon Ingram plays against the Lakers, it's always he's gonna have a good game. Like he always gets up for the Lakers. So that subpar minimum performance, that's on the players. Like, yeah, we can blame coaching, but at the same time, we gotta start putting on the players too. That energy and lack of effort, like you did not want to be there and you didn't show up to play, like you just got done like having an all-nighter and now you playing and you forgot you got a game, like that's on the players. That's not just coaching.
Oh,
can I
listen,
offer a different
go
perspective,
ahead.
like real
I'll let
quick?
you get that. Right? Because
Let me just say this real quick. I mean that Laker game, man. We can't put too much stock in that. Number one, when they won that game to get there, they all got money. If you heard Bi and Zion when they were in Vegas and they were doing the interviews, what y'all gonna do if y'all win the money? And they all laughing. Man, you don't think those guys went out, party, cut up, did everything else but lock in on the game? On the other hand, you got LeBron James. This is my chance to
Or they
get
smoke
some.
some trees because they
Now,
was
yeah,
high
look,
as
you in
hell.
Vegas. So you got a
Bi and
young group of
Zion.
guys. You got a young team, a young group of guys with no guidance like that, and they're just in Vegas for 2 days. You don't think those guys gonna go out there? So I'm just saying, like that one game was Willie Green always get out coached against the Lakers. So it was that,
is,
but that was the player. That
is
was the
that
player.
including CJ too?
yeah,
You
because
got CJ McCollum that don't go out
Because
versus Zion and Bi.
because
Who you
Bi and
rely on
CJ
more?
are supposed to be the leaders of the team, right?
Now
Yeah, but
CJ is the
CJ be
mature
having
one, but
some of those
obviously
games.
Bi is still. Come on.
No,
Who you think?
I don't feel like there's a concrete leader on this team, to be honest.
Correct.
But
Right.
but the thing is, according to Willie Green, CJ and BI are the leaders of this team. So what them being the leaders, because we know that they were not crucified at all.
At all.
Mainly all the blame went on Zion. We all know that.
Yeah.
So the thing is that for them being the leaders, because we know actually Zion actually showed up more so than them, and Zion didn't show up.
Yeah, 9
Zion gets all the blame. He gets all the blame, but he also
Exactly.
gets all the credit.
He was also in foul
When does
trouble
he
though,
get all
right?
the credit?
When we was the
Where
number
was the
one
leader
team in the
BI?
league last year, they
But,
gave
but,
Zion
but
all the
I'm
credit.
just saying, like as a leader, you know, because you had the captain on the teams, right? So where were they to step in and be like, hey guys, let's focus, let's lock in, because they played horrible. They were god awful. And
The whole
these
team was horrible.
are the so-called leaders of the team.
Well, there's more than one kind of leader, though. The way they might look at BI, he might not be the vocal leader. He works
I'm
hard, so
saying
they might
according
say,
to them, not
but
according to us.
no,
Not yeah. Okay,
no,
go on. I'm
but
sorry.
yeah. All right. What I'm saying is, how can this is the same group of guys that call him their leader? Yeah, but guess what? He's the same one when he missed all of those games last season. Had teammates question when is BI coming back? So yeah, he's the leader in a sense because guess what? He led them to the play-in and the Phoenix experience. That's why he's the leader in name, but action. I mean, we criticize Zion for all the games he missed. Bi missed a lot of games too. He don't get the criticism Zion does because he's the
Well,
leader.
that's because
Zion
I mean,
draws more
obvious Zion
attention,
he's a
No,
bigger
for
name.
player wise, like you said, we're dealing solely player wise, teammates wise. When Zion went to Phoenix and all the teammates were saying this, he's detached, this, that, and the other. CJ said you don't call him.
Teammates never said that. That was JJ Redick said that shit. Those
Mm.
guys
Yeah,
on
he
the
don't
team,
count.
they never spoke negative about Zion. They said
So
they
when
were with
CJ
him.
went on the
They
All-Star
agree
game,
with
he
the
did
way he
not say
doing
Zion.
it and all that.
When CJ went on the show with Shaq and Kenny and all of them on the All-Star break, and they said, "How did Zion and welcome you?" I never spoke with Zion. So obviously, this is CJ McCollum. He's not just a Zadaransky coming on the team, and you don't reach out to him. So there's a disconnect, brother. We can't ignore that. You're the star of the team. Drew Brees gave you the keys to the city. You're the gateway,
But
and you don't reach out to CJ.
he was
Nah.
22,
So
bro. Like he's not an
I
NBA
don't
vet
think that's a
yeah.
that
yeah.
understand
He was
everything.
he was focusing on healing so he could get back on the court.
Right.
I don't think that was anything ill will or
That was a CJ
malicious.
bullshit, man. That's what I
Yeah,
thought, man.
I think that's something that's really minute
That was some,
and
that was
kind of petty.
because oh wait, look, you know why I say that was CJ bullshit? Because listen, how many other players? We don't know the players that get traded, that contact the people. We don't know about in-house things that happen behind closed doors. The only way we will understand or know about these things if y'all tell us. If they tell us, CJ volunteered this information on live TV and knew this was going to cause a firestorm.
That make it false.
Why would you say it? Why
No,
would you
but all
say
I'm
it?
saying, I know he has a narrative, brother, but I'm just saying, does it make it false that he said it?
No,
I agree with you. It was tactical. I get it.
Why was it tactical? For what? What was what did he gain from it? If it was
He wanted
tactical, yeah, go ahead.
No, you were saying the same point. I'm agreeing with you, but I'm just saying him saying it doesn't make it not true that Zion didn't holler at him.
I don't care if it's true or not. Those things don't supposed to be said on national TV. He came on national TV. He wasn't on his podcast. He came on national TV. He volunteered this information.
But it's a team
tried
with
it out.
Zion speaking on Zion.
They actually asked him, Jay Black.
Yeah,
Listen, they ask 1,000,001 questions directly. You don't volunteer information.
How do you
I
answer
agree
that
with you,
question
Jay
if
Black.
they ask you how Zion
yeah.
welcomed you without lying?
CJ is a really
Wait.
Without
Zion
lying.
welcome.
he's a politician, man.
I'm
Yeah,
not defending it. I just want to see
he's
And
a
how would you
politician.
answer it without lying?
At its best, he really is.
Well, Zion, he hollered at me just the way normal everybody else hollered at me. That's it. I'm leaving it like that.
But
I
you
don't
lying.
even.
If he didn't holler at you, you lying.
I don't care if I'm lying or not.
I
Why?
told
Why
you
would
to answer it without lying.
why would I care? Oh, wait,
That was the
no,
one
but
stipulation.
no. All right, then don't answer like
You're a
that.
good Christian brother. You don't want to lie.
Man, I don't. Man, miss me with that. Miss me with that. Well, he was supposed to not say nothing. We never heard all these grand those interviews from CJ when he was in Portland. You ain't hear all these talk. He was never talking on. When he came here, he started talking extra. He started doing all this extra talk.
That's when also
okay.
that's when he started his podcast as well. It's when he got to the Pelicans. That's when CJ started his podcast.
Started his podcast, became the president.
Now his
he's really
podcast.
involved in the
I'm
league.
talking everything. Come on, man. Yeah.
Look at what happened to JJ Redick when he started talking about Zion and threw him under the bus. Where's he at? What's he doing right now? What's he doing? He used Zion. He threw his name under the bus.
old man in the
Trashed his
three.
name, and he elevated on ESPN. This is politics, people.
Yep.
And Andrew Lopez was hired by ESPN to cover Zion. And one thing that he said, when you are a player like Zion, who's come in with the same type height equivalent to a LeBron James, everything is a story. Every little bitty thing. The smallest thing, it's going to be blown up. That's one thing that he said. This is nothing new. Anything that is said, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, I mean, it's a huge story. It's blown up. And like Jay Black said, this has never been blown up. We see trades all the time. We hear about trades all the time. And you never heard this jump. Not to this magnitude. Why? Because Zion, he's a big name. He's a big brand. That's why that became a story. And everybody jumped on it. I mean, that's just the position that he's in. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's just it. It has nothing to do with anything else. The guy, any little bitty thing, if Zion breaks his nail, oh wow, Zion broke his nail. How big was that nail? It was pretty bad.
Let me.
I mean, is it gonna be okay? Did it get infected?
I don't think y'all understand.
No, but
I don't think y'all understand my
it's literally
perspective.
that
My
silly.
whole-
Like
my
this
whole
right
point-
here was nothing, and they made it a big deal. Zion had been
Right.
going through so much, trying to get back on the court, trying to get back. He was zoomed in and locked in on getting back. He was in Portland. It's like,
he wasn't even with the team
why
at
is
the
this a
time.
big story? And then JJ Redick with his sorry behind, he was late because after that interview, immediately after, Zion connected with CJ. And 2 days later, JJ Redick started bashing Zion's name again. And someone on the show corrected him and said, I think it's been reported that Zion has connected with CJ. So, dog, you 2 days late. That's poor journalism.
You saying we missed.
Yeah, that ain't my fight. I don't. But my only point of bringing that up was I wasn't trying to make that a battle cry. I was just using that.
Oh no, it wasn't, man.
Of a teammate speaking because Jay Black made the point. Well, what is teammate saying? That was just an example. Like I wasn't saying like this is my flag. No.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what I wanted to say because it kind of seemed like y'all, I wasn't putting that on a pedestal. Like, oh, CJ didn't have an ulterior motive, and no, I get all that. I was just saying that was a teammate, not nobody in media speculation. This is a teammate of him saying it. That's all I was saying that about because I feel and y'all think Zion like you can be in a locker room with guys, but they can also be coworkers. Come on, like these are humans just like us. Think about it. All of your
Yeah,
coworkers,
yeah,
you
but
hang with them
The
outside of work.
coworkers don't even like each
the
other.
only one I think that's a
You
coworker
understand?
possibly is kind of like CJ because he's playing the politics. A lot of them other
Yeah,
guys, you
he's a
don't see them
politician,
doing
but
that.
he's not a real
But
leader to me.
but when you
Right,
look
right.
at all the other players, right? They all stand up for Zion. They all say they love him as a teammate, and I think the reason it went that direction and what we were, I guess, alluding to show you is that CJ did that for a reason. He started his podcast off
Yeah,
of that.
that year,
Everybody's gonna come and wants to
that
hear
year.
what he got to say about Zion. CJ's setting up his career
Yep.
for when he do walk away from the NBA. He's an older guy.
And he said that
So
in the interview with
he's trying to
Antonio
possibly
Did he
move
say a lie
into
though?
a
Did he say a
ESPN or
lie?
whatever,
Did
So
he lie though?
I don't
It's
know
not.
because I
He
don't have
didn't
his
have to
phone.
But
lie.
that was
He
my
didn't have
point.
to lie.
You see, all of what you're saying, like that's not my point. My point was when he said it, did he lie? That's it.
So
It's
you
not
care
all.
you care only about truth.
That's what.
People
Thank you, Jay Black.
people tell the truth
That's
with
what
the
I'm
wrong
after.
intentions.
I thought the emotions of it, I could care less. Like I deal with truth.
But
You know what I'm
listen,
saying?
you can tell the
Oh,
truth with the
I
wrong
don't know.
intentions. People done that. I mean, like look at how everybody's jumping on after the Lakers game. How everybody jumped on Zion.
Somebody phone acting up.
Yeah, somebody static.
Yeah, I don't know.
Ooh.
That's not me. I put my mic on mute and I tried it
I
again.
just muted myself too. I'll be on mute.
Oh, that's my man Jose. I muted him.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I don't know what he got going on.
Don't but I would like to say this for JJ Redick. A lot of that shit a lot of that stuff that JJ Redick is saying is being upset is behind Dr. Octopus, bro. Like straight
Yeah.
up. Like he's
oh.
been upset with that
He's
man
bitter.
for a minute, bro. That's all that is. He's just
Probably,
throwing
probably
Zion under the
promised him another
bus.
contract, and he
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't trade
I didn't
him
know
to
that.
where he wanted to go.
Yeah.
He traded him to Dallas, and he was upset about that. I think he wanted to be traded up to New York or somewhere up
He want
there.
to go to Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. Okay, well there you go.
we saw how it all turned out, so I say we did the right thing.
But
Nah,
Zion didn't have
he just
nothing to
wanted to
do
be
He
with
close
that.
wasn't
to
worth shit after that
You know what
anyway.
I'm saying?
yeah, but he just wanted to be close to his family. That's all. He just wanted to be
Yeah,
close to his family. It wasn't
Well, let
about
me
the
ask you
team.
this: What
but that
if Brooklyn didn't want him?
Oh, shit.
that ain't on.
True. That's true.
You know,
He wasn't playing good. He wasn't
Was
playing
he?
good.
Were we supposed to buy him out and not get the second round pick? And what's the dude? The tough guy we got. I don't know what happened to him. I wonder why we didn't keep him.
James Johnson.
James Johnson.
James
Mm-hmm.
Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
I like James Johnson. I
The
think we should have
enforcer.
kept him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a good one, DC.
he's
I
not
just
here.
know he was mad about not going close to that area for his family. That's all I know. I remember that.
Just like CJ. Maybe Zion didn't call him back as fast as he thought he should have.
Yeah.
You just don't know, man. When you're
it,
dealing with guys
it
like that, that's willing to say what they need to say to get what they want.
yeah, that
Mm-hmm.
was a minute situation. I mean, it really shouldn't have even been a situation. We hear about trades all the time. Nobody's calling people up like that. I mean,
All right. Yeah, I'm enough with that because
Oh
I felt some type of way with CJ about that anyway. But we're seventh
And
overall.
we actually sixth, I think. I think somebody lost or something happened.
Oh,
I think we
Dallas
moved.
lost
I think
tonight.
we
They lost to
moved up.
Houston.
So
They
where
got
y'all think we gonna finish it overall when the season's over with? What's your projections?
top four.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I was saying. Go off. I think
Top
top
four.
4, but I need to see more to kind of call it. Like I can't really call it now. I said we was gonna be number 2 last year. I flunked out on that one.
Hey,
Year
hey,
before that, I
DC,
said we was gonna make the
DC,
playoffs. I flunked out on that one.
you was close last year though, DC. We started off really bad, but we came back strong. Like I thought we was about to be up there, to be honest with you, but everything fell through.
I
Well,
think
Zion
after
got
All
hurt,
Star
man.
break,
I can't
Zion gonna
anticipate
turn up,
that.
man. I think we're gonna see Zion at his peak after All Star break. That's my prediction.
I'm thinking he's conditioning right now, honestly, bro. I think he's
Yeah,
really
he
getting
taking
into
it easy,
shape.
bro. 8 shots a game, 9 shots. He's still fatigued, man.
I mean, he's
But
sick
you
right
know
now,
what?
so of
They
course he's
need
fatigued
to
right now.
Willie just needs to keep him out there, man. No, that's
Mm-hmm.
how you get in shape.
I think what this is shaping up to be. Looking at these records, it's going to be like a photo finish. It looks like it's going to be a bunch of teams
Musical chairs.
all lobbed up
Yeah,
for
the
one
West
game.
is really competitive right
It's
now.
going to be a real competitive finish
But Jay
for the
Black, we got
four.
to win the games we supposed to win, though. You know what I'm saying? We got to beat the teams we supposed to beat.
We're a young
I
team.
think we beating the teams we supposed to
I'm
beat.
on that.
Yeah, I think we beating the
Wizards.
teams that we lost to, like that.
Like, let me
At
let me
least on
name some of the teams we lost to, just to put it in perspective. What you're saying?
yeah.
We lost to Chicago. That's one we shouldn't have had, right? The Lakers.
No, yeah, we were supposed to be in Chicago.
We can say Utah, but Utah is actually a tough team for us for whatever reason. It's been like that for years.
Nah,
It's the height. It's the
Utah,
height and the length.
we were supposed to
right,
beat them in the second game
right.
though.
I know
No
that.
Jordan
You're right.
Clarkson and Markkinen. No Jordan Clarkson and Markkinen.
Minnesota, we lost to, right? We
Mm.
lost to Houston, so that's one we should have got. Right?
Straight up.
We also lost to Dallas. We lost to
And
Minnesota
Memphis.
again. We lost to Denver. We lost to Atlanta, and we lost to Golden State. And then we
The
lost
Golden
to
State,
Memphis.
the Golden State, we got blew out. The Hawks, we were supposed to win. We was up double digits.
Yeah, supposed to win that one. What about Memphis? You know they won a game winner
I
with
mean,
John Morant,
would
but
you say the Hawks are a team we're supposed to beat? Like the Hawks are a contending team. It's a toss up.
No, I
It's
think
a toss
we.
up of who win that one. I don't think we lose to a lot of teams we supposed to beat.
That was situational, and now because we had the lead.
Yeah, because we was up double digits against them though.
Yeah.
Well, wait, yeah, we was up double digits. We was up 35-27 in the first quarter, and we was up early in the second quarter. We was up by at least 10, and we lost by 18.
And then everything about Zion, like being out of shape and all of this, man, I'm looking at Zion points from November 22nd. He had 20. He led the team in points like 8 times. He had 25, 32, 26, 33, 27, 36. And then whatever happened, we went to the I guess the
TJ
play
came back.
you had that anomaly. And he dropped that 136 game, and then now he's in a mini slump. I think it's part of the sickness. I think the
Well, he was out
actual
for an ankle too.
okay, well, he had his ankle. And I think the media getting on him, I actually think that affected him. And I'm looking at just his play and how he responded after that. He had that one game, but I think it bothered him. And another thing, I think Zion's been fasting. Zion immediately looks like he lost weight. Immediately after that. The only way you can drop weight that fast is to fast. And another thing, when you're fasting and you do a little too much of it while you're working out and everything, you'll be fatigued.
yeah, that's
And now
correct.
he's sick. So let me see what Zion looked like at the beginning of the year. I think y'all gonna be shocked.
Now, DC, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta ask this question because I lost a lot of money. That Memphis game, bro, was that coaching or was that players?
Oh shit!
I'm not gonna lie to you. At the end of the game, I like her being on them. I like her being on John Morant, but man, I don't know how we lost that one, bro.
I'm gonna be
How
honest
many
with
guys
you, bro.
were on Ja?
That's the problem.
Down the stretch.
One just
I felt like
That point makes me
If
so
if you
mad.
see a guy has it going, you need to look. Anybody else can shoot except for this guy.
they know that.
They
Lex.
should. But did they do it?
No, and then you gotta ask yourself why.
Exactly. Like
Everybody
Because
that's
it
just
don't
like
should
seem
know
like
that
it don't
Ja
seem
was
like
gonna go to the paint.
scored 60 points on the team. In the last 5 minutes, that's when you decide of the game. That's when you decide to send another man. Like you pick him up at half court. Get the ball out of his hands. It's clutch time.
They picked him up full court, but he was blowing by people. Not two people, but they don't. They not a heavy trap team. They trapped him in a game, though. They trapped him in a game, but he was passing out through that trap. He
Yeah,
was
but that
splitting the
I
last
double.
mean,
play
the
they should have trapped.
rotations. That's why
That
you
last play
practice
they
that
should have
stuff.
trapped.
No, but John Morant, he was just different that game. I think they should have put Dyson Daniels on him. And like I said,
That's also what I think too. I think
uh,
it should have been a combination of Dice
Dyson and
and Herb
Herb
because
switching onto him or
it ain't.
something.
Ja went 4 minutes, man. He went 4 minutes of being their only. He was not was he like damn near the only person scoring. He was like damn near the only person even taking attempts.
Yeah.
So to me, when you look at that, I mean, you want to get in your conspiracy bag or whatever. It's almost like we gave that game away for some reason, man.
I think
Because it's very, very strange. You see somebody doing that. It's one thing if Ja was doing all that, and it's like, damn, we put two people on it. He didn't went through the double team. That wasn't what was happening.
Hey, Lex,
Hey,
that's
what Ja
coaching or that's
Morant did
players?
That wasn't what
when
was
he went in that
happening.
locker room?
We
What
hung
did he
our
say
hat
when he
on
went in that
Herb
locker room?
being on him 1-on-1, and that shit was not working.
I think it was two things that raised like red flags. First was the Dyson Daniels not playing them, and secondly, Trey Murphy not getting more than 20 minutes. Those was two red flags that I seen on the game. Even though Trey Murphy wasn't shooting that good, but he's still you have to play him. You have to know where he's at all the time on the court. It was coaching. I'm a roll with it. It was coaching. But players, I think that was 50-50 coaching and players. But
Why did the players mess up, J Black?
the players messed up because they could have switched it on their own. They could have they could have talked to
But
each other and said,
if Herb is the best defender, like why are you trying to switch that? If we gotten a favorable, what we think is a favorable matchup.
I don't think that's a favorable matchup. I've been saying that. I've been telling you all that for a minute. I'll say Herb is good
Dice wasn't
against.
out there though. So like, who they switching to?
Hey man, whoever, somebody else. No, actually, no. I'll switch up the defensive coverage. What I say is, if we're getting beat one way constantly, switch it up. What we'd do is fall into, but we did a lot of different coverages. I'm not
We should
going
have went
to
to a different zone. We should have went to more of a zone.
no, because they still would have lacked rebounding. We was in a bind because our offense was in a bind. We wasn't getting a lot of easy points. But I just think we should have trapped them, and played off of one of the guys that wasn't shooting as good, like V Williams. I don't even know who he is. Vince Williams. I'd have probably doubled off of him, but Bismack Biyombo, he gets closer to the basket. Jared Jack, he was hitting threes that game. It was only three people that had double digits. It was Bane, it was John Morant, it was Jared Jack. So anybody else who was on the court, I'd have doubled off of them and say, yo, beat me from three or beat me from somewhere else. John Morant is not going to beat me. That's it. Listen, I think that's simple. Like, I think that's the simplest answer I could give is just double them anywhere. Like, you don't got to set a screen to double. We're going to show that we're going to double from the word go. You got to pass that ball. And we're going to run a zone behind it like they normally do. But I don't know. It was a lot of red flags. And we was up 10. We was up multiple. I don't know.
Nah, we were up by like 24.
24 at I think it was first half.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the largest.
I mean,
I think that was going into the third.
Yeah,
No.
that's at the half.
Yeah.
We were up by a lot.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out like what happened. What happened in that third quarter?
I just think it's
I know what
rotation.
happened.
It's not the first time
The
that we've
Memphis
been blown
Grizzlies
these
made
huge
changes,
leads.
Yeah, they
and
adjusted.
we didn't make adjustments.
Oh no. Yeah, they just said they was going to attack the basket. They stopped settling for threes, settling for jump shots. They just kept attacking the basket. That's what I heard. On their podcast. Oh, not their podcast. They like listening to their broadcast of how they watch the game. They was just saying they was just going to attack the basket. Everything else was attack the basket.
Yeah, because they got layup after layup after layup or
That's what they
floater.
did.
Well,
Yeah,
they
that's all
exploit
they
the way
did.
we play defense. Like I was saying, we don't have that interior rim protector, and the way the Pels try to defend the paint is they don't let nobody get there. So if you're able to break that initial defense and get in the paint, it's free cookies. That's how they see it, and who better to try to get to the paint than Ja, especially if you ain't gonna double him.
Yeah. And then, yeah, because they never doubled them. I mean, you got to read the situation. And that situation was a red. It's like, okay, we need to slow this guy down, like quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Oh, now with that being said, so now the Cleveland Cavaliers game, we was up. In the third quarter, they started attacking Big V. Did everybody see that? And when they put in James Robinson Earl, that's how they wanted to play defense. They want a fast, big guy running all over the place. It changed. I don't know. His foot speed was way different. That was an adjustment I don't even think Willie Green know he was doing. Am I don't know if I'm jumping out of the building by saying this, but I don't know. He played a lot better defense against this team. I'm not saying that he's going to do this against every night, and I hope Willie Green don't fall in love with this. I'm saying this to say that if we have a successful game with somebody that has a big game, that's come out of nowhere, Willie Green falls in love with it. Just look for that in the future. I'm going to just leave that like that.
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, we'll see it. I mean, if you're a defensive guy, but Robinson Earl, with Larry Nance hurt right now, he might get a little more minutes in his spot. But just kind of like a rotational player like that, I don't know. I would have to see a few more games from him. How about that? Let me see him do that a few more games.
Yeah, but does he fit with Zion though? You see what I'm
Nah.
saying? He
Nah.
don't fit.
I don't know. I ain't see it, but he played
They
good.
both will clog up the paint.
No.
Hey, look.
He ain't that.
Threes.
No, he
Nah,
can
he
shoot
can
the
shoot
three.
threes.
Yeah,
Nah,
he shoots those corners.
yeah, he can shoot all over the place. And he's
Yeah,
really
That's
y'all
good.
ever
three
be
against Minnesota.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had
y'all ever be
his first start was a double against Minnesota, like Aramis was brought up.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
y'all ever
he
be
had only
thinking
been on
like,
the
man,
team for a week.
But is he a long term fit?
I mean, I think he can be.
I know he was plus 22 last game, and he had 11 points and 5 rebounds. I think they're going to look into that. I think they're going to look into that a lot more because this wasn't a fluke. Not in my opinion, because he really don't play that bad, and this is the style they want. I really believe that. So I think we might have fell into something that they would like to start exploring. I don't know if they're going to explore it over Cody Zeller, but I think they're going to
You
look
think
into
they
this.
should over Cody?
It depends on. Now this is when coaching happens. You have to understand the matchups that he will be good for, and the matchups he wouldn't be good for. Like certain games, Cody Zeller is needed because he's a hustle guy, rim protector. He's a better passer. but he's not a shooter. He don't spread the court. He's great off of assists and running actions around him, but sometimes you're gonna need spacing and more speed, foot speed. You want to switch everything. You got to put him in. If you want big bruising to slow the game down and run the offense, you should run the offense through him, but they're not. Is Big V. So you have to understand what you need for the game and have the center play at that time, or understand if the starting unit don't have it going, make a change. If the bench don't have it, keep the starting unit out. You gotta make some type of adjustment as a coach. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what he does.
Okay, I got one more question. I got a lot of questions on the slick, but I got one more. I know it's getting late. Look, bro, BI's coming up for a contract extension. I don't believe he's a max player, but at the same token, it's New Orleans. You got to keep what you can keep. Do you pay him the max, or do you let him see if he get an offer sheet and match it?
Man, we that's some years down the line. We
No,
don't gotta
the
go.
max
Nah, that's
is
coming up,
this
huh?
year, J Black.
That's this year?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
BI 150 at
thinking on
150
himself.
over with, man. We got to make a decision. I think he's his money would be under Zion.
Yeah.
So my standpoint on that, I say, yeah, you pay him. It's simple. Look at somebody like Jaylen Brown. I don't care what you tell me, how you try to convince. You cannot convince me Jaylen Brown is better than BI.
Thank you,
And he
DC.
get
Thank you.
$300 million.
You
So
the
if
only
we
one
get
that will put
BI
respect on my man's name.
for a flat 200 or 190 or whatever it is, man, pay the dude. Now, if
Is
you
a
decide you
win,
want
is
to
a
move
win,
on
DC?
from him, I
That's
don't
a
think
win.
that's something that's hard to move.
I think they're gonna look based off of what is the accolades. You get paid off your accolades and who's the
You gotta
top
make an
people in
all
your
NBA.
positions. And top players in your position, they're gonna rank it. Are you in the top 5? If you are looking for top 5 money, you got to be the top 5 in that.
You would
And
have to be like an all-star or make all NBA
And
and
that's why he's
BI
yeah.
like top
He got
25,
that,
right?
don't he?
I think
But
he'll make an
he
all
has an
star.
all-star, and he should be an all-star
You got to
this
make
year.
all NBA too. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
gonna make the
Yeah,
all
all
NBA.
NBA is separate from
That's gonna
All
be rough.
Star.
4 ways
Yeah.
in
It's
the
gonna be
West.
hard to get
He
all
got a
NBA,
lot
but
of
he
That's
should
kind
be
of
an
hard,
all-star
man.
this year.
I don't think he's gonna
He
get that
should be an all-star this year. I doubt if he'd be an all-star because it's
Let's
gonna be too
see.
many teams. I
Yo,
think
the Clippers have four all-stars. They not all of them can make it. The Pelicans have one all-star right now.
Who
Zion's
the
an all-star.
four? Wait,
Too.
hold on. Who the 4 All Stars the Clippers got
that's what they don't
I'm
got
talking
4
about this
all-stars.
season. I'm not talking about overall. I'm talking about
No,
this
this
they
season.
season?
don't got 4 all-stars.
You think
They ain't
Zion's having
got
an
4.
all-star season this
No,
season?
I'm talking about the Clippers. You said the Clippers got
They
4
got 4.
all-stars.
Harden, Kawhi, Paul George. I mean, there's 3.
That's it.
They ain't making the All Star
Three.
team, though, bro.
That's
They
it.
Exactly.
making
They're not.
Paul
It's
George and
only
You better not.
Kawhi, but I don't see nobody else.
You better not. I can
and
see
that's
James
dicey
Harden
on them too.
if he
That's what
keep
I'm saying.
playing,
Like,
but probably not. Not
Nah,
with you got Steph over here. You got
you got too many guards.
Fox. You got who else we got in the West, man? You got Luca. You
Dang.
got Book.
You got a boy from
SGA.
KC,
I don't know
that
about
dude from
Hard, bro.
KC.
Are we gonna talk about Minnesota?
You got
What?
Shy.
We
Yeah,
got
but
You got
Ant.
Ant. You
Ja
got
is usually
Ant.
an all-star. Ja's
I
not going to be
don't
an
think
all-star.
Harden gonna make it, bro.
Ant. You got Jamal Murray. You got
Jamal hasn't played
But I
that much
know
this
for
year.
sure
yeah, but
that fourth
still,
one
yeah,
you said is not gonna make. He ain't gonna even be on the ballot.
yeah.
Russ ain't making it on the ballot,
Oh,
bro.
no, facts.
Whoever the fourth
Facts.
one was.
I'm just saying, if BI keeps up what he's doing this season, he could be an all-star this year.
Yeah, there's only 2 people. It's him and Zion that could
Yeah,
probably
but
get an all-star, and it's going to probably be one, if that.
he got to make All NBA, and he ain't making that.
I
He ain't
mean,
making that, bro.
if
I
he
hate to tell you
continues
that.
the production,
There's a
if he
lot. There's a
continues
He
lot
the
of
has
guys.
a
I mean,
chance,
because
but
He has a
all
chance, but
NBA
I
is
just
the
slim
whole
one.
league.
Huh?
Did Jalen
important
Brown make
also
all
because the
NBA
name
first team
value.
All
last year or third team?
NBA, like All Star, that's
I don't know. It's
broken
the
up
East. Does
into
it
the
matter?
Western and Eastern conferences. But All NBA is you're going up against every guy. Well, really, they actually took the positions away. So it's whoever is,
Yeah,
who's
the
doing their
top.
thing. They changed that in the new policy.
I mean,
Yeah.
that worked in his
And
favor.
you have to play a certain amount of games.
Yeah,
Yes.
65. It's
And
65
Which he's
games.
which he's on pace for. Am I
And
wrong?
But
I
he got
also
it.
think
He got
it
to have some players
depends
fall
on
off though.
decision on Trey.
Yo, Jalen Brown was all NBA. Was he all first, second, or third last year? Because
Third,
third, okay, gotcha.
Mm.
but he already got his money though. So
Facts.
you
And like
feel me?
people are saying,
They still doing well this year. He's on pace to get that
But
because
if you
Yeah, I'm not saying he's
number one
not.
in
I'm
the
not saying
league.
he's not good. I'm not saying he's not good, Lex. I'm just saying he got enough to get his money. Now,
if Bi
Bi,
if
go
Bi
ahead.
up this year, then we're gonna have to make a trade, and that changes everything.
That's what I'm
If at the
saying.
end of the year, oh, then that changes everything. Then we
That's
got
the
to give up
topic of
somebody.
debate.
And
If they're
you got
gonna
to pay Trey
try
too.
to
You got to
rely
keep
on
enough money for
Trey
Trey.
Murphy.
Exactly. You got to pay
Yeah,
Trey, and you,
yeah.
and
I mean,
That's
and
gonna
don't
be one.
forget
That's
also
gonna be
depends
150.
on that.
Or
and
That's
take a
automatic
big pay
150
cut
right there.
and
and
trade
don't
him.
forget, bro. Najee, he got a nice contract too. Is he
Najee
trade?
out of here.
Is he
Najee
tradable?
gone.
He gone?
He
now
gone.
you gonna have to take that pay cut.
Najee done played
Nah,
himself out them 2-3
they,
million we gonna
they,
give him, bro.
yo, yeah, he go. If he stay for the minimum, yeah, they ain't go. They ain't give him
Out of
nothing.
the contract.
And piggybacking off of that, Bird Talk got a question, and I was gonna ask the same question, and this gonna be the last question for the night. We're gonna go
Okay.
ahead and kind of wrap it up, but everybody gonna get their turn to say something, right? And to get a last, I guess, points for the night. Bird Talk says, "Ideal, who would you trade for?" I got an idea, and I was gonna already propose this question before he put this trade idea in the chat. My thing, I saw this comment. We got the Jared Allen, but I saw an article saying DeJounte Murray is up for trade again. DeJounte Murray is on contract, I think, for 4 years, either 60 or $100 million or something, that he read up with the Atlanta Hawks. Is it possible that the Pelicans, just based on everything you guys just said, because we were just talking about the reasons why you're gonna have to do something eventually. You got CJ making 30 something mil. You got to pay BI. Trey is gonna command at least 100 mil at minimum. You got JV, who also needs a contract after this year with 3.3.5 or almost $4 million over the cap. So that will put us in a luxury tax. Anything bar the Pels, anything short of the Pels trying to think they can actually win the championship, I don't see them paying that. Do you guys think to trade DeJounte Murray for CJ McCullough or any other combination of players would be a good move?
It's kind of hard to say because, like, who would be? I don't know everybody who's available. Like as far as contract wise, I mean, because you're tapping into business.
He's available. They're talking about shopping
Oh
him.
well, shoot, Jordan
That's what I'm
Clarkson is
saying.
available too.
Oh,
Actually, in college,
ideal.
actually, quite a few players from Utah are available. Um,
Marketing.
yeah, and
They
you
want
know, we talk about marketing was on the table when he was at Chicago, and
They want
Pelicans wanted to talk about that.
5 first round draft picks for him. 5 or 4 first round draft picks for Mark.
Oh, that Gobert stuff. Okay,
he can stay there. He can stay wherever he at. Like,
And
yeah,
Danny Ainge, don't forget, Danny Ainge is not with the Celtics no more. He's
yeah.
in
Oh
Utah.
yeah, D'Angelo Russell's on the table too.
nah,
Be
I've heard
quiet, be
that.
quiet, Lex. Let's get
nobody
back
should
to
help the Lakers.
DeJounte
They gonna
Murray,
take.
Well,
please.
I'm just
take
thinking of people who are available because I started, just
Zach
not
Levine.
because of I want them, but
Right, but
just
I really want to hear everybody's input on DeJounte Murray. Far as my question, but I guess if you want to add other people, you feel free to do that. But I think that's a good fit. He has history with Bi, and he's actually a real point guard. And on top of all of that, he's an excellent defender as well. And the reason I think it would be a great fit, y'all may disagree. I think it would allow us to allow Herb to be the most versatile player on the team, and you actually start Trey Murphy because that is going to happen or have to happen some type of way at some point. So if you can get a guy like DeJounte Murray that actually gives you a real point guard, and we get an excellent perimeter defender, and allow Herb to kind of be, I guess, that 6-man guy coming off the bench, filling in the multiple different roles that he can fill in, and we keep JV.
So is that straight
I
up?
think that would be. I think that would. Yeah, straight up. Maybe you throw one draft pick in, a
It
future second,
don't.
a couple of seconds or something.
Not gonna
I'll
lie,
do it in a heartbeat.
when you first said it, I wasn't with it, but now that you break it down the way you did,
I'll do it in a heartbeat.
Well, I wouldn't mind, moving CJ.
yeah, now that you break it down the way you did, it makes sense.
Damn, so I wasn't tripping it.
No, you weren't tripping. I mean,
Because
DeJounte
it take a
Murray
lot
is
for me to
a
give away 43% 3-point shooting.
I'm saying Murray
Off
hasn't.
the dribble
I
too.
think Murray's a better decision maker too.
Yeah, but he's
And
not
he
as good
fits
of a
better on the
3-point shooter. Though.
timeline with
He a
Zion.
37% shooter.
He's on a better timeline. He's
And
more
he
of the
young.
timeline with the guys that we have,
Plus, he came
and
from
we could grow together. I that or Brogdon, Malcolm Brogdon, or somebody like that. I don't know.
Is it chopping Malcolm Brogdon? Because you could give Malcolm Brogdon. We don't have
For
to get
cheap,
rid of much
nobody.
at all.
We've
been
I
trying,
think
man. I've been saying we should get Malcolm Brogdon, man. I got
Yeah,
tired of saying that shit. I was saying that for like 4 years.
I like Brogdon, but I prefer Murray, honestly.
Yeah, I like Murray.
no, you wouldn't do the Brogdon for
He
CJ.
fit Willie. He fits
Yeah.
Willie, man. He's a defensive guy. He's got offense too. It's like he like a perfect situation for us.
I think he just won a first round draft pick.
They won just
what
a
happened?
first round draft pick for Brogdon.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
do that.
Yeah. And
I would
probably
do it and
a
find some
player
way
to
to get
match.
Murray on the team.
Getting one of them Lakers picks, it probably ain't gonna be worth nothing.
Ain't worth nothing. All the Milwaukee picks. Huh? Fuck about neither one.
Not as of right now.
Yeah, we do got a bunch of Milwaukee picks too.
And it seemed like they gonna be doing well for a while. They figuring things out.
I hate to say this because I don't like to wish injury on nobody, but I think Giannis gonna miss major time or at least half the year at some point.
Okay.
One of them picks gonna be worth something. We don't know which one.
Don't do that, man. Don't. GC, you
Yeah,
crazy.
but
What about next year?
I'm
Like,
just
we can
saying,
get the
what
next year
player
pick away.
played their whole career and they didn't miss at least half the season once.
LeBron.
Yeah.
LeBron did. He did. As a
Mr.
matter of
What?
fact, it happened recently.
What?
Couple of
That's
times.
you talking
It's
about
not half the
2020 or
season, but
something?
it's
I'm
a
talking
mini.
about the baby
21?
Lakers, the players that we got on our team, with Lonzo Ball and Bi. He missed like 40 games.
Oh yeah, with
before we got him. It happens to everybody.
Giannis and LeBron,
At some point.
they play.
You said a trade that I will look the. God damn, a trade.
Y'all all said y'all on board with DeJounte Murray.
Oh no, I'm on board with that.
Y'all could go ahead with any proposal, but I think
yeah.
it's a realistic one that could happen if our front office is intelligent. Because I don't think we can keep Bi, CJ, Trey, and JV.
Somebody's gonna be going, y'all.
We can't keep all of them, man.
Hey, listen, I think that they might go for Larry Nance then, because this money is like, I think he's like 8 or 11.
10.
10?
But his contract is up, and he already said EJ Liddell gonna replace him someday. So that might be something.
Well, I don't know.
It ain't gonna be EJ Liddell. It look like James Robinson Earl gonna be there.
EJ really isn't. I don't know.
Y'all ain't hip to Willie in his game.
He needs a lot of reps.
Willie don't play rookies, man.
Nah,
well, I ain't gonna say he don't.
He plays Jay Hall.
Yeah, but what's happening now?
Because the guys was injured. That's
right.
Literally,
the
end of the year. Willie Green to play rookies.
He don't play.
Everybody's injured.
If somebody
second year, and that towards the end of the year, towards playoff time, for some reason it seemed like he tried to use him. He brought Trey on like that. We could see a similar thing with EJ Liddell. Watch out for him going to the G League at some point so he can gain his confidence. and then and then he works his way into the rotation, and that's just how we do all our rookies. So I don't see him not playing as like a mark against him, and
No,
we won't use him in the future.
and plus he got to play better defense. He got to play better defense. They
Defense
going.
is
Because he is a defensive
he's a good
liability.
defensive player. He can block shots way better than Larry Nance. That boy jump out the gym.
Who are you talking about? The block shots better. You talking about EJ Liddell?
Yeah.
No. Oh, not in this.
At least based on what I saw in college. And
That's college.
No, that's college.
Yeah, those these are more athletic guys. They bigger, faster.
Yeah, and EJ looks really little out there.
He does.
He looks extremely like he's gonna have to get stronger. He's gonna have to work on his lateral movements and just really just all around
What is he,
game.
like 6'6"?
That's what they said.
I mean,
Hey,
Zion
we don't
looks
look
way
that.
bigger than him.
That's all he does.
And Zion is 6'6", and I'm not talking about
Height,
mass and stuff.
yeah.
I'm talking about just height. I just want to play.
I think what he did in college, he has the potential of being a really good defender, but in a league, no, I don't think he's that. Not that good. Oh, we didn't see enough. He didn't see enough, and he's going to be required to do a lot. I don't.
He needs to
I
get
don't
more
know.
reps.
Not with this team.
No, yeah, I said G League.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause he doesn't look comfortable. Like I can tell just the way he's moving, he does not look and plus he's coming off an ACL. And plus so he's got to get acclimated to the speed, which is something they always talk about because really this is his rookie year. Because he didn't play last year, and then he's got to get stronger. But that can be a tough task when you're coming off an ACL and you haven't had any NBA action.
What's the? I don't know the trade. I'm looking through. I don't really know nobody. I don't know. That was a good trade. I don't see.
We need a traditional point guard, man. One of my friends that I talk sports with, he been telling me that forever, and I always try. Oh, we can do it with Bi. We can do it with Zion.
Yeah.
And the truth of the matter is, man, we need a traditional point guard, especially once we get into the playoffs and somebody who can identify the mismatch, see who's got it going, and make sure they get the ball. Because at times that's a big issue. So I think just DeJounte Murray can do that, and I think the reason Atlanta wants to get rid of him because that's probably one of his best attributes. And with Trey out there, like he ain't really allowed to do that. So I think that's probably the best big name you could hope for.
Okay.
For us to pull off a trade, but there's a bunch of smaller trades that we can do, such as finding just any really, really good rim protector, even if they can't do nothing else. a rim protector.
We got him as soon as he get back off an injury, man.
Who?
Who he drafted? Who was that rookie?
Cody Zeller?
Not Cody Zeller. No.
Get off
No, I'm not talking about him. It was a guy that we
G League player.
The G League player.
Yeah.
rushing.
Okay, Jay Black. Let's go back to my original point. Willie Green don't play rookies.
Hey man, he'll play him.
No, he ain't.
Nah, I'm telling you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why he ain't. Cody Zeller was hurt, right? Got sick, whatever. Why we didn't bring up Jemison from the G League? It's
because we got James. Because we had James Robinson Earl. Didn't I just tell you?
He's not a center, and then
James
almost too.
He's a
combo. He's a tweener.
A combo.
He's a 4 or 5. Like
that man is out of 5, bro. That man is.
Who?
Yeah, he's
no. That's what he was playing in OKC. He was playing the 5.
James Robinson Earl.
Yes, they had stretches at the 5.
There you go. See.
It's a
No,
different era, man.
But it's not like he was going up against Embiid in that game. I
Oh
mean,
hell no.
you
you
shouldn't play him
saw,
against
I
Embiid.
mean, he can play
That's
the
what.
five
That,
against
that,
Chet Holmgren, y'all.
but he was going against Jared Allen.
Oh
Say it
shoot.
again.
Are
Who?
you sure?
He was going against Jared Allen.
He
Robinson,
tried.
Has Jared Allen hurt anybody offensively?
shit, he was hurting
I
JV.
mean,
He
he
was,
been
he was
very
hurting
He a
JV.
lob threat.
He
He's a
hit
lob
JV with
threat.
a jab step.
Look, a game
He
for
hit,
Jared Allen and he balling out of his mind is probably like
nah,
24.
I mean, he's been stepping it up.
hit Big V with a jab step, and went right around him and dunked. Man, hell no, man. He had to, man,
Oh,
I
dude, he
see
gonna
that
do
in
that
third
15,
quarter.
16 times though?
Huh?
He's been working on
You
his
gonna do that
mid-range
15,
game too.
16 times, or you just gonna see
He,
that maybe like 3 times and then that's it?
no,
They gonna go
I'm
to something
saying
else.
we going to get Jared Allen. I don't give a fuck how many times he do it. I
No, I'm
just
just saying Jared Allen ain't somebody. If I'm gonna go smaller, specifically him, because it's just I don't know if they just don't utilize his offensive game or if he don't have a lot there. But I wouldn't be scared of Jared Allen
oh
go
no,
cook.
no. Well, he because he's a lob threat. He's faster. He's a speed big, but he's tall. He don't need no really post moves because that he don't really require him to. Because you got other scorers on that team. That's how they run their offense. And what they use, that's what they was kept trying to do to us is heavy screen and roll, but we switch a lot of things and we cover our big V. We help the helper. We're great at helping the helper. So when Big V was caught in a screen and roll, you got somebody behind them that's supposed to be defending the corner, helping it early. So we eliminate a lot of things that they could have done to us that they was doing in the previous three games, and they was getting a lot of easy threes off of that. They couldn't do it on us.
Right.
Yeah, they
But they would have did it if Big V would have stayed out there. They would have did it. I'm just let you know it was going to start happening. If they ain't going to play through Big V, they going to exploit him on one end and not use him on the other end. So he just like a negative when he don't supposed to be a negative. He supposed to be like an equal, even out. Like you could exploit his defense, but he supposed to give you some on offense. But the way this, I don't know if it's the coaching staff. That's why I'm all over the place. I don't know if it's the coaching staff or I don't know if the players. If I was in that locker room, I understand who it was. But they need to throw it to him when he's on the court. But I just don't think they will enough. Because if they exploit his defense, sometimes they can't do it. Every team can't. Only faster teams can. Like Atlanta Hawks can like that type of team. That fast point guard Trey Young and Dejounte Murray, heavy pick and roll, shoot threes all over the goddamn court. That type team. But it ain't a lot of teams that does that on a regular basis.
DC, do you think we need to add another team to make the Deontay to make that Murray trade? Because the
You
only thing I
add
see is
another
probably
team?
getting only thing I can see is probably giving up Kyra, Najee, CJ in the second round. You think that'll make it work?
Yeah, if they wanna move him, I think it's just about matching the salary. You got to think DJ is somebody I think that would tremendously help them because they really want to lean into probably scoring. Why else would they want to get rid of Dejounte Murray? And that dude, that Jalen kid they got over there, man, is pretty damn good. So CJ is actually an expiring at some point. I think he's got less years on that contract. So I don't think it'll take a lot unless somebody is trying to give them a grandfather offer for DeJounte Murray. I don't know what his market is like because even when they wanted him, was there like a whole bunch of teams that were like
No, they weren't giving
trying
him
to
no
get
first
DeJounte
round.
Murray? Right. So it's like I don't think it'll be as hard to get him as people think. Like they had a similar player in Atlanta. It was the same thing with
John
John
Collins.
Collins. I don't, what he wound
Don't
up
trademark
going
it.
for, it was almost like Man, that shit was a blip on the radar. I was like, wait, John Collins is in Utah? Wait, damn, that's all they gave up to get him?
And
You
now
know?
he's on the trade block.
But now he's on the trade block again.
Right.
Well, what I'm
Would you
looking at is the DeJounte Murray for OG Anunoby. They're looking at that.
I don't think you think the
A lot of
Raptors would
people are
do
looking
that?
at OG though. Him
Yeah,
and
OJ. His market is
Yeah.
probably higher than DeJounte Murray, to be honest.
He been on the
Now,
market though
yeah,
since
a lot
last
of people
year.
are looking for that
Siakam.
free and
They got it priced high.
Yeah, we was going for him at one point as well.
Yeah, but they
We
wanted
talking
too
about that?
much. They
Yeah,
wanted too much
Yeah,
from
they
Jay
did.
Black.
And really,
Yeah.
and how would that have
Him and
worked?
Gary Trent.
If we got OG Anunoby, like how the hell would that work?
They was going.
Yeah,
What
I
they
don't
was talking about was Herb. Herb was going to be involved in that. I can tell you
So
that.
we was gonna get rid of Herb for OG
I,
Anunoby?
I'd keep
I,
Herb.
That's a
I'm
no.
just. I'm
That's
just
a
telling you.
no.
He's
I'm just
not
telling you what the.
that much better.
Offensively, at that
I thought
time, it
Gary
was.
Trent would
I
have
get
been
you though, Jay Black. At that particular time, you know, they was trying to
But
make it
not
work.
now. Not now. That's off the table. But at that time, they was looking at his offense, starting unit not losing as much, but still having a good defender. But Herb is a lot better offensively this year than he was last year.
What do you think about Mike Conley Jr.? Would he be a possibility?
I doubt it.
No.
I wouldn't want him.
No.
He's too much money. How much?
DeJounte would be better because he fits our timeline. That's the reason why I would specifically want DeJounte, is because he fits a lot of our younger players' timeline, like Zion and
I agree.
and Trey Murphy.
What about what we gonna do with Jonas then? If we get DeJounte,
You got to keep him, Jay Black. You can't find nothing better.
then we have to sign him to extension.
Yeah, you extend him.
Yeah.
That's my thing. I'm saying I'm really
What's
doing
the
that
price
to keep Jonas, and you also bring Trey to the starting lineup, and I think that fixes a lot of our offensive.
How you bring Trey to the starting unit?
They're not
Bringing in DeJounte Murray gives you somebody that you can throw at a lot of teams' best defenders. Obviously, depending on the matchup, you might want to play her more minutes when you got certain matchups.
They ain't gonna play her with no bitch. Yo, Willie is not doing that. I was screaming that shit last year. I was like,
bro, listen, Jay Black. Listen, Jay Black. If Willie don't do, if Trey Murphy keeps playing the way he's playing, right?
Yes.
Towards the end of the year, bro, we're gonna have to give Trey Murphy $100 or $150 million. If they get that boy $150 million, he has to start, Jay Black.
No, he
if
don't.
Willie would not want to.
Nah,
If Willie won't
then
do that,
Willie's gonna have to leave.
Willie going
Yeah,
to
there
be
you
out
go.
of a job.
Hey, when your pay grade goes up,
money
when
talk,
your pay
bro.
grade goes up, you gotta play him.
Oh wait.
Gotta start him, bro.
Unless you saying you're gonna start him at center,
who you taking out?
Who you taking
Who
out?
else you gonna take
So
out? You gonna
let's
take
go back
out
to
her,
this.
or y'all gonna start him at center, like you said?
Is the
He
team
is
gonna give
6'10".
BI that contract?
Then unless you saying trade Bi, who are you
That's
taking
what
out?
I'm asking,
Because
because
if you Javante Murray,
somebody's gonna have to go.
somebody had to go then.
But if you trade BI, you gonna get a nice package, right? You trade BI, you getting a package.
Well,
The other
if we
reality
had
B.I.
DeJounte, that would be a
If
straight trade. They
Murphy
would
is
want that.
really going to come up like how a lot of people anticipate, I mean, people have talked about him being a future All-Star. If he's going to come up, whose position would he be replacing?
CJ is the point guard this year.
It's gotta be CJ.
BI. It's
Like you
BI,
said,
bro.
BI
He's 6'11".
6'11".
BI is the least option
BI.
though. But JV is the obvious one that we don't want to say. This is the other reality. The
Okay.
other reality would be we let JV go. He's an expiring contract. We get rid of Najee.
That ain't gonna make up trade.
We are not making
hold
skilled big men like JV.
I'm not finished.
You're not
I'm telling
seeing
you the
that.
other reality. I gave you a whole trade so we can
That's
keep
crazy.
JV. I just told you what I want. I'm just
But
telling you the other reality.
hey, DC, one thing I do like that DeJounte Murray. I really do. I feel like he would be a better fit.
That's the smartest move to me, and it
It
saves you some money.
really is a great
in
fit.
the whole nine. But
The other move
I think
that
he would
what
push
the
the ball.
Pels are leaning towards, in my opinion, they want to go towards small ball kind of permanently. Or maybe we have like a cheap big, maybe we bring up the boy from the G League or something. But you can have Trey play in the starting lineup if you move Jonas out. We switch
So
everything. He puts some more weight on. We don't use him as like a full center that can bang down low. Maybe you have you try to apply more of that to Herb. Maybe you figure Zion can make the leap and kind of play some center minutes, and they just do this switch everything thing.
That'd be the craziest shit.
It would
but
be a
DC,
really deadly lineup offensively.
yeah, it'd be
Honestly,
deadly. But
it would be
DC, what do
deadly.
you do
Team gonna
when
wear us
Trey
down.
Murphy? What do you do when Trey Murphy contract is due? You got to
His
pay him.
contract is due this
Somebody
year.
got to go, but somebody
Well,
got to go.
well, if you get rid of JV, you get rid of Kyra, you get rid of you let Najee walk. That buys you one more year to try to figure that out because you got BI contract that's gonna be kicking in all that next year. You don't have to worry about the luxury tax till the end of the year, and you can also let Larry Nance walk. That's another $10 million. So you can free up money to pay him that year, keep BI and keep it all going for another year. Now, when you get closer to the end of the other year or the trade deadline, you might have to do some maneuvering or somebody gonna have to do some restructures or something because it's gonna start getting tight again. But you can easily do that to extend it one more year.
The only player I see that's willing to restructure their contract is CJ, but he's gonna be gone if we do a trade.
Why you think
I don't
CJ
think
willing to
CJ.
Yeah,
He's the one
restructure.
that's
No
least
goddamn.
willing to restructure.
33? Nah, hell no. 35. They got that.
Like
Man, them
that's
older players, they don't
when
restructure shit
he's an older player, man. Like
at the
CJ's
NFL.
closer more out the door than in. So that yeah, he trying to make all the money that he can. He is not gonna take no pay cut.
No
But the
That's
numbers
restructure.
not adding up though.
man.
How much is Jonas making versus what Trey Murphy and Bi gonna be getting next year? I don't think that add up. You're gonna have to make a decision on one of them.
Yeah.
It ain't no one more year because think about it. Trey Murphy, if he get 150, what he gonna be making? 30, and what Bi gonna want? 40, like 35, like. I don't know. That ain't gonna. That's gonna be
What
too
you
much.
also not thinking about, the players I named, that probably frees up at least 20 million, 20-something $million. And then you got whatever the hike is. I don't know what that is for the
I forgot about the
for the
height.
salary cap going up. That goes up every year. If they get under the luxury tax, that's another $18 million, I think. So they got money there. They got ways they could do it. And if you think it's impossible, just look at a team like Boston. Go look at other teams around the league. They got guys
But they
that's getting
paying
paid, and
luxury
it ain't
tax.
just one player.
They paying luxury tax though. We not.
I don't think Boston is.
I don't think Boston paying no luxury tax. Like
Let's check
when
the
you
numbers.
deal with the max, when you deal with max and players, man, they have these things like built in because they want guys to stay with their original team. BI isn't our original team, but we own his bird rights, so it's kind of like he's our original team. So they have things structured in a way where you get to pay a little more if you're keeping players you actually drafted.
Draft. Or that's currently on your team.
Right.
Where they give you a bigger salary
It's
cap.
things where you can pay like a little more. Now I'm
Long
not
as you,
I'm not
long as you
well
got them
versed
doing
in
their
all
rookie
the
deal.
details, but I'm pretty sure they could work that out. But at
Man,
the end of next year, I think it would start to probably become a problem.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Bi can kick rocks, dog. He can go, bro.
Damn.
I
Man,
like
you
Bi.
crazy, bro.
Okay.
Nah. Look, hear me out.
Trade him for marketing.
Bi, like for real. All of us can say we watch the game and watch Bi do a lot of good shit and he do a lot of stupid shit, right?
Nah, I don't know about the stupid shit, but good shit.
You don't think Bi be taking all them contested mid ranges unnecessarily, be having wide open players on the three.
He's
You heard me?
also one of the best in the
You be
league.
mad when he make them because he make
No,
more
I
than
don't
he
be
miss.
mad when he make them, but I get mad when he miss them.
Then you gotta be.
Okay,
You gotta
Y'all
take the
live
good
with
with the
it.
bad.
Y'all live with it,
Whenever
bro.
he misses his threes.
It was okay. It was okay when Jordan did it, huh?
Hey,
Yeah,
but
it's
Jordan is
only
Jordan.
on.
Don't compare nobody like Bi to
It
Jordan,
was
bro.
okay
Come
when
on now.
Kawhi did it, huh?
Kawhi, hell no. Kawhi was ass with it too.
It's okay when DeMar DeRozan did it.
Yeah, and he win the game doing it. Now that's bad.
Come on. All right. Look, DeMar DeRozan ain't won nothing, bro. Stop.
But
DC.
Beyonce roll that ball out against anybody, and I
All I'm
still run
saying,
with it.
we got
So you gonna act
listen,
like
we
DeMar
got
DeRozan wasn't getting to the playoffs and winning 50, 60 something games for like 4-5 years straight? We just
in
gonna act like
Toronto
it didn't happen?
when he was in his early 20s, and if you look at the roster that he had around him, bro, we got too much talent, dog. We got too many people that need to be on the court. If we move BI out the way and allow Jay Hawk to come in, you know what I'm saying? Allow Trey Murphy to come
Jay
in.
Hawk? Oh, all right. Trey
Why not?
Murphy, that's something different. But
Why not? Why
No,
not
you
let
can
the
say
rookie ball? He already showed he can play.
No,
because
but
he's not good
We not even
defensively,
talking,
bro.
and he ain't play 82 games, bro.
Yeah,
Them legs
I
gonna
mean,
get
of
fishy.
course he ain't played 82 games, but you gotta let him play to see what he can do, bro. You gotta let him develop.
Wait, do y'all want the playoffs or do y'all want to go backwards?
Bro,
Like,
we
y'all
not
can't have
going to no
He
playoffs
trying to
this
go
year. I'm
backwards.
sorry.
He
We
trying
not
to
going
go
to,
backwards, bro.
You want to go backwards if you want to just roll out the rookie.
So you believe BI the answer to keep him?
What you gonna get for him? What you gonna get?
It depends on who you get. Yeah.
Laurie Markkinen. Laurie Markkinen.
They won't play Laurie Markkinen.
Please stop bringing up Laurie Markkinen, bro. Like that ship has sailed, bro.
That's what?
That ship, Laurie Markkinen ship has sailed, bro. Nobody want that man over here. Again, we already got too many scores over here. We don't need another score.
What do we need? What do we
in
need?
his defense, he is a better off-ball player than Bi is.
He is a better off ball. Who do we need though? If you're saying Bi's gone,
I like what DC was talking about with the DeJounte Murray cat, bro. I like him. We need somebody to facilitate the ball.
That was with keeping Bi though.
that was keeping Bi. But if you saying trade Bi, how do our starting lineup look?
Starting lineup. Let me see. If we trade BI,
don't forget though, bro, you're gonna get some packages for BI. You're not about to get some chunk.
He just said straight up for DeJounte Murray. So we going off the assumption or the premise that it's just player for player.
All right, I can operate with. I can rock with that. BI for DeJounte.
Okay.
Because you could throw trade in the 3. You feel me?
Bi for DeJounte?
That's
Murray. Why not?
Go ahead.
Not?
Right, can you say the starting lineup?
Give me the starting lineup.
All right, so I trade BI. I trade BI. I got you, Blake. I got you, Jay.
Hold up. We just hit the 4-hour mark. I'm gonna give everybody their chance to get their last closing remarks. Because Bird Talk, you told me we gonna trade DeJounte Murray for BI. You just realized it made me realize what time it is, and I do need to get some damn sleep.
Yes,
I
sir.
think you do too, because I think I'm starting to get a little delusional. So I'm
Man,
gonna let
I've been
everybody
drinking, bro. I'm a little delusional.
and we gonna get on up out of here, man. So you could go ahead and you can kick it off, brother. You can kick it off and be the first to get your closing remarks.
All right, bet. Trade BI for DeJounte Murray. Put Trey at the 3. You know, let Dyson and Jay Hawk, you know what I'm saying, come in and help out the secondary. To Dyson, Jay Hawk. I say let Valanciunas come off the bench too. Dyson, Jay Hawk. Well, CJ, he can. I don't, man. He can go too. I don't care, bro. Bro, I've been a fan of the Pelicans / Hornets or whatever the fuck for a long time. I'm tired of this shit, bro.
It's understandable, man.
Go ahead, keep going.
But look, hear me out. I'm on some. I'm on some 2K24 shit. Look, hear me out.
I'm listening.
DeJounte for BI, right? So we got DeJounte running the point. We can have CJ running the 2. We can have Trey running the 3. We can put Z, of course, at the 4, and at the 5. I mean, shit, throw anybody in there since we run the small ball. You feel me? But we only got to use JV on the real big dogs. Like if we gonna play against Wimby or anybody else, they got a real big man. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay, so who's the big?
Shit. Anybody you can put Earl, you can put fucking Larry. I mean, it don't matter as long as they can rebound and block.
Anybody.
You know what? Why did you
If
say
we
Cody
get if
Zeller?
we put Earl at the 5, we
Like,
get
I mean,
I can't.
I think Cody Zeller is only a burst kind of player. You know, give me got 5-10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't
I
need him the
mean,
whole game. He a
that's
liability.
in the first quarter. I mean, that's good, right?
Oh God.
would you, hey
But
hey
keep in
real
mind,
real hey
just
real
because
quick,
Valanciunas coming off the bench don't mean he still ain't got to play 25 minutes.
would y'all trade BI for SGA? Real quick.
Hell yeah.
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 I mean, he's up for MVP. He's an
I wouldn't
MVP.
have said that 2 years ago, but yeah.
I would trade BI for a pack of Skittles and some hot fries, bro.
Okay. Right.
Yo,
Hey,
you
man.
And like listen, I love
Well,
the small forward
we would want
position.
to get something for him.
I love the small forward position, right? I've always wanted New Orleans to have a good small forward. We know we went through the Mash Burns and all that bullshit, right? So
That was bullshit.
I mean, all right, Mashburn was the top of the list. I mean, you got Mashburn, Stojakovic,
Glenn
and
Rice.
then
Glenn Rice.
man, you
Jay
can miss
Black,
me
let
with
that
it. You can
man
miss
finish.
me
Jay
with
Black.
it.
All right, man.
You can miss me with it. I mean, come on, we
That
call
was the pit
Glenn
stop
Rice
before he
what?
went to the Lakers, right?
Was Glenn Rice? Were you talking about Glenn Rice New Orleans, or you talking about Glenn Rice Charlotte? Because Glenn Rice New Orleans, man.
I
I'm
already
talking
know
about,
Jay Black. I know you want to go in, Jay Black. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'm letting
man,
you go.
Go ahead, Bird Talk, and then my man Corey, you next, brother.
but yeah, that's all I wanted to say, bro. Y'all rock out.
Man,
All right.
all I can say is that's a hell of a trade that boy got going on. But if we was to go with the DC trade, which I think is really good, I'm not getting rid of Bi. The boy is nice, bro. I know he have his off and his bad and good games, but the boy is nice. I'm not just about to just trade him straight up. But besides that, I just want to see the Pelicans reach their full potential. I want to see Willie Green step his game up. He has to step his game up. Go do some homework, go back and study. He has to make the right adjustments that he needs to make to be a head coach. We just tired of the hoorah and what y'all call it? What you call him, DC? I think y'all
You
call him
gotta
the
fight.
love doctor.
Got to
The
fight.
love, the love, the love doctor.
No,
Man,
that's Big
look,
Q,
bro.
man. Big Q
Hey,
call
Big
it.
Q,
Say
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm
How he's
sorry,
on
bro.
joy and mindfulness and compassion.
Yeah, bro. It's like at one point you have to coach, bro.
Yeah.
Motivation can only get you so far.
Yep.
You have to coach. This team is at the point where you need to coach. Motivation is gonna hit their ears and fall. You get what I'm saying? When you when you better than I'm gonna be straight up, they better than Atlanta. I know y'all want to say Atlanta's a good team, but if you look for player, we are A plus to they B plus. You get what I'm
Man,
saying?
if you being honest with that, we
It's
I mean,
it's
like
we're
it's
better
20
than a
something
lot of
teams in the
teams.
league. Like that's the majority of the teams as far as our talent. We're
yeah,
Yeah,
better.
but
bro.
them coaches is better
I
than
mean,
our
and
coach.
but a lot of times being out coached though, that's the biggest
Mm-hmm.
thing, which is
I
awful.
understand. I understand that, but when you are a head coach, you don't stay the same. You adapt. You
Yep.
grow with your team.
Unless
Yeah.
You
you Willie
build with
Green.
your team.
Unless
You
you
don't
Willie
just
Green.
stay at a
He don't need
particular
to be the
point.
head coach of this team.
Hey, if y'all talking about he can't go nowhere, he needs to grow. He
Yeah.
needs to build up. He needs to get better.
How
I'm
much more
cool.
time he need for that?
You don't
Hey,
think
bro.
Willie?
Hey,
I
bro.
mean,
Hey,
it's his
bro. I'm gonna
third
say this,
year.
bro. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. After thinking about what BQ, I mean not BQ, what DC, Lex, and Jay Black was saying, and what Bird Talk was saying, we still probably paying coaches that we already forgot about. You get what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So they obligated to pay coaches that's not coaching. So they're gonna sit down with them. You know what I'm saying?
But
I
you
came to
don't think
realize
Willie's improving though?
I
No.
don't think he's
Oh,
improving.
DC.
I
Oh
don't think
man.
he's improving with the players. He is too behind. He needs to
Yeah.
come up. He needs to
Yes.
build. He needs to
Yeah.
be right there with Borrego. Y'all go by yourself in the office. Go over the film. I'm assuming they doing that, bro. But listen to him. You got him there for a reason. This dude beat Dallas, bro. What? Hey, what that man said? I was offshore when he said this. I think Lex said this when Jason Kidd said he was scared of Borrego.
Yep.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna say
big
scared of
time.
Borrego, but he had more respect for Borrego. He not
Yeah.
saying he didn't have respect for Willie. He just
Nobody
know
does.
I
Yeah.
know Willie. I know what you're gonna do, Willie. From the first quarter to overtime,
He's
you're gonna
predictable.
stay the
Hug everybody.
same. You're gonna
Yep.
stay the same.
Very
And you
predictable.
know, it's just I know we talking about trades. but I really believe if he was to update his not update his coaching, but just get better with it, grow with it. And I know he's a young head coach. I understand that. But you have to grow, bro. You have to get better. Look at old boy from the Celtics, Missoula. You get what I'm saying? He had to grow into that team. You
Man,
get what
that
I'm
man
saying?
came out swinging, bro. He came
Man,
out swinging
hey,
with the Celtics.
that's all I'm saying, bro. Like I can understand coaching mistakes. I can understand certain things, but some stuff is just like, wow, really? That's all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying. I, I just they supposed to be better than what they are. Long story short,
Agree.
they supposed
Agree.
to be better what they are. He's supposed to be a better coach. After I'm still seeing the same Willie Green from the first year, bro.
Facts.
Like I'm not seeing nothing different.
Uh,
You feel me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DC. I'm sorry,
I
DC. I know that's your man,
think
but I'm just
I'm just calling a spade, man. I want to see the team do the best they can with or without Willie, no matter who that is. I'm gonna be Pels all day.
but
But
I'm not what I'm saying is
I've
Willie
seen
is a
him
good
improve,
coach.
man. I've seen Willie
He
improve. We can't act like he doesn't improve at all. He
I'm
doesn't completely change his philosophies, but I've definitely seen him improve, man, and get better. And I mean, the record indicates that. And Willie Green has also been dealt a bad hand when you look at all the injuries he's dealt with.
hey
Willie
DC,
Green ain't never
DC,
got a full year of Zion. So I'm
DC.
not gonna like do him that and just act like it ain't no good to him. But I
But
do like
he got
Orizo.
Zion
Hold
right
on,
now.
hold
He not
on, hold
giving
on,
him the ball,
hold
bro.
on, hold on. Let me say
I
this.
don't
Let me
like
say
that.
this.
I don't
Let
like
me
that.
say this. Let me say this. DC, I feel you with injuries, but every team deal with it, bro.
Nah, not like us, bro. It's only
Nah,
a
I ain't.
handful
Yeah,
of teams
yeah.
that
Okay,
dealt with that.
okay, I give it out. I give it out.
Somebody
But
get put voodoo on us, bro.
every team deals with some type of adversity. Could we agree to that?
Yeah, but I don't know any team that's been had a roster constructed for the last 3 years, and until this year, they both of their stars never really played together. They both missing major time. Like that's not normal, bro.
So what do you think about the Clippers then?
Man,
It
they
ain't
Because
got
they
run
normal,
deal
though.
bro.
they
They in
deal with.
LA. Clippers
What
gonna
I'm
be
saying is
Clippers,
they deal with it though, right? They deal with injuries, right?
That
but
ain't
they
And
in
normal.
Ty
LA, bro.
and
We
Luke.
ain't got time for
Hold
that.
on. Listen, bro. Hold
They
on, bro.
they
Hold
one of
on,
the
bro.
teams.
Hold on, bro. But don't Tyron Luke make it work?
No, because the Clippers ain't done shit the last 2 years.
They
They
lost
They
make
to
it.
us
pretty
in the
pretty much
play-in.
in the
What you
same
Did
boat with
did
us. We
hold on,
beat
hold on,
them
hold
in
The
on,
the
hold on,
only
hold
playoffs
on,
reason
2
why
years
people
hold
ago.
still
on,
talking
hold
about the
on,
Clippers because
hold
they in
on,
LA, bro.
hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, hold on. Didn't he get to the Western Conference Finals with just Paul George?
Just Paul
Who
George.
did they? I know. I
I'm
remember.
not saying
I remember them.
Kawhi was
Kawhi,
out.
I remember
Kawhi was
Kawhi
out.
playing. No, Kawhi was playing.
That might have been the second round then. All right, let me say the second round. I'm not gonna say the Western
Kawhi,
Conference
Kawhi
Finals.
was playing. Now, they might have played once. Maybe he got hurt during the playoffs or something. I don't remember. But
He got hurt
Kawhi
during the
played
death
that year
series.
when
You
there
remember
was
the
the
ACL
pandemic heat
injury?
happening.
You remember the
He got
ACL
kicked during
injury?
the death series.
He played at the 1-2 games and Paul George took over. All I'm saying is this, DC. I know we deal with injuries. I understand that. But some of these games could be won by coaching. Some of these games we are in there competing. We're
True.
losing by 5. We're losing by this. We're losing by that. A collapse. That's all I'm saying. Some of these games could be won. I'm not blaming it on Willie at all because at the same token,
I
we don't
will.
know if Doc Octopus is throwing something in his ear, say, hey, play this type of way. This is how I built this team. We don't really know the inner workings of what's going on. I just think that man, dog, you don't know how hard my heart be breaking for these boys, bro. Like I really think I lost so much money with the Pelicans. I just really think
You can't
I
bet.
just
You can't bet with your emotions, bro.
Bro, he said that shit about 3
DC.
times, bro. That shit hurt.
Hell yeah, I'm hurt, bro. Hell yeah, I'm hurt. Lost $1,000 fucking with them boys with Memphis. Come on, now.
Yeah, you was bullshitting, bro. You don't ever put that kind of money on the Pelicans right now.
Bro, with Memphis though, bro. Come on, bro. I'm in this thing holding my
But they
ass cheeks
had
tight.
Ja.
You
Come
hear me?
on.
Yeah, I understand that, bro. But come on,
I want a
come
Ja over
on.
Z. Don't kill me.
Come on, bro. Nah, I ain't gonna do that. Now that's blasphemy right there. But
I before we drafted him, I wanted Ja before Z. Facts.
if you ain't saying that, you saying that now, bro. When they
Yo, I was
drafted
saying
him,
it
you
then.
already
I was saying
know,
it then. I
bro.
was right here watching the PPR, and I said I want Ja.
Okay,
With
okay.
Lonzo, Josh Harden.
I
All
didn't
right.
want
Thank
bro,
you.
bro. I
Thank
never,
you, big.
bro.
Hey,
Thank you,
thank,
God. Like,
thank you, Jr.
I
Thank you,
never
J
believed
Black.
in Lonzo
Thank you,
Ball.
J
I never
Black.
believed in Lonzo Ball. I thought the shit he did was cute, but I never
Oh
believed in
my
Lonzo, bro.
God.
All right, hold
Okay.
Hey,
on.
I ain't gonna say no more. I ain't gonna say no more. But Jay
Business
Black,
history,
you pretty much
man.
solved my question with that one. You want John Morant with all these point guards? All right,
We had a
bro.
bunch of guards at the time. We had a
Yeah, I wanted Ja too. I was willing to give up Drew Holiday and Lonzo Ball to get
yeah.
Ja.
Facts.
Yeah, that was a trade,
But
a
that's with
draft
pick
trade.
though.
I wasn't
That
gonna
was
But
that.
draft them
yeah, but
without being able
they
to get rid of him.
yeah, we'd have had Zion and John
That's what I
Morant. Well, that's what you wanted. I remember that because we had that conversation here on
On PPR.
on PPR.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I remember
understand
that.
that one. That's a trade though for the second round pick. I got that. But you talking about over Z?
No,
Nah, bro. I'm not doing that, bro.
Why
But go
not?
ahead, man. Go.
All
Why
right.
not? Did you watch him at Duke? Did you
Did you
watch
watch
him at
Ja?
Duke, bro? Man,
Did
that
you watch
sound
Ja?
cool. Yeah, that sound cool, bro. But look, y'all over here
This
listening
a
to
guard
NBA young
league, bro. All that big man shit
man,
dead.
bro.
Actually, big man.
Come on, man.
That's
Now we're about to get
nah,
into a
bro.
whole different
All
argument.
right,
Like
my bad.
three
I'm
of
gonna
them
mute.
is
I'm gonna
big
mute.
men.
My bad. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna
Hey,
mute.
hey, hey.
Aramis, where you
We're
at,
gonna get a
bro?
different
Let's
argument.
go ahead and get your closing remarks, man, and whatever you want to say to close out the show, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna just keep it short. Like I said before, at the beginning of the season, I got us being like a top 6, top 5 seed. I think we are gonna get it together. Like I think it's just gonna take some time. Like that's what we have to understand. At the end of the day, these boys ain't been playing a lot together, and that's just the problem. Like it's gonna take some time for them to develop that chemistry, and we've been waiting for so damn long that we feel like they should be ahead of where they're at right now, reasonably so. But because of all those injuries and all that damn time off from Bi and Zion, they're kind of like basically in the basic steps of just developing chemistry and working on ways to mesh well together. So that's just gonna take time. I do think that we are gonna, make a straight shoe in at the playoffs. I think we're gonna play against OKC. I got a lot of faith in our team still. So at the end of the day, like I ride or die for our team. It's always go Pels. So that's all I gotta say.
All right, Aramis. Hold on, my girl Mary Kay. She want to make a comment about Ja. She said Ja off-court activity in New Orleans would have ended badly. Well, you should have just put deadly, Mary Kay.
I
But
forgot
now
about
I
that.
don't know. Ja did make it in Memphis. Memphis ain't no shortcut
Hey,
neither.
but he be jamming the NBA young boy, so he might have made it.
Would he be wearing that orange OPP?
I
Hey,
know the
for
boy.
real,
The boy,
Q.
the boy, the
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy. What's up? Go off, man. Go ahead and give your closing remarks for the night, brother.
Nah, man, I pretty much agree with the family, man. I think team got a lot of potential. Give it a little more time, but I agree with the family. I think coaching kind of sticking out right now in this moment. So that's what we're gonna talk about. But overall, I don't see Willie Green as the lasting coach. I think he in his contract year himself, and I don't think he got an extension. So kind of keep an eye out on that, how that season play out. Um, but yeah, other than that shit, man, I see the Pels in top 5. My dream would be the top 4, but we'll see how the season shake out.
Okay. Okay. All right, Jay Black, man. Where you at, brother?
Yo, I'm here. So I was looking at. I'm busy over here looking at these contracts, and when I was looking at the contracts, I see CJ 35 million. I see Zion 34. I see Brandon Ingram 33. When I was looking at DeJounte Murray, he's making 18. So if we do a trade for any one of those, the money matches up because they way under the luxury tax. We at 171. They are, I believe, at 150 something right now. I believe so. They could Yeah, 158. So our money should match. It should match probably. So that's a actual really a doable trade for CJ. Or if they say BI, I'm not going to even kill it. I'm not going to kill it. If you say BI, I just don't understand what route we going. But if you say it, you must have something in the future that you seeing. You want Zion and DeJounte Murray to lead, and you must going to get a whole bunch of shooters or something you going to do. I'm not even going to kill it. But me personally, I wouldn't do it. I'll trade CJ. Or you got other numbers. You got Jonas 15, but nah, he at the end of this year, Larry Nance got a 10. He got 11 next year. So I don't know. I don't know, but I think CJ would be the likely guy because he got 35 this year. He got 33 next year. He got 30 the year after that. So
Oh wow, I miscalculated one of them years. I didn't realize it was.
Hey, Jay
yeah.
Black,
Two more.
how
I thought
many
it was two
expiring
more.
contracts?
Jonas, Cody Zeller, Najee, Matt Ryan, Sebring, and James Robinson, Earl, and Gates. Those are the money that'll come off the books at the end of this year. If I'm looking at it right. Yeah, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 players coming off the books at the end of this year.
Who's the 7, Jay Black?
It's Jonas, if we don't re-up, Cody Zeller, Najee Marshall, then there's Matt Ryan. Most likely we could sign Matt Ryan. We ain't even sign him.
Definitely keep him. We can't afford to get rid of shooters.
C Brown. We could re-up with him too. Big guard. James Robinson Earl. He might turn out to be a gem. And Kaiser Gates. I don't even know why Kaiser Gates still up here, but his money's still on the books. So all those 7 are come off the books at the end of this year, based off of hoop hype. So I'm looking at that, but it ain't really much. That's all I can say. We good. I think it's gonna be in the record wise. Jumping to the other topic, record wise, standard wise, I think we're gonna be jumbled up with those teams. It's gonna be like a photo finish. It's gonna be controversy. Everybody gonna be playing together, playing each other at the end of the season, and it's gonna be jumbled up. And I think they going whoever they want or have higher ratings or anything going to be a higher team that goes in the league. That's how from the 4 all the way down to like the 10th. That's how I feel like that playoff seed, the 4 to the 10, it's going to be a lot of teams all jumbled together. That's how I believe. I might be wrong. Who knows? But that's my final, talking point for this weekend.
Conclusion.
Yeah, my conclusion. I would say that.
Okay. All right, Lex. They done moved on up to us. So it's you and me. We're gonna go ahead and get some sleep. Or we got, we can't leave. You see, DJ, you woke, huh?
Yeah, I'm still here, DZ.
All right, we know you go. You know you go last.
Dang.
So DJ gonna go ahead and close the show up for us. You've been hanging in there with us, huh, brother? I know normally, it's getting a little too late for you sometimes.
Oh man, leave me alone, bro.
But all right, Lex, go ahead, do your thing.
The Pels have a golden opportunity. They need to take advantage of this month of December. The month of December is their easiest schedule. They have a chance to really jump high into, the Western Conference rankings, which would really help them and build momentum, confidence, chemistry. going into January. If they can do that, I really feel like they can build a buffer, but I mean, they gotta seize the opportunity. They gotta start playing consistent. That's what's killing them. That and coming out from the jump, playing with energy. That those two things are killing them right now. If this team is gonna get anywhere, we got to start being more consistent, understanding the game plan, and just that's the first thing. Is just as far as with energy and effort, be ready to play. Because I feel like a lot of these other teams, they're not as good as the Pelicans, but they're better than the Pelicans because they come out with more energy. They come out with more hustle. They're hungry. We got to kick it to the next gear. We're too laid back. And I think that's all the way around the board, from the coaching, from the players. Everybody basically just needs to do better. I think for the most part, as far as the main core, they've been healthy. So I'm not really concerned about that, especially obviously with Zion. They've made a lot of changes as far as what they do with him before and after games. So I just think they just need to continue to get reps and play better. And really just play better from an energy standpoint. Just be ready to play. And not only that, obviously, play with an edge. Like, this team has not accomplished anything, and they need to play like they haven't accomplished anything. Like, it really has to be a chip on their shoulder, and the chip has to stay on their shoulder. Like, with everything with mainstream media and the disrespect that this team goes through on a regular basis, at some point you got to be tired of that. You have to feel a certain kind of way like that. And I've been saying this, like the statement that Draymond Green had, I would have an issue with that statement when he said, y'all ain't built like that. That's a problem for me. This team needs to get angry, get pissed off, and come out and play with something. Play with a whole lot of edge and things, because I mean, that's the only way this team is going to get the real respect it deserves. Against the Lakers, it was horrible. Memphis, that it kind of had the same vibes, minus the 44-point loss. But this team's got to do better. You hey man, you gotta let people know, like, hey, y'all gonna respect us, because right now I don't feel like this team really has that. So that's all I got.
All right, Lex. A lot of great points. A lot of excellent points from everybody tonight, man. I thought it was a real good show, real interesting dialogue as we stayed here for 4.5 hours. Wow. I like the direction where the Pels are going. I know a lot of times we get extremely high or extremely low with every game. But what I have to put in perspective and point out, the Pels are 17-12. The Pels haven't had a record as good as this since the 2018 season, when we made it to the second round in the playoffs. So I think, based on our past trajectory and all the things that will happen, we're actually in a good place. We're only 5 games away from, or maybe 6 away from, possibly being the 1 seed in the West. A lot of things need to be improved upon. We've had some failed opportunities. We've failed at more opportunities in the past. So we've had some very embarrassing losses. So I think that makes it feel a lot worse sometimes than it actually is. But everybody brought, I think, an excellent dynamic or a different set of eyes to a lot of issues that are going on with this team, and a lot of ways to improve the team. And I think they need to stay the course with what they're doing. Willie Green definitely does need to improve and get better with some of his philosophical changes, some of the things that he does with the offense at crucial points in the game, these momentum changes, calling timeouts, actually subbing guys out at the right times, not taking guys out when they're hot, things like that. And also getting this team to have faster starts out of halftime, faster starts in the beginning of games. So different things like that, man. Which if you got a set of issues, I would rather those issues than some of the other issues other teams have to deal with. Nonetheless, would an experienced or a veteran or a very excellent coach, you probably wouldn't be having these problems. So we're constantly always looking at Willie. But I see Willie as somebody who is a first-time head coach. So obviously he's going to make mistakes. And things can be improved upon or fixed. And if they aren't, well, we know what's going to happen. James Borrego, I think, is an excellent addition to the team. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. And every time I want more, I just look down and think like, oh, wait, damn, we're only 20, 26, 27 something games into this. We got 82 games. So this thing is still growing. We've only played 20 some odd games with our starters in the last 2 years. I ain't even just talking about this year. Trey Murphy has only been back for 7 or 8 games. So we have a lot of ways that we can continue to grow. And like you heard Larry Nance say last night when they were interviewing him in Cleveland, what team that does anything worth doing peak in December? So we're in a very good place. We definitely need to keep driving these excellent points you all have made home and keep talking it into fruition. Keep speaking it into reality, the vision, what we want to see this team become. Because us here as being Pels supporters, as supporting this team all for many different reasons, we do have the power to change some of these things just with our voice and the energy that we put into this team. So with that, I'm going to say good night to everybody. Enjoyed chopping it up with y'all. This was a very fun chop up tonight. And I'm going to let DJ come on in and close out the show and say the phrase that pays, right? But also, before I do that, can y'all please like and subscribe and share this show? Because sharing is caring. Y'all already know. Go ahead, DJ.
Stop stealing my line, man. Stop stealing
What
my
line I stole from you?
And
Yeah, that's
DC,
all
we
right,
got
though.
a physical therapist too.
And you know what, Lex? Sharon is Karen. So since we got one physical therapist, how about we get another one?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't deal with y'all, bro.
If one was good, two would be even better.
Yes, sir.
They say you got 2 hours better than 4, right?
That's right, DJ.
I'm gonna pick it back off DC. Yeah, this team has a lot of potential. Quote unquote, they gotta play with edge. So shout out to Lex. They also gotta play with good energy. If I don't want no player that don't want to be in New Orleans. So with that being said, go ahead. Happy holidays to everybody. Merry Christmas. And if anybody talk about our Pelicans, you tell them in a CG voice to get the flock out of here and go block yourself.
And with that, go Pels.
Go Pels.
Go Pels.
Peace.
Show us the edge, the chip on the shoulders, the fight and the passion that comes from within. Whoa. Try to win on every level, yeah. Expectations high, gotta show 'em you can fly. Play harder, better, smarter, baby. Put the league on notice. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show 'em that it shall be done. Show me the edge, yeah, yeah, yeah. Play with the edge, yeah. Show me the edge, yeah.
You're listening to the Pelicans Postgame Report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.